Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. All right, everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is November 17th, 2:30 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time. I am so happy to be here with each and every one of you. I thank you for taking time to be with us today. Now, for those who are new to the channel, I know there's been tens of thousands who have been looking at some of the videos. We want to welcome you and thank you to joining our audience. We want you to know we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday, as you can see, we get on with the world to talk about the issues that affect each and every one of us, because the First Amendment is not just an American principle. It is true for everyone across the world, to hold your government in check, to make sure that the corporate leaders know that they do not run anything. Now, we do this because of that First Amendment, and we want to let you know, we look forward to hearing your voices, your comments, your tweets, your chats, even your phone calls into the channel as we go forward. And you can call in. Oh, wait a minute, I left it out. Let me make sure it's up there. At 929-715-8569. You're more than happy to call in and to let us know what you think. Matter of fact, give me 1 second. I have to fix the phone to make sure. Yep. There you go. The phone is now online for your phone calls during the show. You can always call about any topic that you believe is important, whether or not I'm covering it at that time, or to ask any question about any political issue that has been affecting America or the world over the last 40 years. We'll be happy to take your calls live. This show is unscripted, and so we'll have a great time. Graham is with us. Hello, Graham. Graham says, in the voice of an announcer for NBC's Meet the Press, if it's Sunday afternoon, it's no Soundbites Allowed. I like that. I didn't get the voice right, but that's okay. I'm not known for my voice acting, although I try. All right. Thank you, Graham, for being the first one to comment today. Now, for those who are unfamiliar, we deal with long-form political commentary. That means we go back in time and forwards in time. We look at how did we get here today, what is happening now, and how will it affect us in the future. Because all of our actions here in America affect the world, and the world affects America. Our format, just so you know, is that we like to start off with any breaking news that we believe is relevant. We go into the international, and then we deal with the national. Obviously, of major impact and concern is that 10 days ago, there was an election here in the United States. That election brings back President Donald Trump. He will be the 47th President of the United States on January 21st, 2025. Therefore, how is that affecting America? Many people have said they have lost their rights. Have they? Will they? That's a good question. We need to address that. We now have seen probably what I am aware of at 56. I believe this is the fastest cabinet announcement of a cabinet that we have ever heard from a president in my lifetime, if not in the last 100 years. I don't believe there's been a president-elect who has been more consistent and more direct in naming who he will appoint to the various offices that run the nation. And there has been a lot of controversy about that. We're going to discuss that, how it's going to affect America and the world, and what we could expect from that. I don't think a lot of people are really dealing with that. They're talking about the fear, but not the facts, not the logical conclusions. We'll find out. We also have a comment from, hey, Happy Life. I thought you went overseas to Southeast Asia. It's good to see you with us. Happy Life says, congratulations on the Trump win. Well, it's congratulations to 72 million Americans and, I believe, America as a whole. Happy Life goes on to say, I'm moving, bro, to Saigon, Vietnam on November 28th. See, I was ahead of time. And his rent is $187 a month. That's $187 American. Don't you love the exchange rate? And here's the good news for you, Happy Life. If we are correct that the Department of Government Efficiency does take place, that we are able to see that the American government shrinks, that the American national debt is reduced or maintained at the current levels, your dollar will become stronger, which means that your rent in Vietnam will go down. It will cost you less American dollars to be able to live in another country. That is one of the benefits of having a strong leader and a strong economy. The less the United States spends, the more money that the American people have in their pocket, whether here in the United States or anywhere else in the world. But let me also say, Happy Life, that we hope you're going to have a safe trip. Remember our advice from when I was overseas and I was living in Moscow, and that was in 91, where we saw the coup attempt there. One of the first things I recommend, if you're going to live in a foreign country, know where the American embassy is, have several routes planned out, several ways to be able to get to that location, whether it be by car, by foot, by bike. Have a detailed plan on how to get to that embassy if you ever needed to. Always make sure that you have an alternate way out. As we have seen under the Biden administration, you could be abandoned. I mean, the Biden administration did this. I doubt that the Trump administration would, but under the Biden administration, we have seen 70,000 Americans around the world abandoned. Please plan out other ways to get out of a country that don't rely on the United States government. It's just a safety measure. It's important. And these are things that I went through when I was living in Moscow, and we saw the RFGC, which was the revolutionary group, hardline communists in Russia, as they tried to take over from Gorbachev and Yeltsin. It was a very, very crazy, chaotic time. I do not wish that on anyone. Please make sure you have those plans. But other than that, other than those precautions, I hope you're going to have a great trip. I hope you're going to live well. Hot Chicks is with us. Hello, Hot Chicks. Glad to see you there. So let's go on, because even if you're overseas, whether you're living overseas for business, for personal life, or for any reason, or you're staying here in America, what's happening is going to affect everyone. Like I said, if we see the Department of Government Efficiency, now called DOGE, D-O-G-E, if we see this be effective, it's going to benefit every single poor and middle class American, and therefore the world. It means Americans can buy more goods from overseas. We have more spending money. We can take more vacations, and we can buy more goods on those vacations. We can do more business deals around the world. We have to look at the consequences, not just the fear-mongering, to understand what is possible coming up next. So, and you're very welcome, Happy Life. Truly, I want you to have a great time overseas. Now, that being said, I want to start off with some information. There's some breaking news that has just come out just before we came on to the show today. So there is Joe Biden, who has largely been a non-existent individual. He already was a part-time zombie president. We know he only works 5 days a week, only working from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m., unless he's hopped up on medications, apparently. But we know that he's been low profile. From the moment that the Democrats kicked him out of his run for the 2024 election and anointed Kamala Harris the vice president, we haven't heard about Joe Biden. He's been a non-event. But now that we're post-election, Joe Biden seems to be trying to assert himself in the last months and weeks of his presidency to make changes before Donald Trump comes in and starts his policies. Part of that has been the continued support of the Ukraine, where Joe Biden has now announced that he is going to allow the Ukraine to use United States military weapons in the fight against Russia. Now, this is directly putting America pushing us closer to being in a direct war with Russia. Because it's not just that we are having a proxy war where we're paying for the Ukraine to go and fight Russia. Now we're giving them authorization to use all of our weapons and all of the troops that are training them. That means the tanks, that means fighter jets and missiles and rockets. This is a provocation against Russia. This is something that will incite Russia and aggravate them. This makes it more difficult for the 47th president, Donald Trump, to be able to engage in negotiations and discussions and international policy with Russia and Russian President Vladimir Putin. That's a problem. This is not a good thing. And I know I do not want Putin to win. I do not want anyone to think that. I do not support Vladimir Putin. I do not support hardline communists or the former KGB. I do not support that at all. But I do recognize at the same time that at the end, this is a lame duck president. This is a lame duck government that we have, and he is pushing forward his personal agenda rather than just leaving things as they are. We have already provided rockets, and we have provided drones and tanks and fighters. We have trained the personnel. We have American soldiers that are repairing the equipment that we have given to them. We have provided well over $250 billion in aid to the Ukraine directly. This is money we will never get back. That will never be able to lower the national debt here in the United States. Ukraine, if they were to win tomorrow and reclaim every single bit of land that Russia has taken, we will never get that money back because the Ukraine doesn't have the GDP. If they were in perfect health, they could not pay back $250 billion to the United States. They don't have the resources. They don't have the capability. And now that they've had this war, which has downgraded their capabilities even further, we still won't get this money back. And yet we are seeing Joe Biden pushing the United States further into this conflict, which means that negotiations to end the conflict will be that much harder, apparently, for Donald Trump, who Joe Biden is laying this off on. Everything he is doing now is not making this closer to ending the conflict. It's continuing it. It's escalating the problem that we all expect Donald Trump to resolve. So this is a bad thing. Now, the decision, according to the summary from Reuters, the decision may aid the Ukraine's negotiating position, but not really. No, this isn't new. It's not like we haven't given tanks and other weapons to the Ukraine over the last 3 years. It's something that we've been consistently doing, so that doesn't really change anything. Russia warns that warns of escalation if limits on U.S. weapons are loosened. Again, that's exactly what I said. This is an escalation. It makes it more difficult for this conversation to go forward. I don't know if everyone sees that. I don't know if everyone is happy about that. But we have to understand that this is tying the hands, to an extent, of the Trump administration. It is, in fact, meant to tie the hands of the Trump administration. This is the establishment, the current establishment government in DC right now to tie their hands and to force Donald Trump to do what they want, to continue this war that they have pushed for and that they have guaranteed for the next 10 years. If you remember, it was during the summer before Joe Biden dropped out of the race where he made a deal with the Ukraine guaranteeing 10 years of funding for the ongoing war. Essentially saying that war will continue for the next 10 years, for the next 2 presidents, regardless of anything else. That's insane. Especially if the world has been looking for a way for this conflict to end, and here is Joe Biden saying, no, extend it for another decade. That's a problem. Given these issues, Donald Trump is in a difficult position, trying not to offend our allies in the European Union, guaranteeing their safety as much as can be done, and to also not give Putin an overall overwhelming victory. It makes it more difficult. But we will address that a little bit more. But I did want people to know about this breaking news and what are the consequences of it. This is negative news. It is not positive. In addition to that, there is news that the United States is now having another strain, another bout of monkeypox. Now, it's called Mpox for some reason. I don't know why. Because of someone's sensibilities or feelings in California. But CNN is calling it the Mpox. That means the monkeypox. It is a generally regional disease, normally found in Central Africa, that does have occasional outbreaks around the world. Normally, an outbreak anywhere else outside of Central Africa normally has about maybe 24 people in an entire nation. In fact, the last time we had the monkeypox, which was also under the Biden-Harris administration, there were about 20 cases in the United States. People were terrified. Everyone was afraid. It was not a widespread pandemic. We doubt that this will be either. Again, it is something that is easily identified. People do, when you have this disease, it is very apparent to everyone because of the bumps on the skin. And it is something that can be survived. It does not mean it's not necessarily a lethal disease, but it is problematic. Now, we know that this more severe strain of the monkeypox is in California. Shock and amazement, I can't say I am. One of the known ways, one of the easiest and most prolific ways of monkeypox to be spread is by sexual contact. That is a fact. It's skin contact, most commonly found in sexual contact. And if you are having sex with someone who has visible boils and bumps on their skin, like a rash, but they're not subtle, they're very, very easy to notice, then perhaps don't have sex with that individual, or if you must have sex with that individual for some unknown reason, have protection. These are the least of protections that you can have. Now, a person who was diagnosed who traveled from Eastern Africa, where there is a current ongoing and there's an annual monkeypox outbreak in Africa on a regular basis. This is not new there. This individual was diagnosed. They had come from Eastern Africa, and now we see that they brought that case with them. Now, to say that this is not just transmitted sexually, but one of the primary ways that monkeypox is transmitted is sexually. By the way, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the monkeypox itself, okay? What does it look like? Now, this may be upsetting. I hope you're not eating anything. If you are, get it out of your mouth now. Swallow the food that you have. Take this, finish the sip of whatever you're having before I show you this. So 1, 2, 3. Monkeypox is easily identifiable. These are images of what monkeypox looks like, and it will affect various areas of the body, in particular, like this. So it is unpleasant to say the least, but it is also highly identifiable. It is not something that you wouldn't notice. If you are having or intend to engage in sex with individuals with markings like this, for whatever reason that you choose to do so, please make sure that you limit skin contact. Make sure that if you're having sex with these individuals, that you're wearing protection. It is a devastating disease. It can be lethal, though it normally is not. But that is a problem. So that is the monkeypox that is currently out there. There was an outbreak in 2022 and in 2023 that was spread because of individuals who had gone to a orgy in Africa and then spread the disease from Africa through Europe and into the United States. That's the last outbreak that happened. We don't know about this one. Again, doesn't have to be sexual, but it usually is. So just keep that in mind, folks. If you're going to have sex with someone, you just saw what some of the symptoms look like. Be prepared. If you would like to know more about that, I'm not a doctor. I'm not providing medical advice. I'm only sharing news. This is a public service announcement telling you some of the transmission causes and for you to be aware. So YouTube, kiss my butt. Stop trying to suppress me. I'm not trying to be a doctor. But now you know, and if you want, you can look that up for yourself and find out more. I'm going to get to the comments in just one second. In addition to the breaking news just before the show started, there is the issue of illegal aliens. I know the BBC has feelings. They're touchy-feely, and so they can't say illegal alien. They say undocumented migrants. What is an undocumented migrant? It is someone who has broken the law because they have no authorization to be in a country. They broke the law. They have no documents. They have no authorization. It is illegal. They are an illegal foreigner, otherwise known as an illegal alien. That is the correct legal term, illegal alien. Not undocumented migrant, not all the silly names that you hear to make it sound nice to protect somebody's feelings. The legal term is what it is. It is a crime. So these undocumented migrants are hoping that mass deportations will only be for, quote, criminals. I love this from the BBC. This is stupid on top of stupid. Illegal aliens hope that Trump only deports illegal aliens because they're criminals. You're all criminals. Let's be honest. See, that's the problem when we try and sugarcoat and make people's feelings the priority rather than the law. Look, if illegal aliens are upset with Trump, they should be. They're criminals. Now, is there a priority on those criminals? The Trump administration has said there is, and I agree with that. Those who are violent illegal aliens should be a higher priority than those illegal aliens that aren't violent. Let's look at that. But I found something very interesting in the BBC article. It's very early into the article, but I want you to understand the mindset that we get from California and we get from many of the supporters of illegal immigration. They're interviewing a housekeeper who is in Maryland, a blue state. This is, of course, connected directly, very much aligned with Joe Biden and the Democrats. She's in Maryland, which has a large amount of influence from Washington, D.C. I would not be surprised that she's actually like in Silver Springs, Maryland, right next to Washington, D.C., and working for some individual connected with the United States government, as many people in Southern Maryland are. This housekeeper, who is from Bolivia and is illegally living in the United States. She broke the law, and she is a housekeeper in America. She has no visa. She's not supposed to be here. And Gabriella says she thinks that Donald Trump going after illegal aliens will not affect her. Why would she think that? She's listening to, obviously, those people in the household, the individuals connected, most likely connected to the DC, United States establishment government, and they're saying, don't worry, you're going to be safe. She should have no reason to believe that, especially because what does she say? As quoted by the BBC, quote, "I'm not scared at all, actually. That's for criminals to worry about. I pay taxes and I work. In any case, I'm undocumented, so how would they even know about me?" Now, let's break that down. This is important to understand. This is what is the result of Democrats like Kamala Harris, like Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. Why? This is the reason why we have so many illegal aliens that are in the United States and entered under the Biden-Harris administration, some 8 million illegal aliens. It's because of this mindset that they believe that due to Democrats' desire to create a path to citizenship and create a second class of citizen that is dependent on Democrats to be able to be in America, that they're going to be protected, that they're not criminals because they're in the United States already. And that is a lie. That isn't what the law says. That isn't what happened. In addition, she says, well, so she's saying that's for criminals to worry about. She is one of those criminals. She says she pays taxes. That's a crime in and of itself as well. Illegal aliens are not allowed to work in the United States. For her to be getting a paycheck, to legally work in the United States is a crime. And she's paying taxes. So that means she has a Social Security card. Because you have to have a Social Security card or a green card, a tax identification number, otherwise known as a TIN. She has to have that documentation. If she's an illegal alien, and she is, then she does not have a Social Security number. She doesn't have a tax identification number. She doesn't have a green card because she has no documents because she's illegal. So for her to pay taxes, as she is in her mind, there's only two ways for that to happen. Either one, she has an illegal Social Security number or tax identification number, so she is committing an act of fraud on top of her illegal status in the United States. So it's a crime on top of another crime. Call it white collar crime if you wish, but it's a multiplicity of crimes. And she's working in the United States, yet another crime. So she has multiple crimes that she is committing at this time. And if she isn't fraudulently using someone else's Social Security number, someone else's tax identification number, then perhaps she is paying the people in her household what they claim are taxes, that they're taking taxes out of whatever they pay her, which is also a crime in and of itself. So no matter how you want to look at this, Gabriella is a criminal on multiple counts who thinks that she's absolved because she works next to Washington, D.C., because Democrat politics says, well, we don't think of you as a crime. We don't feel like you're a criminal. She's a criminal of multiple counts. Do you see the insanity that has been generated by the establishment and why this is not only difficult, but why it's going to be necessary? This is the exact reason, no matter what else you think about it, the reason why we had 8 million illegal aliens surge into the United States is because Democrats like Kamala Harris, like Joe Biden, have said, one, they want to give them citizenship. That means they have to be here to get it, so they're going to rush forward to do so, and that they don't recognize them as criminals. Therefore, these people don't think they're doing anything that could be punished. It is a false impression. It is a violation of law and regulations. And if they can break one law and it is obvious, and we have seen that they have broken the initial law entering the United States, then why should they pay attention to any other law? If one law is arbitrary, why aren't all of them? And in fact, as we have seen over and over again, and we will discuss this more as we go forward with the show, but if they are allowed to violate any one law, then why wouldn't they be allowed to violate any law? If laws are arbitrary and only certain people are selected to be punished, why would you think you would be the one punished? Why would you think any law applies to you if no law is absolute and all of them are arbitrary and based on feelings at the moment? No wonder we have 8 million illegal aliens that entered under the Biden-Harris open border policy of progressive Democrats. No wonder America's economy is suffering. Why New York City, Chicago, Boston, Colorado, Boulder, Colorado, Austin, Texas, LA, and San Francisco, why they're all collapsing under the weight of illegal aliens destroying their infrastructure. Now, let me stop for a moment and go back to some of the comments here. You may not agree with everything I've said. Now, mind you, there's a factual, legal basis for everything that I have just mentioned to you. And I am giving you examples, and I am asking you to think about it. It doesn't matter if you feel like we should change the law. That's fine. I'm not questioning that. I'm not even arguing if we should or shouldn't. That isn't what exists now. The law as it exists does not allow this. So are we supposed to arbitrarily pick and choose which laws are in effect? And then who gets to pick? And which laws do we invalidate? And how does that not create chaos in our society and in our nation if every law is subjective? That's why we have a justice system. That's why justice, the statue of justice, Lady Justice, is blind, because law is supposed to be impartial. But we are adding partiality to the law, and then we question why so many people are able to abuse the legal system. Well, that's because we've input abuse into the legal system by saying that the law only applies to certain people only some of the time. Of course, if you've introduced corruption, then that corruption will spread. And yes, the system then becomes unbalanced because you made it unbalanced. But that's just one point of view. Let me go back to some of the comments here. So Graham had mentioned in the comments that there is additional breaking news from the Associated Press. 43 monkeys have escaped from South Carolina's medical lab. That was on November 8th. While that may have happened, monkeypox does not come from monkeys. Let's be clear about that. That is a misconception. The monkeypox, it's called that for various reasons. It is an affliction similar to an affliction that apes in the Congo have had. There may have been a transmission from apes in Central Africa, Eastern Africa, to human beings. That doesn't necessarily mean that there was a sexual contact to do so, but monkeys do not equal monkeypox. That is not a one-to-one correlation. Again, if that is the concern, let's be very clear. This case came from an individual who was in Eastern Africa. We don't know what they were doing, but knowing how the transmission of monkeypox normally is transmitted the most often, it is highly likely that that's because of a sexual contact. We know of only one case, and obviously they'll be looking through that individual's sexual partners amongst individuals they've also had close physical contact with to double check and see who potentially may have also spread to. So if you've been in California recently and you've had sex recently with a stranger or someone you loosely know, and that individual travels a lot and has been in East Africa recently, you may want to go and get double checked, just as a concern. But it isn't monkeys that do that. Now, going on, Grace says, you can tell which cities are run by Democrats. Well, we can. They tend to be the most in debt. They have the largest numbers of illegal aliens. They have the worst infrastructure. And very often they have some of the greatest amounts of crime, especially gun crime. These things tend to happen. That is not each and every point, isn't necessarily in every single one of them, although in the top 5, yes. And that is consistently true. Grace goes on to say, she pretty much agrees with everything that I said. I don't expect anyone to agree 100%, but again, this is why I'm showing you the sources, and after the show, links to everything that I am talking about will be added about an hour after the live stream so that you can read these articles for yourself to see if there's any context or anything else you want to know. Because we want you to think. We want you to be informed to make your own decision. These are my conclusions, but I think they're reasonable. I think they make sense based on the facts that we have at this moment. Graham goes on to say, should the illegal alien, Gabriella, that comes from the BBC article, be required to remain in Mexico until she finishes her citizenship process? Now, what Graham is referring to is a policy that was under the first Trump administration. It was the Remain in Mexico policy, so that it was part of having a closed or closing border in the United States, that any illegal aliens that were caught would not be allowed to enter America. And if they wanted to claim asylum, as we see is often the case, every illegal alien caught claims asylum, until we can process them. And asylum processing, vetting, normally takes 18 to 24 months. It is not an instantaneous process. That's if they come from a country where we can easily access all of the documents and records on that individual to vet them. Most people are not aware of that. It is an 18 to 24 month process and that's in a quick processing in a country that has the documents and is speaking with the United States and can readily provide documentation on that individual. So if they're claiming asylum, that's the fastest that it should happen. For those individuals under the Trump administration, under the Remain in Mexico policy, they would have to be deported from the United States into Mexico. They would have to stay in Mexico until until their asylum case had been determined, which means vetting had been taken and we can establish, did they actually need to leave their nation, or did they just show up and decide to take advantage of the free money that you can get in places like New York City, which spends $60,000 to house illegal aliens in 3-star hotels and a $13,000 credit card for that same illegal alien to buy food? That's $73,000 per illegal alien, not family, per illegal alien in New York City alone, costing $5 billion a year. It's free money. It's free housing. Who wouldn't want that? Hell, I half the time want to claim that I'm an illegal alien so that I could live in a three-star hotel and get $73,000 for free, paid for by other taxpayers in the United States. But we can't do that. I'm a citizen. They won't give me a free $73,000 a year. This is ridiculous. So we understand why Gabriella and many of the illegal aliens don't want the Remain in Mexico policy back in place, because they would have to leave America, lose that money, that cushy job, and they would have to stay in Mexico and then have to justify and prove that they actually were suffering from religious or political threats to their life, and therefore they would have to be able to come to America. Mind you, another condition is that America is the first nation that you can request asylum in. And that would be true if you're coming from Canada or if you're coming from Mexico. If you're from any other nation, America is not the first stop. It is not the first safe nation that you would get to. And since many people, most of the people trying to enter America at this time are coming from Africa, they're coming from Southeast Asia, some of them are coming from South America. The United States, for all of those regions, is not the first nation. Also, there's the Middle East. America is not the first nation that you would go in and contact to say, I want asylum. There are multiple other nations before you get to America. So almost all of these illegal aliens claiming asylum by the law do not qualify and should not be in America. We can see why illegal aliens don't want to be on the list and why they want a priority for deportations to be violent illegal aliens, and they hope that in the meantime, oh crap. I just knocked over a bottle of soda. Knocked over an entire bottle of soda. I apologize. My floor is completely filled. All right. Give me a second. I need to fix my floor because I knocked over the bottle of soda. Let me go to a quick break for a second. Let me take a quick break so I can clean my floor. I apologize. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. That's right. This is No Soundbites Allowed. In fact, we're going to be launching a great new program called Conservatives Standing Tall. We'll be talking about that in a moment, but we want to give people a couple seconds here, a few moments, to catch up with us on what exactly is going to be happening here today, what we're going to be talking about. So we want to make sure everyone's going to have a chance to listen in. So we're going to give it a couple more seconds, and then we're going to get right into the show. And 1, 2, 3, here we go, folks, here we go. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me. This is Michael Voss, and as you can tell, we're going to have some guests on the program. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, and I'm over here on, I shifted sides here, because I'm going to be talking with a couple of students who were involved in an incredible event that had happened this weekend. You may have already seen some of it. You may have heard about it. Oops, wrong screen. You may have heard about it already, that there was a near riot at Binghamton University on Thursday. That was the 14th of November. Today is obviously November 17th. And this has been gaining a lot of attention, mostly national attention. And you've seen it, you may have seen it on Daily Wire, you may have seen it from the Young Americans Foundation, but essentially they've been talking about this horrible, shameful, violent attack against students for the mere fact that those students were talking, that they were sharing their thoughts. And that's really a terrifying thought. And there's video of this, which was provided by Young Americans Foundation, and you may see it. Let's see. We got
they're oppressing and genocidal Palestine.
Oh, really? Did you see all the rockets which were just fired? Did you not see any of the rockets?
The rockets are hitting Israel every day, really. That's ridiculous. Let's keep hitting Israel until they give their land back.
Oh.
Let's keep hitting them. Good for them.
That kind of scared me right there. Did you hear that, folks? It's let's keep hitting Israel until they get their land back. So let's use violence. Let's use violence. Now, there's a lot of aspects to this story, a lot of things that I want to go through, a lot of things that are who we have in studio right now. A gentleman who actually went through this entire process, and that is John Lezak. He is why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Hey, everybody. Oh, there we go. Again, I apologize for that. Yes, had a little accident. Knocked over half the bottle. Half the bottle knocked over. That's just upsetting. Sorry about that. And I was looking forward to that. You know, I'm out of money. I spent, well, anyway, never mind. No one cares about my money issues. Anyway, yes, I don't have a lot of money. It's because this doesn't, YouTube doesn't really pay me. Anyway, that being said, so we're talking about the impact of the illegal immigration remain in Mexico issue. So yes, to answer your question, Graham, should she be deported? Yes. Should we vet her and determine if she should be in the United States? Does she have a valid claim? We should find out. Since she is from Guatemala, one of the first nations amongst several would be, in fact, Mexico, and she should be asking for asylum from Mexico, not the United States. So she would probably be denied and not allowed back into the United States. That is if we're following the law. That's what should happen. So I hope that answers your question there. Grace asked the question, homeless people are harassing a local charity and said charity tries to keep them locked out for the employees' safety. City Democrats are going after the charity. This is insane. So let me make sure I understand, Grace. Homeless people are harassing the charity because the charity is keeping them locked out. Okay. City Democrats are going after the charity. So the Democrats are saying the homeless should have access to employee-only areas and to be able to harass employees of a charity. That's wrong. I disagree with that. I think that is an abuse of power. First of all, the employees, the city government, whichever city it may be, the city government does not have power over a private company. That would be a charity. So the city cannot tell the charity how to run its business. That's the first thing. Second thing, the safety of the employees is a requirement and responsibility of the charity. The city should recognize that. Whether they like it or not doesn't matter. It is a requirement by law for that charity to protect its employees. If that means it denies certain services or access to any individuals, then they do so. That is legally what they must do. They'll get sued if they don't. So the city is out of its mind. Any city government, and I think I know which city you're talking about, but any city government that would try to force a private business to acquiesce to its progressive ideology is wrong. One is wrong, and two is likely to be sued because they're out of their mind. So I do want to mention that. If I knew specifically which city, which state, I could probably say some other things about that. But to answer your question, that is insanity, Grace. And again, these are some of the things we have to start addressing. We have to pull back from, look at the excess that we are seeing from the progressive mindset, that you are subservient to the government. That isn't how America works. Other countries, maybe. That's not in America. The government does not have power over how a small business will run its business as long as it's following the law. By law, the charity must protect its employees. Therefore, the city can't complain about that. If the city wants to provide additional services to the homeless, which I support, then do that. But you can't make someone else do what the government should possibly be doing. If the Democrats want to help the homeless, pass a bill in the city government to give whatever services there are. Build your infrastructure in that city to provide those services. That's how you handle that. You don't attack a charity because that charity will say, well, it's not cost effective, it's not legal, it's not productive, I'll just leave. I won't do the charity work anymore. That is the consequence that progressives don't think about. But this is what we're going to start seeing more of as we go into 2025 and beyond. That we will see re-emphasis of following the law, of addressing the law, and a reduction in the amount of overreach of the government, because we've allowed the government to do too much. And I would imagine most cities, especially any progressive or left-leaning city, they're going to assume, well, of course the government can tell a charity or any business what to do, because they've had a government, several governments under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration, during the lockdowns, where the government was trying to tell private businesses everything that they should do to micromanage individuals' lives. And what has been the net result of that? Nothing positive. Nothing positive came out of more government intrusion in personal individual lives. So we're going to see a change as we see Trump and his cabinet come together and take power. We will see that change. And that's why you see so much pushback from the left-leaning news media and so many Democrats. It means they will have less power. They will be less capable of doing whatever whim they may have at any given moment. And they are fearful because they will not be able to justify their authoritarian urges, in my opinion. Others may disagree. That's what I feel. My floor is sticky now. It's upsetting. I lost half the bottle of soda. I tell you, that's very upsetting. Anyway, hang on. Excuse me. So, that answers that. By the way, I completely forgot. Did I mention, and you'll see it on the screen in the lower right corner, that these are some of the things that we are working on at this time. There's November 18th, tomorrow. I will be on with the Voice of Reason. This will be across most of the central United States on syndication, on radio, and on TV. And it will also be available on Facebook. I may be able to live stream it. We'll see. But this will be a interview with the Voice of Reason, Andy Hooser. And I've been on with Andy before. I've known him. We've been on a couple of podcast panels together. And I'll be on with him again on his program throughout all of central the United States, speaking about, what's going on with the Trump administration, what we can expect, what are some of the obstacles. So that should be very interesting. That'll be tomorrow, Monday, at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. There is also, on the 21st, I will be joining with Hard Lens Media, Mr. Kit Cabello, who is the host of that program. People may be familiar with Kit Cabello. He's very popular through Chicago and amongst the third-party movement and the left in particular. He's a very well-known voice. He's a former Marine like myself. Kit Cabello is going to be joining me to talk about the potential of a second civil war, which is coming up because of some of the Democratic House representatives and what they are saying now about a shadow cabinet. We will get into that in this program, but we'll be talking with Kit Cabello about his view on that. And from a left-leaning standpoint, is there the likelihood of a second civil war coming? And on the 25th, November 25th, we will be live in the Bronx covering the Bronx Conservative Party and their live event with Councilwoman, with one of the New York councilwomen, speaking about the future of New York City and its government. And then on the 26th, we will be interviewing one of the first officially declared New York City mayoral candidates to replace Eric Adams. That will be Mr. Darren Aquino. And we will be interviewing him. So the next 2 weeks are kind of busy. This is on top of our regular scheduled commentary and products for you. So that should be quite interesting. I hope people will check out each and every one of those events when they come up. I got soda on my glasses too, didn't I? I did. Okay. So that being said, so let's actually jump in. I feel like I lost a little bit of my momentum because I was dealing with my own clumsiness. I apologize for that. So, that handles some of the upcoming events, that handles some of the breaking news. It kind of foretells some of the things we'll be talking about as we go forward. One of the first things that I wanted to address, looking at international news, which will affect America as well, is what we're hearing from Politico, that right now, the Prince of Darkness, the United Kingdom, England's Prince of Darkness, is going to be put into and be the ambassador to the United States. Now, this is kind of crazy, but it also tells us what we're going to be seeing from the United Kingdom, our closest ally in the world, and someone who's very important to U.S. politics is the United Kingdom, England. We really rely on them a lot. And right now, England has Keir Starmer as their prime minister. Keir Starmer is a stark raving lunatic from the left. Now, taking out my personal view of Keir Starmer as a stark raving lunatic and leftist, he is a very well-known leftist in the United Kingdom. That is undisputed. And he won the election as a prime minister, leading the United Kingdom, England, on a leftist attempt to become California. He's basically, Keir Starmer is basically trying to take the United Kingdom, England, and turn it into California, much to the chagrin of the British people, who are now realizing they don't want to be California, but they're stuck with this guy until the next election, essentially. And obviously, Keir Starmer does not agree with Donald Trump at all. And that is a roadblock because the European Union is moving center-right. That makes them moderate Democrats here in the United States. They're moving away from the leftist policies embraced by Keir Starmer, embraced by Emmanuel Macron in France. And even in France, the progressive movement, the right-wing movement has been very strong. Conservatism has been sweeping throughout all of Europe. They're trying to build up their walls. They're closing their borders. They're trying to change their ways. They have tried to be California, and it failed for them as much as it fails for California. And so they are trying to mend their ways. They're moving more to the right, and they are looking forward to working with Donald Trump, who matches their philosophy in many ways. And so this is a positive for America's relations with Europe. But the United Kingdom is in opposition of that. That kind of isolates the European Union. But this is why they've picked Peter Mendelsohn to come to the United States, because they hope he will be someone who will be able to handle, or at least get along with, Donald Trump and the Trump cabinet. You would not see this individual put in place were it not for Donald Trump having won the election. You would not see this kind of lightning rod of a politician. And that tells us what we can expect from France. That tells us what we can expect from some of the more left-leaning countries in the world. How we should expect to see Justin Trudeau in Canada, how they're going to react to the Trump administration. They're going to try and put up their firebrands and firewalls between their nations and the United States. And they're willing to risk some of their trade to do so. Now, Peter Mandelson, which most people in the United States have no idea who this guy is. They have no idea what he does. He is a leftist. He is a progressive. He is controversial, to say the least. He is well known for his scandals. He has many of them. And he is considered by many to be the political, here it is. He was forced to resign twice from government, from his position in government administration, over scandals, and has a reputation for being fake in public, but ruthless politically maneuvering behind the scenes, which is why he has the nickname Prince of Darkness. He will do whatever it takes. He will belittle and beat up whomever it needs to be able to maintain power, to be able to push his agenda forward. This is not a good person. This is a wheeler and dealer of the worst type. And that's who the United Kingdom is pointing to us. So, but not the way that anyone else does. And he's someone who believes that England should still be part of the European Union, which was dragging down the British economy. Okay, so you may not have heard about this guy before, but it is important that you learn about him. What that tells us is, going forward, 2025 and beyond, there will be a more strained relationship between the United States and England. Better relationship with Europe, worse relationship with Canada, France, and England, especially England. That's the big one. And there's going to be a lot more difficulty. Now, why does that matter? Well, if we look at things like being in the Sudan, when Joe Biden abandoned Americans in the Sudan, the British helped to get Americans out of the Sudan. Same thing happened in Afghanistan. So we've seen a lot of support. The British are our best ally, and they support us. They're part of the negotiation team that we have trying to get our hostages back from Hamas and putting pressure on Iran. And it is important, if we are to make Iran back down, to stop supporting and promoting terror around the world, well, to do that, we need all the allies we can to say that it's not just the American sanctions that will go back onto Iran to punish them for exporting terrorism around the world. We would need our allies in Europe, in the European Union, which we will get, and also our biggest ally, England. We would need that so that we can show a combined support and combined sanctions against Iran, which would put them back where they were in 2017, which would minimize the amount of terror in the world. This is good for everyone. Therefore, we need England to be in lockstep, or at least in closely aligned with the United States, which Keir Starmer does not want. And he is sending us a political message by having Peter Mandelson, who is a close friend of, or was a somewhat close friend of Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, Epstein Island Jeffrey Epstein. He's a close friend of that individual. This is going to be a problem. And he has signaled that England may not give the kind of support we need to stop global terror. I don't know why the British want that. I told you to go with Kemi Badenoch, but this tells us England may not be our best friend for the Trump administration, at least the first year to 2 years. I think that's important for you to understand. In addition to that, there is, no, I'm going to come back to that. Where's the other? One second, folks. I lost track of where's my news. In addition to that news, there is also overseas, speaking of Iran, one of the greatest threats to the world in world peace in terms of terrorism. We're talking about Hamas, the Houthis. We're talking about Hezbollah. These terrorist organizations that receive their funding, missiles, rockets, drones, they all come from Iran. And we see that Iran, which is a nation that poisons its own schoolgirls, girls going to school to learn how to read and write, were poisoned by the Iranian government. That's insane, but they did it. And they've been having some pushback because of that. Because they stoned a woman to death for having her hair exposed. This is Iran. And finally, we're starting to see some pushback against that. But at the same time, the Ayatollah Khamenei, who is in his 80s, about 85 right now, and in bad health, he's going to die soon. And the world will not cry. The world will not be sad that the Ayatollah of Iran is no longer with us. We look forward to that day and the celebration that it brings to the world. It will mean more peace in the world. But the problem is he has a son. And his son, who is I'm trying to pronounce his name, Mojtaba, I believe it is, Mojtaba, I believe it's pronounced Mojtaba, is going to be replacing him. His son is a chip off the old block. He is responsible for suppressing the Iranian people in 2009, when the Iranian people, at the same time as Barack Obama, the Green Movement, during the Green Movement under the Obama administration, Iranians were saying they wanted more democracy. They cried out to the United States, to President Obama and the Democrats with their supermajority, and said, help us to bring democracy to Iran. It was also at the same time, it actually preceded the Arab Spring, which was well noted by Barack Obama and Democrats here in the United States, as we saw uprisings throughout all of the Middle East, supposedly to enforce more democracy, which actually resulted in more terrorist organizations having stronger strongholds over these governments, like in Libya, like in Iraq and others. So Joe, and what did Barack Obama do? Nothing. He didn't help them at all. And so the Ayatollah Khamenei's son punished all the people looking for freedom, all of the people looking for democracy. He came down like an iron fist and crushed them. He was also, in 2021, given the title of Ayatollah, which makes him a religious leader, which means the religious fanatics that run Iran now will obey him. He's going to be replacing his dad. This is very much like what we saw in North Korea, where the son of a dictator is following in his dad's boots, that it's going down the family line, and we can expect nothing better. This is not an improvement. This doesn't bode well for anyone in the world. This is a problem. So while it's great news that Khamenei is going to die because he's 85 and he's ill, and the world looks forward to the day he no longer is in power in Iran, it is saddened that his son will not show any further improvement. He is no better. And so America's approach to Iran should not change. We still should enforce all of the sanctions that we had in 2017, 2018, should all be replaced. Every sanction lifted by the Biden-Harris administration in the failed hope to reactivate the Iran nuclear deal, all of those sanctions should be put back in place because Iran still continues to support global terrorism. They are actively supporting the terrorism of the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas against Israel, our ally, our only ally in the Middle East, and are responsible. Iran is responsible for Hamas killing 34 Americans and taking 22 Americans hostage to this day. More than a year later, Hamas continues to hold Americans hostage. Why are we giving them sanctions relief? Why are we helping them to hurt American citizens? This is insane. So his son will not be any sunshine. He will not improve the situation. America's position should not change. I say this now because you will hear from the American left, the progressives out there, the same college students and Harvard and at Columbia, at Binghamton University, across this nation, those very same college students that are pro-Hamas, who, like Ilhan Omar and Dearborn, Michigan, want to support terrorism in the world, they want to support genocide, they're going to say that because the leadership will change, they're going to tell you that, well, Iran has changed. It's no longer a warmonger. It's no longer the greatest supporter of terrorism in the world, and that we should suddenly start giving them financial aid and remove all sanctions. They are going to make that argument because they have been making that argument. And I am telling you now, that is a lie to your face. I am telling you that there is no benefit in having the current Ayatollah or his son in power, that they all support terrorism and they will all support genocide. And before you start hearing those lies, do not believe them. This is important because the news media is going to try and tell you it's all different now. They're going to tell you that it's all changed, that we have an opportunity here. No, we don't. They said the same things in North Korea when Kim Jong-il died and his son, Kim Jong-un, took over, and they said the same thing about North Korea changing. Things will be different. No, they're not. We just have to be honest about these things. And no, even though there will, and we can, I would almost guarantee that when the current Ayatollah's son takes over, and his name is Mojtaba, I'm getting the name wrong, but I don't care. Mojtaba, let me get it right. When he takes over, they're going to say, we're going to hear from the left, the progressive left, are going to say, well, now we can do the Iran nuclear deal because he is so much better than his father. It will be entirely different. He will actually keep his promises. They won't build a nuclear weapon. That is a lie. This kid will build the nuclear weapon just as fast as his father would. He will promote terrorism just as much as his father does. We cannot fall into that trap. It's not because the sins of the father are being applied to him. It is that he is demonstrably just as bad as what we have already seen from his father. Do not believe the lie that you will hear from the left, that Harvard and Columbia and all of their students who are going into the news media are going to tell you and say, no, don't believe your lying eyes. Believe the left. Just keep your head down. Don't ask questions and just agree. That's what they're saying now in the news media, and they're going to keep saying it because Harvard and Columbia and the mainstream institutionalized colleges are pumping out student after student that have been indoctrinated to believe that somehow terrorism is a good thing. I don't get it. I do not get it. It does not make sense to me. But that is the case that we're seeing. Speaking of Hamas, and let me update this for you. Hamas hostages. Where are the Hamas hostages? If you remember, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris at the DNC meeting in Chicago when she was anointed and officially became the nominee for the Democrats for the 2024 election, she stood on stage with the family of one of the hostages held, if not killed, by Hamas. And she said that the number one priority of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that's president and vice president, is to end the hostage siege of American citizens held by Hamas, tortured by Hamas, sexually abused by Hamas for the last more than a year. It has been more than a year now. And they were their number one priority amongst all of their number one priorities, which was everything that they talked about. Everything's a number one priority. But this number one priority was to get these hostages back home. Well, it's after the election. Joe Biden is still the president, even if he isn't around all the time. And Kamala Harris is still the vice president, even though she's ineffective. They still have power, and we still don't have an end to the Hamas hostages. We don't have our American citizens back. The British don't have their hostages back. There are over 106 individuals that Hamas continues to hold, and we sadly believe, like many in the news media internationally, believe that all the hostages are dead, that Hamas, have killed every single hostage, just like they did 2 months ago when an American citizen, a 20-year-old boy, was about to be rescued by Israel, and Hamas shot him in the head just so he couldn't go home, just so Israel couldn't say they saved 6 hostages. Just to spite the world, they killed a 22-year-old kid who was a hostage and tied up and have been held for a year being tortured and sexually abused. And they shot him in the head just to make sure he could not be rescued. And where are they? Where, throughout the entire election process, where are they? Kamala Harris was more than happy to prop up that parent, put them on a stage, make sure everyone had the feels, and said, this is my priority. I'm going to work on this. Did you hear her talk about any of the hostages throughout her 90 days, 120 days of campaigning? Did you hear her mention the hostages? Did you see Joe Biden have any conversations about the hostages? Did you see Secretary of State Blinken do anything about the hostages? The first bit of news about the hostages was after the election. And the first thing that we heard about that was after we found out Donald Trump would be the next president. Then and only then did the Biden administration say that Hamas is full of crap and they're playing games, trying to delay, and we're not going to be part of fake negotiations for a year. We're finally going to stop waiting around for Hamas to say they're going to give back the hostages. The one thing that would guarantee a ceasefire overnight. And for everyone from Harvard and Columbia, Binghamton University, UCLA, the colleges across this nation who are demanding the Dearborn, Michigan Democrats, the progressives there, that are the Democratic Socialists of America, who are demanding that America has to do something. Let's remind you that there is and has been for a year deals on the table. Hamas, Gaza can have a ceasefire tomorrow. All they have to do is give back the hostages. It is that simple. That is the one stipulation. That is a guarantee from every nation in the world, especially the ones where they hold hostages, like the United Kingdom, the United States, France, Germany. We can go around the world. It's 56 nations around the world. They have all guaranteed that Israel will live up to a ceasefire, and they will immediately stop everything if Hamas gives back the hostages, alive or dead. Give them back and you get a ceasefire. That is the guarantee. And Hamas has turned it down over 12 different times. And the only time that the Biden-Harris administration has taken that seriously and done anything diplomatically to say that they are tired of this and that Hamas is not taking them seriously, the only time was after the election this week when Anthony Blinken and the United States said, you know what? Get out of Qatar. You're not serious. We're not going to sit around and wait for you to make a deal, when the only part of the deal, the only thing holding up the deal is Hamas giving back the hostages. Dearborn, Michigan, the Progressive Democratic Socialists of America, if you want someone to end the war in Gaza, fantastic. Tell Hamas to give back the hostages. It'll be done. That same day. That same day. They tend to forget to mention that to the American people and the world, that the only thing stopping a ceasefire overnight is Hamas giving back the hostages. And as you can see in the news, as I show it to you here, there is not one article talking about the hostages that are held right now and being set home. There are articles that are saying that Donald Trump will have to be, this is going to happen under the Trump administration, that the hostages will come back when Trump is in power because Biden can't do it. There are people, as we can see from Reuters 3 days ago, families of Israeli hostages held. Israeli hostages? How about American hostages? I love this in Reuters. There's Israeli hostages in Gaza. There's American hostages in Gaza. There are at least 17 Americans being held hostage by Hamas at this time for the last year. At least 17. And they're talking about Israeli hostages. What about the American hostages? Oh, you're not supposed to think about that because that makes progressives and the left in America look bad. It embarrasses Harvard and Columbia and the colleges that are saying that Hamas are the good guys. We can't talk about that. 17 Americans. It's ridiculous. And the fact that Joe Biden can't get them home is ridiculous. You know, we have Delta Force. We have special forces that are specifically trained to go into enemy areas to achieve very specific goals, like rescuing American hostages held by a foreign entity. That's what their job is. Now, I understand sometimes that doesn't work out. Like, I'm old enough to remember the Carter administration. And I remember when Delta Force was incapable of rescuing the American hostages held by Iran because of dust storms and bad equipment. I get that. But at least Carter tried. I will give President Carter that kind of... A lot of people, especially if you're older, you remember President Carter, and he was a screw-up of a president. Good human being. He's ostensibly a good man, but a horrible president. And he did try. He at least tried to get the American hostages back. He failed, but he did try. Joe Biden isn't even trying. We keep getting this, well, we've talked to them. We're talking to them. We've had a conversation with them. They won't talk to us. Do something. Make it so they have to talk to us. Send in Delta Force. Put them in alongside the Mossad. Go in and get the hostages back. Stop sitting around. Am I asking for too much? I don't think I am. That's because I dropped the soda earlier. Scared him. Okay, well, give me a little bit, Con. Come on. Give me a half hour. Anyway, sorry. As you're hearing, my dog, who's 13 years old, is a little impatient. For those who are new to the channel, we normally take a break right around the 2.5 hour mark so I can walk my dog because he's older. He's 13 years old. And then I come back. We continue the show and then we keep moving forward. But I usually get to the 2.5 hour mark beforehand. Today's quite the day, I tell you. Let me see here. Graham says, going back to the homeless charity conflict story. Okay, let me stop and let's go back to that. Graham is asking, if the government is a customer of a private business, should the government be able to pressure that company as a customer? No more so than any other company. If the government, here's the thing. It's kind of like Kamala Harris's claim of price gouging. There are mechanisms that already exist for the government to signal its displeasure. If a business is breaking the law, equal opportunity, improper business practices, not paying their taxes. If there are improprieties that a business is doing, we have a slew of legal remedies that are available for the state, local, state, and federal government. And so the federal government can enact any of those policies. And if that is not sufficient, the federal government can always end their business with that business. They can stop doing business with that company. Okay. And they can end their business practices. Now, with that being said, give me a minute. I understand. So there's a way for them to take that action. So that is possible. It is likely, and that can be taken care of. Yeah. Graham's saying take the break. I am. I just wanted to answer your question. And as you can hear my puppy in the background, he's crying. And I don't like him crying. So he feels like he's in need. So folks, we're going to take the break because I want the puppy to be okay. Give me a second, Con. I'll be right there. So we're going to take him. All right. So you heard a little bit about when we do the break, just so you know, if it's the first time you're seeing the channel, when we take a break, I play a video that we've done in the past. It could be an event. It could be me speaking, public speaking. It could be a show that we've done, an interview that we've done. We play that, and that will play until I get back, and then we pick back up in the show. This one is from 2019. It actually is from exactly 5 years ago, November 17th, 2019. It was in response to, I was doing an interview with college students from Binghamton University who had been assaulted by a mob of 200 progressive students at Binghamton University. 3 conservative students attacked by 200 progressive students. There was video of the event, and a Binghamton City Council member, a Democrat, was part of that mob assaulting these students. So we had the live response, and I'm going to play that for you. I'm going to walk my dog, and then I'll be back, let's say in about 45 minutes, okay? So I'll talk to you in a moment. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. That's right. This is No Soundbites Allowed. In fact, we're going to be launching a great new program called Conservatives Standing Tall. We'll be talking about that in a moment, but we want to give people a couple seconds here, a few moments, to catch up with us on what exactly is going to be happening here today, what we're going to be talking about. So we want to make sure everyone's going to have a chance to listen in. So we're going to give it a couple more seconds, and then we're going to get right into the show. And 1, 2, 3, here we go, folks, here we go. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me. This is Michael Voss, and as you can tell, we're going to have some guests on the program. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, and I'm over here on, I shifted sides here, because I'm going to be talking with a couple of students who were involved in an incredible event that had happened this weekend. You may have already seen some of it. You may have heard about it. Oops, wrong screen. You may have heard about it already, that there was a near riot at Binghamton University on Thursday. That was the 14th of November. Today is obviously November 17th. And this has been gaining a lot of attention, mostly national attention. And you've seen it, you may have seen it on Daily Wire, you may have seen it from the Young Americans Foundation, but essentially they've been talking about this horrible, shameful, violent attack against students for the mere fact that those students were talking, that they were sharing their thoughts. And that's really a terrifying thought. And there's video of this, which was provided by Young Americans Foundation, and you may see it. Let's see. We got some
They're oppressing and genocidal Palestinians.
Oh, really? Did you see all the rockets which were just fired? Did you not see any of the rockets?
The rockets are hitting Israel every day, really. That's good for them. Let's keep hitting Israel until they give their land back.
Oh.
Let's keep hitting them. Good for them.
That kind of scared me right there. Did you hear that, folks? It's let's keep hitting Israel until they get their land back. So let's use violence. Let's use violence. Now, there's a lot of aspects to this story, a lot of things that I want to go through, a lot of things that are who we have in studio right now. A gentleman who actually went through this entire process, and that is John Lezak. He is the Vice President of Turning Point USA chapter at Binghamton University. He is the Secretary for the Binghamton College Republicans. Sorry, I always get that part a little thrown off.
It's all right. It's all right.
And he was there. He actually had to survive the mob attack. It was horrible. And I'm going to be speaking with him, and John, I'm going to come right to you in a second, but I just want to make this very clear because I've been talking about this for a while. This should not be just me talking about this. This should not be just Daily Wire talking about this. The local media won't touch this. They just aren't covering this story, and they should be covering this story. This is important. This is about the First Amendment. This is about malice. This is about menacing, intimidation. This is about politics, about what it is to be a progressive, what it is to be a libertarian or a conservative or a Republican. And we need to talk about this. By the way, folks, throughout this show, I am going to be looking and I am watching on YouTube for any comments. I'd love to have it on Facebook, but Facebook is blocking us. You can reach us on Twitter. You can reach us on our phone, which is 607-242-1582. And you can leave your comments. You can text us there, or you can call in and we'll have you on live. But enough of me talking right now, because I wanted to set the tone a little bit, give people an idea. But let me start with, so John, it was Thursday morning. You went out. What were you guys thinking? What was the thought?
So we, at College Republicans and Turning Point USA, we decided we were going to advertise for our Arthur Laffer event that is coming up on Monday. That is Monday, November 18th at 7:30. We are hosting Arthur Laffer, the famous economist. We decided it was best to advertise for that event. And with that, we got hot chocolate, we got flyers. We decided we were going to hand out both at the same time, and hopefully we're going to get enough people to come to our event. Now, at that same time, Turning Point was also coming. We had our Turning Point representative coming in, who planned on tabling on Thursday as well. So we decided we'd do both at once, kill two birds with one stone, and do both at the same time. Now, Turning Point was advertising for their organization. Okay. They were signing people up. They were giving out pins, posters, and they were just getting people interested in the organization.
Okay.
Now, in our planning, we decided the best way to get attention for this would be to wear Make America Great Again hats.
MAGA hats, okay.
Of course. And our TPUSA president, Lacey, had purchased a Donald Trump cardboard cutout. Mm-hmm. And we figured that was probably just such a good idea. You know, it would get so many people looking at us. It would get us so much attention. Mm-hmm. It would be a good idea to bring that out with us. We knew it would get some negative attention. We did not think it would get the negative attention that it got.
Okay, before we go further,
yes.
let me stop right there. So just so people understand this, because not everyone is going to a college or they don't have tabling events.
Yeah.
And I know when I went to college, we didn't have them, at least by that name. So when you said you were going out, you were going to table. What is a tabling event?
Of course, yeah. I realize
that's
not
okay.
Everyone knows that. Yeah. Tabling is essentially you get your organization out, you get a table, and you do whatever. There's many objectives to tabling. Mostly it's to get people interested. It's to pull people in, to sign people up, or to give away things. In our case, it was to give away hot chocolate and flyers. So our tabling was setting up a table, getting our flyers and hot chocolate on the table, getting a nice sign that would attract people in, and then pulling people over to the table and giving away these things to them.
So it's marketing. It's essentially just
Yes,
marketing.
it is marketing.
It's a way to get people to know about your group.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, so that's fine. No one cares about that. I mean, that's normal. Now, on tabling, let me ask you this. Has any organization at Binghamton University ever tabled an event without approval?
Yes.
Okay. And have any of those groups been political, like the Democrats, the progressives on campus, anyone?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a common practice.
Yes.
Basically, you get a table. If I'm understanding it right, and please tell me if I'm not, you get a table, you put it out, you have a flyer, a flag, a cutout poster, whatever it may be, and you say, hey, we exist. We have an idea. Would you like to know about it?
That's what tabling is.
That's okay. So we understand what tabling is.
Yep.
So I've seen people do that everywhere in Binghamton, New York City. People are just on side of the street. Were you blocking the ability of people to walk past you?
Absolutely not. We were right where the there's a little stone wall near the edge. We were just there. That's where we were.
Okay.
We were not anywhere near the middle. We were totally on the side.
Okay, so people had a clear walkway. If they wanted to just walk right past you, they could have done it.
Yeah, we were next to a light pole. If they were going to be walking where the tables were, they would have hit a light pole. You know, we were not in the way in any sense.
Okay, so tabling exists.
Yes.
Organizations of every type table at any time.
Yes.
And you didn't obstruct or cause anyone to be forced to be involved with what you were doing.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did people just walk past you?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Did people walk past you, make comments?
Yes.
Pro, negative?
More negative than pro. Usually when people support us, they come up to us.
Okay.
And then people can make passive aggressive remarks as they walk by. Those are always the opposition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a normal kind of event where if you didn't care about it, if you don't care about politics, you just walk right past.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So that's fair. And that's common.
Yes.
And that's consistent.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So let me take another question, because I've been reading all of the comments out there, especially by Councilman Conrad Taylor, who I will be addressing, and his participation in this in just a second.
Yeah.
But I've heard a changing narrative coming from the progressives and the college liberals and their supporters that are constantly saying, well, no, you just don't understand. It's about racism. It's about Donald Trump. It's about freedom. It's about fear. It's about intimidation. The story has changed. It's about white supremacy. I keep hearing a different version of why or what you guys were doing. So I want to understand. You said that you're coming out to give away hot chocolate.
Yes.
To promote an economist speaking at Binghamton University. You had a cutout of Donald Trump. Okay. Are these things, was in your conversation, I mean, you're white. Did everyone go, hey, we're white, let's go out there and talk about white things, which I don't think an economist, hot chocolate, or a cutout of President Trump are indicative of racism?
No. Yeah, it's crazy how the narrative has changed. And from the beginning, it was, the starting point was they were doing it illegally. They didn't get their permit. This is not a legitimate table. That was the first point.
That was an argument that was made, and I think in some of the video, I've seen an hour and a half of video from different perspectives, unedited, of the event since it happened, starting on Thursday night from several of my sources. And I've been trying to make sure the news media gets this as well. So I've seen literally 40-minute blocks of uninterrupted video. One of the arguments that came up is, well, you're not the college Republicans, but TPUSA is not authorized to be able to.
Yeah, so their argument was that TPUSA is not yet chartered. We're working on it, by the way, but we're not yet chartered, so we're not allowed to table. You know, this is all nonsense. This is just things that they were saying to try to get us off. They were coming up with a whole bunch of legal mumbo jumbo to try to get us to pack up and leave.
Okay, let me stop again. Has any organization that is not chartered ever tabled at Binghamton University?
For sure. For sure. This is not the first time.
Okay, and when you say chartered, I assume that means an official club.
Yeah.
Is there something like you need a certain number of people, or what is it? What is that?
Well, yeah, we have our the TPUSA organization. They're currently working on that. But essentially, what charter means is that you are receiving money from the school.
Okay,
right?
so
Yeah.
so you're not TPUSA is an organization that doesn't get money from taxpayers through the university to the students.
Not yet. I mean, we're working on getting chartered, which is the official term. But no, we don't receive the money from the school yet.
So they're a free organization.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's free, no taxpayer money involved. It's just students that say, "Hey, we have a similar point of view."
Yeah, we support this. Yeah, that's it. It's just we support this organization. We're going to work for this organization.
So since you don't get government funding, that's a problem. Because
yeah,
you're not
yeah,
getting government funding via the university, that's a problem for some people.
Michael, don't you know the government needs to spend on everything?
Okay. So the lack of government intervention is a problem. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Because I want to make sure people understand, what are we talking about? What are we really talking about? Because we're talking about, oh, it's not legal. You mean it's not government funded? Not the same thing. Students can say anything if they want to. I mean, that's freedom of speech, right?
Of course.
Because that's what colleges are supposed to be about.
Oh yeah.
Free
That's
exchange of
the
ideas.
purpose. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. But I cut you off there, so go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. So the narrative started off, we're doing this illegally. Total nonsense. I think they realized that that's not really a working argument, so they switched it over and they said, they are promoting gun violence. They are putting all of our lives at risk. What? What does that even mean? Half of the tables, one of the tables was promoting an event, an economic event. The other table was promoting an organization. Now, that organization had posters up, about 6 posters, I would say. Maybe 2 of them had something to do with guns, because TPUSA is pro-Second Amendment.
Okay.
That is very clear. So 2 of the posters were pro-gun, and that means that we were all promoting gun violence?
Okay. Now, this is an interesting point, and it's an important one.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people may not be aware. So, and there is a picture, and I'm going to show it right now real quick on the screen, just so people know what I'm talking about here. And I'm going to get to what this article is saying and what this image is. And you can blow it up for yourselves. It's coming from the Binghamton Review 2019. The leftist mob harasses conservative students at BU. So you can look it up there, and I'll kind of be coming back to this. But in that image, you can see, and I'll explain the image a little bit later, what we see is there is a poster that shows an AR-15 and a couple of other firearms.
Yeah.
But it's it's saying freedom of expression here.
Oh, yeah.
Freedom of the Second Amendment. So I want to be very clear. That's one of the images, saying that Americans should have the right to have a Second Amendment. Is that threatening?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of whether we were doing it for guns or not, even if we were doing it for guns, how is that threatening? How is that promoting violence? I hear people saying it's so bad that we're doing this because, the school shooting just happened, and we're doing this because of the school shooting.
Right. Good point. And
yeah.
So let's backtrack again,
Course,
so people know, again, we want full context here so everyone understands what are we really talking about. So in full context, you guys went out at what time?
We were gathering materials at 10. The actual tabling began around 10:45 to 11.
Okay, let's call it 11 o'clock.
Sure.
And in California is 3 hours behind us.
Yes.
So at 11 o'clock, it's 8 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
At that moment, when you walked out, did you know there was a shooting?
No.
That there was a shooting event where a very troubled 15-year-old decided to commit suicide and kill others.
Yeah.
Did you know about that?
Nobody knew about it.
Okay. So there was no sudden plan, hey, there was a shooting, let's take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, this is such a good idea. Why don't we, it's a ridiculous notion that we planned this in any way.
Okay.
Yeah. It's almost conspiratorial.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and it's not unreasonable. I think most people didn't hear about this story. It didn't get national until roughly 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about 2 hours after the event started or the incident started in California, 2 hours after you started your tabling. So did you guys get a notice about there was a shooting?
So I left. I had to go do a meeting in the middle of this tabling. So around like 11:30 to 12, I went to my meeting. Somewhere in that meeting, I got a notification on my phone.
Okay.
That's when I found out.
Okay. So well into the event.
Yeah, well into it.
Okay.
Nothing we could do about it.
Right. Life happens.
Yes.
You know, no one knows, no one can plan, oh, today will be a school shooting. You know, like you know that.
Yeah. No.
You can say, hey, today there's going to be a shooting in Chicago. That you can plan for.
Oh, yeah.
Because I guarantee you this weekend, 30 people got shot in Chicago. Because
Nobody talks about it, by the way.
No. Because every weekend, 30 people get shot in Chicago
Yeah.
and Baltimore and in Detroit. But anyway, that side point. So you're having that. And in the image I see, which it looks like it was at the beginning of your tabling, that image I just showed, and I'll show it again. The picture shows that there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 of you there. Or
yes.
is there 5?
So there.
I know there's a picture of Donald Trump there, but there's about 4, maybe 5 people.
So
I know it's
during
small.
that picture, there was 4. It floated around because there was 3 of us in the beginning. Then there was 4. Then there's 3 again and 4 again, and yeah, it rotated around the 3 to 5 number.
Okay, and so it looks like this was somewhere around 1 o'clock. And 1 o'clock, roughly, between 1 and 2, according to the picture and the time frame that it's in, it looks like there was no crowd.
No.
Students weren't coming around to say, oh, we're going to complain.
No, not at that moment.
So you had been there for over 2 hours. No one cared.
Yeah, I mean, we got a little bit of engagement. There were people that came over to debate or call us racists, things like that. People came over in support, but there wasn't a big showing like those other videos.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And that's, I want to be clear what I mean.
Yeah.
There wasn't a mob growing.
No,
there wasn't a crowd growing saying, oh my God, I have fear. This is an expression of hate. This is something I can't live with. This is somehow interfering with my ability to live my life that you had that small table.
Not at that moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So somewhere after, between 1:47 to 2:18 p.m. that afternoon, suddenly a crowd starts showing up.
Yeah, it started with only a handful of people. They came over and made it very clear that they were not leaving. This was when we had a crowd form, and they spent about 10 minutes talking to me about school policy, about how I'm not allowed to be here. I wasn't allowed to interrupt them, by the way. This was a 10-minute speech that they were making about, and this code says this and that and this and that. And then at the end of it, they go, okay, so now you have to leave. And I go, no. If you let me make my point, I'm not leaving. The First Amendment, guarantees my right to stay here, and I don't think school policy will go over the First Amendment or the Constitution in any way. And I made that point very clear. I believe they went through the whole argument again about school policy, and then I said, nope, not leaving. And I think that's when they realized that this whole argument was a waste of time, and they started resorting to other means.
Okay. Now, everything we've been talking about so far, I want people to understand that everything you're mentioning seems to be exactly what was said by the Binghamton Review. The reporters, a school newspaper, the Binghamton Review, in their article, Leftist Mob Harasses Conservative Students at BU, as I show on the screen right now, they go into this story. And so far, everything you're mentioning is matching up. That you had gone out there, time frame, and that no one was really opposed to it, no one was worried about it, until, in particular, the one woman who was pictured here right now, and she was very public. She knew she was being recorded on cell phones and videos. So she was very vocal, very angry, very agitated, and one of the provocateurs in trying to incite a riot, it would seem.
Definitely one of the main characters in this whole saga, I would say.
Screaming. And at the same time, we see that there was a comment coming from agents or individuals. They appear to be leftist, progressive, liberals at Binghamton University decided that, well, because there was Trump supporters, and I'll actually read the quote of the image as provided by the Binghamton Review. On the left, it says, "Today, on the spine, Trump supporters are actively advocating for the Trump administration and gun violence." Again, an image in support of the Second Amendment doesn't mean gun violence, but this is what they're saying.
Yes.
They go on to say, "Join us at 2 as we disrupt this space that Binghamton has allowed students to create and protest the racism, homophobia, and xenophobia that has erupted from the Trump and his supporters." Okay, before I go further. So they've already detailed that at 2 o'clock, an event that's going on that is not drawing a crowd, that does not have opposition by students or the university, that they were going to create an opposition, that they were going to create an incident, that due to their xenophobia of someone having an idea that was separate of their own, that they were going to go out there and they were going to incite an incident.
Yep.
That's what that text says. And they were gathering a mob to be able to do that.
Yes.
To be aggressors and to attack you, to try to intimidate you. And I don't say that slightly because in the picture right next to it, which appeared on The Culture, a community, Binghamton student community group text, we see that there's going to be some language here. An individual whose identity was not revealed said, "I heard there's only 3 of the supporters there." Response, "Yeah, there's not that many, but fuck him up anyways." 13 people loved that idea.
Yes.
To be violent, to aggress against you because you have a different idea. They wanted to be violent. The next thing, and that's where we have the image. They then go on to say, "Pick your gun." Pick your gun is what was on the poster. Okay, out of context, but that's what it says. "On the day a shooting occurred," that's literally disgusting. Fine, that's out of context, but maybe that's what they believe. But they go on to say at 2:18, 18 minutes after the event started, their mob was growing. They say, "Today on the spine, Trump supporters are actively advocating for the Trump administration and gun violence." Sounds kind of consistent. "Join us at 2 as we disrupt this disgusting space." And they go on and say exactly the same thing again. So this is a repeated idea. That doesn't sound like just someone occasionally or coincidence. This was not accidental.
No.
This was a plan.
Oh, this is totally organized. This is a top-down operation to disrupt our free speech.
So they wanted to intimidate you with a crowd
Oh, yeah.
that they organized to try and silence you and to remove you because they don't like President Trump. They don't like firearms, the Second Amendment. And in their mind, anyone who doesn't agree with them must be a racist, a homophobe, or a xenophobe.
Yeah.
Which actually sounds like, and considering their claims of white supremacy, they seem to be the racists and the xenophobes. That seems to be interesting. So, 2 o'clock, you get this crowd that's coming around you. What happens?
Yeah, so around 2 o'clock, their numbers just start doubling, right? It starts with about 8 of them, and then about 20 of them, and then before you know it, there are 50 people yelling at you. Then there's 100 people yelling at you, and then I don't know when the 200 number came out, but that was definitely the amount of people that were surrounding us. It got so out of hand so quickly, and I remember when there was 8 people there. And then it was like there was a time skip to when there was 200 people there. It happened in such a short span of time. And you could see from the text, this had to be organized. And you see the language. This was not meant to be this was not meant to be a debate. This was not a sharing of ideas. This was not looking for middle ground. F them up. that clearly shows this is meant to be a shutdown. This is meant to be brown shirt activity. This is fascist in nature. This is totalitarian in nature. This is not a sharing of ideas by any standard.
Yeah, not at all.
No.
And I find this to be very troubling. Now, there are some other images I want to share with people so that they can see this. One of them comes from a city councilman, Binghamton City Councilman Conrad Taylor, who happens to also be he's a student at Binghamton University, and he was an elected official. And on his official elected city council Twitter page, he has some very interesting things. On October, and I want to refer to this, and you can go see this yourself if you wish, on Conrad Taylor's page. Conrad Taylor says, on November 7th, there is a cost to turning people away from the government. It weakens our democracy, it hurts our community, it depletes us of hope. Government should be a place where people come together. Let's rebuild the trust in our communities, not break them apart. That's what he had to say on November 7th. And then on November 14th, Conrad Taylor as is pictured on the screen, is saying college Republicans and Turning Point USA tabled without approval, which is not a factor, at Binghamton University today in support of guns, right after a school shooting with a real Donald Trump cutout. Young people spoke up and told them where to shove it. This is his statement. Now, if you see again the picture, that isn't in favor of mass shootings.
No.
That's in favor of the Second Amendment.
Yes.
If you look at the students here, which is well after 2 o'clock, based on video and the timeline of the text that we've already seen, so it seems that Councilman Conrad Taylor is very much in support of silencing people that he does not agree with.
Yeah, seems like it.
His statement is that because someone supports gun rights, that this is something that's wrong.
Yeah.
That the fact that people, he says they spoke up, this was menacing. By definition, the mob activity falls under New York State laws of menacing, intimidation. There were threats of violence according to the video that captures individuals threatening you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Both physically and also economically, and being able to have a chartered club and being able to express your views. This was a denial of the First Amendment. And we have a sitting city councilman, Conrad Taylor, who is making these comments. And by the way, just so people can really understand how bad that is, this is the Facebook page for Councilman Conrad Taylor in Binghamton, New York. And Mr. Taylor's page has absolutely nothing about the event. He is more than happy to go to Twitter to talk about his views about silencing people. He is more than happy to go on and promote the silencing of the First Amendment, to deny people their right to free speech, which would affect their ability to be involved in government, which he seems to think is okay, I guess, for some people. But he isn't willing to share his same information to his constituents, that he believes that they should be able to shut them down. Even though both are his official page, he has no transparency. And I think that's important to point out.
Yeah.
And I have called on Conrad Taylor to speak about this, to explain why he did this. And I also want to bring this up because Councilman Taylor, and I'm going to show everyone a video right now so you can see this. One of the videos, as supplied by the Binghamton University College Republicans, video of the event.
You don't just like how everybody has a voice in this country. You think everybody has a fucking voice in this country? Black people have
Let me stop that. Did you hear? Everybody has a voice in this country, black and white, except conservatives, because they're trying to shut down your voice.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting to note. You can't speak, but people in the country have the right to speak out. Okay, let's go on.
Shut up and get out.
No.
Shut up and get out.
How about not?
There's free speech for you. Shut up and get out. There's free speech. There's a discourse. What an intelligent argument that's being made on the video live. What's happening there? What's happening in that scene right there? Do you see that?
Huh. Interesting. It's a very cohesive, well said point on their end. Very good argument. They were packing up our table. They kept saying, pack it up, pack it up, pack it up. We weren't doing it, so they decided to take everything off our tables, flip the tables, and if you press the play button, you could see not very effectively pack up the tables. They were folding them up.
So they took your property against your will, and were forcibly removing your property.
Kicking it shut. Yes.
Destroying your property, because that table later gets destroyed, as video shows.
I do not know where the table is.
I do see other video. I've seen an hour and a half where I do see later the video shows that the table has been destroyed. I know the owner of the video of the table has reported and identified that it has been broken.
Yes.
So
yes.
Vandalism.
Oh yeah.
And this is what Conrad Taylor and many other supporters, this is what they believe in. Destruction of property. Okay, let's go back to the video. Let me see. This crowd is growing, as people can see. But it's still not 200. Get out.
Love Trump, hey. Love Trump, hey.
Okay, so there's a lot of cursing here. I don't want to get into the cursing a whole lot. But what we're seeing is that's not a crowd of 200. We're seeing them say that you have to shut up, you have to pack up. They're forcibly taking your items and getting rid of them. They've destroyed property. Yeah. How are you feeling at that moment?
I mean, the thing is, I was concerned for, the safety of the people I was with. I was concerned for our materials. We had a whole box that YAF gave us. I do not know where that box is. I know that they took it. It was all taken. All of our property was stolen. It was damaged. At that point, I was concerned. However, I was relieved to know that all of this was being recorded, right? Because we had Lacey, we had Taylor there. They were both recording all of this. So I was pleased to know that all of this was being seen, that people were seeing the barbaric nature of what these people were doing. Free speech to them is just destroying our things. They said, "Oh, this is my right to free speech," as they break our tables, as they tell us to shut up and go away. That is not when we say free speech, we mean debating ideas. We mean sharing our thoughts, you sharing your thoughts, and us finding a common middle ground. We do not mean you screaming at our face so we can't talk, packing our things up, breaking them, and stealing them. That's not free speech to us. That's free speech to them, apparently.
Well, no, that's vandalism. That's malice. That's menacing. That's intimidation. That's stealing. That's a lot of things, but it has nothing to do with free speech. And no one's freedom, no one's ability to pursue life, liberty, and happiness is allowed to impose on you. The moment it starts taking, when I physically force you to do something or physically stop you from doing something, I'm no longer talking about freedom. That's no longer freedom. So we got to make sure that's clear. Obviously, these college students haven't been informed of the Constitution or law in general.
Well, actually, it's funny you say that because I remember a specific conversation. It's not in the YAF video, but I think it might be on camera, on video, where we say, this is our First Amendment right. This is all in the Constitution. This is the law of the land. And they specifically said, F the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't matter. The Constitution was written by racists. Wow. So, in fact, this has nothing to do with freedom of speech to them because freedom of speech that's off the table. That was made by racists. Freedom of speech was thought up by racists. So we can't practice that because racists practice that. That is the law of racism. That is not the law of the modern America that they want to build.
Okay, that's not the socialist ideology.
No, not at all.
Well, I've seen the socialist ideology when I lived in Moscow,
Of course.
and Tbilisi and Riga, and I tell you what, that's not freedom. That's authoritarian, iron fist rule. But
Yeah.
let me go to another video. And again, folks, if you want to see this for yourself, you can. This is at the the Binghamton University College Republicans page. You can go there yourself and see the video that I am providing here for you. And you can see it in its fullness.
Record me. Can you send me that?
Does everyone like the First Amendment here?
Oh, where was it? Just going to show it again.
You don't care about
There. I'm stopping the video right there for a second. As the students are more than happy to scream about no justice, no peace, when they're talking about no justice, no peace, for who? There's no peace for who? Because what is their justice? They're talking about social justice, which means if you have to qualify it, it's not what you're talking about. But that being said, they're there, they're screaming at you. We see the crowd is 50 some odd students big. And who's in that crowd at that moment? Well, I'll go back to the video. I just froze it. That's Conrad Taylor. That is Councilman Conrad Taylor, who came to the event. Now, was he called to the event because of the Group Me response asking for a mob to come and intimidate a bunch of conservatives? I don't know. But I do know that Binghamton City Councilman Conrad Taylor is at that event supporting a mob that's trying to intimidate you, that's menacing you, harassing you, and destroying property. Let me ask you, now that I don't know if you noticed that he was there before.
No, I didn't know that.
How do you feel about that?
I feel like I shouldn't even be surprised. I shouldn't even be surprised.
That a sitting member of a sitting elected official would join a mob that would harass, menace, intimidate, and silence the First Amendment?
I mean, this is something that obviously, if you go back 10 or 20 years, this is mind-blowing. No one would be able to conceive something like this. But in the modern day, honestly, yeah, I can see that happening.
Actually, you don't have to go back that far. If people may remember, because I do, and the Binghamton Review did, there was an article from the Binghamton Review 3 years ago about the Stop White People 2K16, which is part of the residential assistant training at Binghamton University. And that was August 21st of 2016. People can look up the article if they wish. But that article was very, very clear in that it was saying that white people have a problem, that having a good argument, which means a non-social justice argument, well, that has to be shut down.
Yeah.
And those freshmen are now the juniors, the seniors at Binghamton University. And we would have to ask, is that why we have a mob today who's saying no justice, no peace? Because no justice, no peace also means no voice, no freedom.
Oh, yeah.
No freedom of expression. Yeah. And a sitting councilman, a sitting elected official is there supporting that idea. And I know he's supporting it because, again, we can go back to Councilman Taylor had a wonderful tweet about this in support of it. On that moving spectrum of, gee, what is this about? Is it about gun control? Because I didn't hear anyone say anything about gun control. In fact, as I watched the video over and over again, and I've watched every video that's come out about this, you know what I don't hear? Gun control. No one's talking about gun control.
No one.
Not one person mentioned in the mob that was there, in every one of their chants, no one has mentioned anything about the shooting in California. No one has mentioned anything about the Second Amendment. No one has mentioned anything about gun control or gun rights.
Yeah, no one said it to us, and we didn't say it back. That was not the narrative during the time. That is a narrative that was formulated and well-crafted afterwards to delegitimize what we were doing. We were advertising for an economic event. We were advertising for Arthur Laffer, the famous economist, coming to campus. That is the bottom line. That's what we were doing.
And that makes you a racist. That makes you.
Oh yeah. That means that
against
means
justice.
I'm a racist. Yeah.
Okay, because obviously social justice. Okay.
We all know economics are racist.
Yeah. Well, and they went into, and the whole racism issue is something else, because there is yet another group that has joined into the conversation, not Daily Wire, not Ben Shapiro, not Mark Levin, who are national figures who are now aware of this issue and have been talking about it. I believe other national news media like Breitbart and others may be shortly talking about this.
They've all been picking it up, yes.
The local news media haven't said anything except me, but there is another organization that got involved in this, and that happens to be Divest Binghamton.
Yes.
Are you familiar with them?
Oh, I am.
Okay. Divest Binghamton says, 23 hours ago, the Binghamton University Police Department has been advancing and protecting white supremacy for decades. The police are actively protecting these supremacists, that would be you, I assume.
Yes, that's me.
From those they seek, I need to put my glasses back on, to further oppress, and are only adding to the further racial disparity in Broome County. Students of color are not safe here. Posted in solidarity with the TPUSA counter-protesters. Counter-protest. Were you guys having a protest?
Oh, that's interesting. I don't recall having a protest. Actually, I do recall advertising our event, as I previously stated, but I don't recall protesting.
Okay, so there was no protest.
No.
Okay, TPUSA, were they protesting?
No.
Okay.
No, they were just standing there. They were advertising for the organization.
Tabling.
Oh, yeah. Tabling. That's all.
Oh, screen just jumped for a second. So the moving landscape has now gone to, so it went from, this is about guns, which no one's spoken about.
Nope.
This has been about social justice, which no one's talked about.
Nope.
This is about freedom of speech, which you were being denied. Mm-hmm. And now a new group of progressives are trying to say, well, it's about racism and
white supremacy.
And white supremacy.
Oh, right. Of course.
Okay. So that's interesting. But I want to show the video that they put out there to try and justify their points of view. And I don't care about that part. I want to go straight to... Now, I know I'm skipping. You can go and look at this if you want. I'm not promoting their ideas. What I am going to do is I want to hear what they want to talk about here. And it starts at second 39. They don't feel safe. They don't feel... This is what the protesters are saying. They don't feel safe. And that's what the police told them. If you don't feel safe, leave. Now, I want to remind people, look at the image that was put out by the Binghamton Review. There were 3 people there, acknowledged by the mob and the protesters. 3 supporters were there.
They don't feel safe.
200 plus students, including a sitting city councilman, did not feel safe because 3 people were standing alone and they knew it.
Yep.
And they had to get a mob of 200 plus people to come out and to interfere with you guys. And somehow that mob was afraid of just you 3.
Yep, 200 plus people that were violent, they were angry, were threatened by 3 people wearing red hats and holding a big piece of cardboard. That's what they were threatened by.
See, and people wonder why they are referred to as these liberals, the progressives, people like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Plot. Why are they considered snowflakes? Because
Interesting.
When 3 people can stand together with a sign and these snowflakes are going to melt away and lose their minds, and they feel like they have been hurt, like this is some kind of physical offense against them. Yeah, I have to believe that they are snowflakes, that you can't handle that.
Yeah, and building off of that, afterwards, the next day on the 15th, on Friday, they had an event in one of the big meeting rooms. It was a safe space event. If you felt hurt or threatened by any of the events that went down on Thursday, come by and voice your opinions. This was obviously meant for the
What? Why do
for the
70%
200
of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites Allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites Allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites Allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. That's right. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is November 17th. It is currently 4:45, actually 4:46, and we are back. Now, I want to thank everyone for their patience because I had my puppy. Where is he? He's around here somewhere. My dog, his name is Khan, as in Genghis Khan. He's about 13 years old. Sometimes you see me pick him up and show him in the camera. He's 13 years old, and he has some difficulty with daylight savings times, adjusting to the new times. So he needed to go out, and I needed to walk him. So I appreciate and thank you for your patience as I take care of my beloved pet. But let's get back into what we were talking about. Now, we spent the first hour and a half here talking about how we're seeing events around the world take shape. We can see that there are going to be difficulties between the United States and the United Kingdom because the United Kingdom, England, has now taken a more liberal stance with Keir Starmer, trying to be more and more like California. At the same time that we see Europe going in exactly the opposite direction, seeing that trying to be California is a failure, just like it has failed for California itself, and they're going in the opposite direction. They're trying to build walls just like Donald Trump did. And we can see that with this mix, the United States can look forward to having better relations, most likely with most of Europe, except for France, and probably a colder reception in France, England, and in Canada. Now, that's important because we still have events going on around the world, like the war in the Ukraine, like what we're seeing with Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah, global terrorism, all coming from Iran. We know that Iran is about to have a regime change, which could shake up the entire Middle East, and most likely will lead to Iran asking for the Iran nuclear deal to come back. Most likely, we're going to see that Donald Trump is going to reinforce the sanctions lifted by Joe Biden that effectively had cut down in the amount of global terrorism in the world under the Trump administration, which is a positive. We're going to see many people are starting to count on and look forward to Donald Trump getting the hostages back, and hopefully some of them are still alive, but we believe all the American hostages are dead. And at least we will see closure under the Trump administration. Everyone is very sure that if it gets to January, the Trump administration will end this event, this chapter, and we will get some closure from that. In the meantime, Biden is taking his last laps as the president of the United States and entrenching the United States in wars around the world in terms of the Ukraine, trying to give them further guarantees, pissing off Russia even more, making it more difficult for any peace to be found there by increasing the amount of involvement, of interaction between the United States and Russia in the war in the Ukraine. And there's no real good reason for that at this time. So that's what we can expect to see happening overseas. These are some of the things that are going to be affecting us. And obviously we can see less terrorism in the world is good for everybody in the world, obviously. But, Joe Biden doesn't really seem to care about that. Getting back the American hostages is important to America at the very least and the world. And Joe Biden doesn't seem to be very concerned about that. Joe Biden is absolutely concerned about the Ukraine continuing to give them your money, tax money, and continuing to put the United States in harm's way with Russia, putting us on the brink of active war, troops on the ground, even though he's no longer going to be here. He's kicking the can down the road. It's going to be Trump's problem. Trump has to deal with the actions of the Biden administration, and that's not a positive. That's a problem. And we didn't get to discuss it, but there's also Chairman Xi, who in an interview with Joe Biden decided that he wanted to talk about Donald Trump, that his concern and his message wasn't for Joe Biden, it was for Donald Trump, because he doesn't find Joe Biden worth respecting. He's not only a lame duck, but he's been ineffective. So we see Chinese politics are already looking for it and already starting to have conversations with Donald Trump about tariffs, about trade, about the stability in the Southeast China Sea. Now, while we were gone, I know there was some news, and Grace had brought up something that I didn't bring up as breaking news. That they're in Chicago, amazingly in Chicago, this is shocking, this is breaking news, that one person died yesterday and 2 other individuals were shot. This happened in a liquor store in Chicago, and I know everyone is amazed. Who could have imagined that someone got shot in Chicago? I mean, there have only been 511 homicides in Chicago this year. 511 homicides in Chicago this year. Of that number, 458 of them have been by firearms, illegal firearms, mostly held by gangs. Mind you, this is one of the lower years of shootings, reported shootings in Chicago at this time. And of course, the greatest victim of these shootings are young black men, which is probably why most people don't hear about this as much as they should, even though the governor of Illinois will not talk about this, does not get quoted on this, is not addressing this problem, but he is planning to take on Donald Trump. He's not fixing the crime and homicide of young black men in Chicago, but he is preparing to stand as an obstacle to the Trump administration in 2025. You can see the priorities. It's kind of like Joe Biden. His priority, continue a war in the Ukraine. He's not worried about getting back the hostages from Hamas. He's not putting pressure on Iran to stop the war in the Red Sea with the Houthi terrorists. No. He's going to just ignore all of that. Illinois is going to ignore the young black men that are dying in Chicago en masse. It's not their problem, but Donald Trump is. I tell you, these misplaced priorities are insane. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand the progressive left. Their priorities make no sense. They are not beneficial to anyone. I know Grace mentions that the working class in the United Kingdom are regretting their vote. It's kind of like what we saw in 2020. 2020 people elected Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, because we were told by all the news media, no, just they will save America. They're going to fix everything. You're going to have it even better than you've ever had it before. And immediately, we saw that was not the truth. Joe Biden fired 11,000 Americans. That's from the XL pipeline. Killed that. 11,000 Americans lost their job that same day, first week that he was in office. And there was another 10,000 Americans who lost their jobs because the first 11,000 were responsible for making sure they would have it. So all the retail, gas stations, waitresses, other businesses that provided food, lodging, and services for those people working on the pipeline, they got fired too. About 20,000 Americans lost their jobs in the first week of the Biden-Harris administration. And that should have been the warning of what was going to happen, but it was too late to regret it. That's very much what we're seeing now in the United Kingdom with Keir Starmer, who is a leftist, a very well-known Labour Party leftist, and his policies. And that's why we're going to see some difficulties for the Trump administration in the United States going forward. So I did want to address that. And the reason why I didn't bring it up as breaking news, one, it's not new. This happens every single weekend in Chicago. This is not new at all. And if anything, that's only one person got shot and killed, or excuse me, one person got shot and killed in Chicago over a weekend. That's amazing. On a Friday night, only one. On a Saturday night, only one. They get a dozen every weekend. But hey, I'm just saying that's the truth. That's being honest. But of course, the left doesn't want to deal with that. But let's move forward of that, because I did want to get into, and I do believe I have, by the way, when I was talking about China, I have that article. Okay, I'll come back to it. I'll come back to the China article. But now the reason why during the break you were seeing a video from 5 years ago, exactly November 17th, 2019, we were talking about the progressive left and their actions at Binghamton University, where 200 progressives surrounded and were intimidating and coercing 3 conservative students. 1 girl, 2 men. Now, you may say, well, Mike, why are we talking about this today? Well, look at what they were doing and why. In 2016, the freshman class of students at Binghamton University, like colleges across this nation, were being indoctrinated with the 2016, the White People Must Go 2016. The obviously and patently racist rhetoric coming out of Binghamton University to their students. And that indoctrination, 3 years later, in 2016, the same students that were told white people were the problem, that racism was okay as long as it was targeting the enemies of the left, well, in 2019, they took that out. That indoctrination led to 200 progressives surrounding 3 students, including a member of Binghamton's city council, a Democrat, a city council member. And what do we see today? Now we see it's Dearborn, Michigan. Now we see Harvard. Now we see Columbia. Now we see the colleges, and they're continuing this same mindset of coercion by force, of rioting that we see on these campuses and outside the campuses. These students going around every time that they do not get their way, any kind of deviation from what they feel is correct. What do you get? Autonomous zones, you get riots, you get attacks, you get threats of physical violence. Why are we surprised? This is what the kids were taught in the college in 2016. Are you surprised that in 2020, those very same students, those graduates, went out and they went around America, and while America was shut down, they went out and rioted and created autonomous zones across this nation, which led to the death of children in Seattle, that led to the death of children in Georgia. It was Atlanta, that's it. It was the Atlanta Autonomous Zone where they killed an 8-year-old. We saw that parents, a young mother, 24 years old, was killed, Jessica Whitaker. Yeah, are we surprised? This is the indoctrination. This is what we get from the Department of Education at the federal level. we get indoctrination. Indoctrination that justifies racism and violence. And are you surprised that one of the targets by Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy is to remove the Department of Education? That they have been looking at that and saying, we don't need this. And I think they're correct. Now, you may disagree with that, but it makes sense. Look at what the federal government has been funding and look how it has continued. The students in 2016 were the ones who were creating the autonomous zones across America, killing children across America. These are the same kids that are today going back to their old campuses and are supporting Hamas and genocide. These are the pro-Hamas protesters, and they are part of the voters, the Democratic Socialists of America, that are out there trying to push America even further into this racism, into this genocide. But they want to blame you. They want to say you're the bad guy because you didn't do what they said, which is why in January 21st of 2025, don't be surprised if there are riots. If you see the left running around screaming at the top of their heads, they didn't do it election night, probably because the announcement of Donald Trump being the 47th president, well, that happened at 2:30 in the morning. They got tired. But they are out right now in Chicago, in California, in New York, in Boston. They are out and they are protesting now as we speak. And they have promised you. They have promised you. You have lost power. We see it on TikTok on a regular basis now. Women are shaving off their heads. They joined the South Korean 4B movement. Yes, they imported the 4B, which means that they will not date anyone. They will not have sex with anyone. They will not have relationships with anyone. They're going to punish men for daring to make a political decision, a decision that would help families be able to be employed, to keep more money in your pocket, to take away power from a centralized government and return it to the individual as the Constitution says it should be. They are angry with that because that means they somehow have lost all rights. According to these movements, all women, you're now barefoot and you're in a kitchen. Didn't you notice that? I know you went to work yesterday. You're getting ready to go to work tomorrow, but you're a woman, so you're going to be chained to that kitchen. Didn't you know that? You lost your right to vote. Didn't someone tell you? All black people no longer have the right to vote. The 14th Amendment is disappeared. The 19th Amendment doesn't exist anymore. The Constitution has been burned. But wait, none of that actually happened. That's not true. No one has lost any rights that they didn't have before. Isn't that the reality? Well, in fact, it is the reality. Give me a second. I'm just checking our phones. That is the reality. No one has lost anything. But you were promised, you were guaranteed across all the social media, across all the news media, across listening to all of the candidates, all the paid for actors, the entertainers. They were paid for. Now people go, oh, Mike, they weren't paid for. You're just kidding. You don't know. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. We are now finding out the numbers. We know that they were paid for. As reported, we found out that Beyonce got $10 million to show up on the campaign trail standing next to Kamala Harris. Megan Thee Stallion got $5 million. Lizzo got $3 million. Wow, tons of fun there. And $1.8 million for Eminem. That doesn't count the $1 million for Oprah to build her a new studio. $1 million for Oprah. For each and every one of them to say, Kamala Harris was great. Gee. And in those conversations, you were told you have lost all of your rights. If you're black, you can't vote anymore, except no one's taking that away from you. And if you're a woman, you have no more rights, except no one has taken any of your rights away from you. You've lost all your freedoms, except your freedoms continue to exist. And Kamala Harris has flipped the script yet again, and she's running down and saying, hey, I'm going to help Donald Trump take power. But I thought you said he was absolutely evil, that he was the worst thing that could possibly happen to America. You called him the devil himself. Why would you be helping him take power if he's the devil himself? Unless none of that was true. Unless you just said it to gain power. Unless you were counting on those students that went to Binghamton University, that go to Harvard and Columbia and UCLA, that they're just going to obey because you said so. Isn't that more likely what's going to happen? And I think they don't, well, I know they don't want you to think about that. You're just supposed to accept it. You're just supposed to say, whatever the government says must be true. I know. People say, oh, but Mike, that's a tweet. But we know it is true. We know that this is a fact. It's been reported by the mainstream news media as well. Even Democrats were furious to find out that Kamala Harris, who had $1 billion, spent all of it and an extra $20 million on top of that. She's in debt. She spent more than $1 billion on ads, just like the ones, ads and commercials and endorsements. And she lost. A waste of money. In 3 months, essentially. In 3 months, she spent, actually even less than 3 months, she spent the first 45 days talking to no one. She wouldn't go on any news. She didn't have a website with any information. And then wasted all that money. Because she was sure that the young people that went to colleges were fully indoctrinated. Because the kids who were in 2016 and were told Donald Trump would be evil, the devil himself. He was going to destroy America, lead us to World War III. Those kids were filled with fear and terror throughout their entire time in college. They were terrified of other conservatives, so much so that the presence of just three conservatives on a campus was enough to make 200 progressives come out in force to threaten and try to intimidate. Just 3. You saw the video yourself. You saw the coverage of the event. Those 200 progressives were terrified of 3 students. One of them being a woman who stands about 5'1", weighed about 115 pounds. Terrified. No guns, no weapons. No, it was just that mob and 3 students. And they were terrified in 2016. They were even more terrified in 2019. And now they're in government, they're in the workplace, and they are losing their minds in 2024. I want you to see how this is all connected, because the mainstream media wants you to forget. They don't want you to remember what happened in 2016. They don't want you to remember what was happening in 2019. They don't want you to think about how this is all connected. How dare Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy say that they might close down the Department of Education, that millions of Americans who are not just conservative, but libertarians and third party and even some Democrats are saying it's time to get rid of the Department of Education. Let the states handle it. Let local government handle it. Oh my God, how can you say that? Don't you know we need that? Why? Because where would the next round of insane, fanatical leftists come from if you aren't at a college pushing you further and further left every single day? If you don't have fear instilled to you by every one of your teachers, your professors, and the news media and entertainment, if they're not pushing out the fear, then how are Democrats going to get reelected? If there's anyone who thinks I'm being unfair about this, well, fantastic. Please call in. 929-715-8569. The number's scrolling across the top. You can call in anytime. Don't tell me that I'm ugly. Don't tell me that I'm old. Don't tell me that I'm a sellout or traitor to my race or something like that, because none of that crap is real, and I don't care about those feelings. Tell me why I am wrong in what I am pointing out. The evidence that I am providing to you, where you can see what happened in 2019. You can see what happened in 2016. You can see the results of that today. I'm showing you the evidence. Now, you may disagree with the conclusion, but why do you disagree? Because you don't feel, it doesn't feel good? Because you don't like it? Well, feelings don't change facts. The reality of how we're living, what's happening to us, doesn't change because it doesn't feel good to you. It doesn't feel good to me either. I'm not happy about this. I'd like to see an entirely different kind of outlook on the world. But that's not what Democrats and the progressives have left us, is it? That's not what they're insisting. Let's be honest with each other. That's all we need to do, is be honest with each other. Because Democrats thought for sure that they could waste $1 billion, they can get a couple of entertainers out there, and that plus the indoctrination that they put students through in the colleges, that was more than enough to guarantee them a win. They didn't give you policy. They didn't give you a plan. Every time Kamala Harris was asked, what is your plan? She said, it will be great. It's going to be fantastic. That's not an answer. How is your plan going to be different than what we got from Biden, which is failure, 4 years of failure? And her answer was, it'll just be different. Trust her. Yeah, because they believed they had indoctrinated you enough. Now, meanwhile, now that we have seen that the majority of Americans, the mandate in the election was change play. Let's change this. Let's do something different. Let's stop following the definition of insanity and continue to do the same thing over and over again. Get the same promises that we have been getting for 4 decades at least, the same promises from Democrats that they have the solution and they can fix everything, but you need to give them your vote first. You need to give up some of your rights and freedoms first, and then they'll fix the problem. Because that's what we heard from them this year. Not even a month ago, the beginning of this month, you were hearing from Kamala Harris, she can fix the economy, but you had to vote for her. Well, why? You're vice president now. Oh, she could fix crime and reduce all the problems with gun control, the violence that we see in Chicago. She could have stopped that shooting in Chicago. Why doesn't she do it now? You had to vote for her. But if you can fix that, why don't you? Notice they always say the same things. These are the same promises we get year after year after year. In New York State, we had from Andrew Cuomo, before he was disgraced and forced out because of sexual assault and hiding the fact that he killed 16,000 citizens here in New York. Before that happened, we had 2013. He had the New York SAFE Act, and that was going to stop all the mass shootings, all the gun violence in New York. Didn't work, but he promised you. Then he put in even more laws, and then New York City put in more laws, and Kathy Hochul put in even more laws. We're talking about over 100 laws between Andrew Cuomo in 2013 and Kathy Hochul today in 2024, including Eric Adams in New York City over the last 4 years. And let's see, did gun crime stop? No. Not at all. Not even close. So why are we waiting for those promises to be told to us again and again and again? And the fact that most Americans, the majority of Americans, have turned around and said, you know what? We're tired of the promises. We want to see results. And we're starting to get that. And for the left, they're starting to react. Mind you, they don't have a plan, but they'll look like they have agreed with you. Remember how you had to have a pronoun? Oh, everyone has to have a pronoun. We have to be able to speak to you with a pronoun. AOC and all the Democrats had to virtue signal and add their pronouns to their profiles because you pay attention, because it's important to have a pronoun. And you have to have it. And don't mock the program. Yeah, my pronoun, God Emperor. Oh, but that's mocking it. Well, it's stupid to start with. But they said, no, we've got it. And we've got to have that. And that is the way forward forever. This is what the Democrats told you. This is part of the indoctrination that we see in every college student right now. They have been taught you have to have pronouns. You have to use pronouns. It's important. If you don't do that, you are an evil person. This is what they have drilled into us over the last 4 years. Pronouns are a requirement, and it's almost a crime. In fact, it is a crime to not use someone's pronouns, especially now in New York State after Proposition 1 was passed. If I don't use your pronouns, that's a crime. That's me being discriminatory. So pronouns are absolutely important, except now AOC removes her pronouns. Reported by Newsweek. This isn't coming from the right. This isn't right-wing conservative news. This is Newsweek. This is the left. This is leftist media telling you, oh yeah, she got rid of her pronouns. And I want to show you because I know, well, Mike, yeah. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, U.S. Congresswoman for the New York 14th District, no pronouns. But I thought that was important. It's absolutely important. How can she not? Because she has pronouns on her Instagram. They're right here. She, her. Congresswoman, New York 14th District, Bronx and Queens. 100% grassroots. No, she's not. That's a 100% lie. She's not 100% grassroots at all. Never was and definitely isn't now. She doesn't even live in the Queens anymore. For on-the-job congressional updates, yes. But this is her account with 8.1 million followers. See, she believes in the pronouns because you have to have pronouns. It's absolutely important to have pronouns, except she doesn't have pronouns. And the only person who took down those pronouns, that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And by the way, this is live. This is on it now. So you can't tell me, oh, but see, Mike, that was AOC. That was the reporting on November 14th. It was just a glitch. It was just an error. It was just an accident. I mean, she's got it on Instagram. Okay, that was on Instagram. And this is live. This is right now. This is November 17th. You mean no one in her staff who follow the news, they're following the reporting, and Newsweek isn't the only one who has reported this. This has been going across all of social media. You mean none of them who do nothing but pay attention to social media and respond to people on social media, you mean none of them noticed that this account doesn't have her pronouns, that they took it down? It wasn't taken down by Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. They didn't take down her pronouns. They didn't change her profile. Her campaign did. AOC made the change to AOC's campaign. Why would she do that? After telling you that this was absolutely essential, that you are harming people if you don't use pronouns. That's what AOC, the Democratic Socialists of America, that's what the progressives have told you for 4 years. You are harming people. AOC, by not having the pronouns, by taking down the pronouns, is actually hurting people. People are dying because she won't use the pronouns that she was using. That should make people pause. That should make you think, what are they doing? This is what was important to them. Has nothing to do, it wasn't important to me. I thought it was stupid. It's not English. That's not, you learn English in 6th grade. Those pronouns are ridiculous. This is nothing but virtue signaling, and it's not causing anyone to die or live. It's useless. It is nothing but a display of emotions and a way to get hits, likes on a tweet or a post on Facebook or YouTube. It's not consequential, but it is to the progressives. and the progressives who are looking to win in 2028, you already hear from the very same progressives that surround AOC, they're saying she's going to run for president, that she is the future of the Democratic Party is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And it's kind of funny that when they say Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is the future of the Democratic Party, she's removing her pronouns. She stopped virtue signaling. What does that mean for the left? What does that mean for America? Is AOC smarter than the rest of you? Is AOC just not going to pander anymore? Or is this a way to trick people to think, people in the center, the 45% of Americans that are independent of any of the parties, that are just regular people going through their lives every day, is this a way to trick them to think, well, AOC isn't that bad. She doesn't have a pronoun. Oh, that's because you forgot she did. That she demonized you, the American people, for not having a pronoun too. That she told you, the American people, that you were harming the LGBTQ alphabet for not having a pronoun and not using pronouns. You're supposed to forget that. Just like you forgot that in 2016, we already saw colleges like Binghamton University say they hate white people, that white people are evil, that white people had to be fixed. Like in 2019, when Binghamton University, those very same students and even more, were told that they should demonize someone for having a different idea on a college campus. Believe it or not, college campus. Here's an idea. Oh my God, we have to riot. We have to have a nationally recognized riot because someone had an idea on a college campus. Isn't that the point? To introduce new and different ideas? And those snowflakes couldn't handle 3 people saying, I like being conservative. I like being a Republican. Oh my God, the world is going to end. And now those same people are telling you you're a bad person because you voted for Donald Trump. Even as they pander to you, taking off their virtue signal windows. To take advantage of your not remembering how they treated you when they had power. When they had power, we'll virtue signal all day, and how dare you not virtue signal right next to me? You are the problem. You should be virtue signaling just like I'm virtue signaling, said the progressives, the Democratic Socialists of America, the left wing of America. They said that to you day in and day out. But now that they face 4 years of not having power, oh, that virtue signaling, yeah, we're not going to talk about that right now. That's not important right now. We're just like you. We're the same as you. You are just like us. Those very same progressives are like, oh, we get along with you. You get along with us. You should vote for us. We're just like you. Unlike those evil Republicans. Really? Because the Republicans weren't making you use pronouns. Republicans didn't demonize you for saying, hey, if you're not using a pronoun, you're harming people, that you are actively committing an act of evil. But that doesn't count for AOC. Because, she can virtue signal and not virtue signal, and that's all good. It's all okay. Because she's AOC. She's a progressive. She's in elected office. She's better than you. At least that's what they want you to think. I find that very upsetting. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe people can share this. I mean, I'd love to have 100, 200 people live watching this program right now and sharing it. Please share it out. Let 100 people know about this. Let's hear from the progressives. Let's hear from everyone and say, do you think it's okay to virtue signal? Then why are Democrats stopping? Why are the progressives retreating? If they think it's so damn important, and they told you for 4 years now that you are evil unless you do exactly what they do, then why should we let them off the hook when they change? Shouldn't we hold them to the same standard? Shouldn't AOC resign in disgrace because she's harming the LGBT alphabet? She's actively harming them. She's causing them to die because she got rid of her pronouns, because that's what she said about you. When you didn't add a pronoun, you were doing the same thing. Shouldn't we hold her to the same standard? If not, why not? Because they sure as hell were more than willing to not hire you for a job. They told you they're not going to date you. How many times have I pulled up on this show over the last 4 years all of the polls and all of the studies that said, oh yeah, if people who are progressive, they won't hire you for a job. They won't date you. They disown you. We see that right now. How many of these progressives are running around, cutting off their hair and saying that they're going to disown their own family because you voted the wrong way, because you're on the wrong side of history according to their feelings? And yet, when they act like us and say, we're just like you, and stop virtue signaling, oh, we're not supposed to even notice. Don't even bring it up. I'm the bad guy because I'm reminding you what AOC said, what the progressives said, and what they expect you to forget over the next 4 years until they get in a position to get power again. And do you think that if they win in 2028, that they're not going to go back and virtue signal again and tell you how evil you are for not doing what they say, what they feel? I know no one else in the media will have an honest conversation with you about this and show you what is happening. Now, you can tell me, Mike, I don't agree. Okay, I respect that. Mike, I don't think that's the conclusion we should take. Okay, I respect you. I'm not a progressive. I respect you may have a different opinion. But I ask you this, why? It's real simple, not a difficult question. Why? Don't tell me it's because I feel. I don't care. I have feelings. You have feelings. I don't care. You have your feelings. I have my feelings. You don't want my feeling. I don't need your feeling. Feelings are individual. They will change in the next 5 minutes. Government and laws and politics are not about feelings. It's about facts. It's about effective and efficient government and what is the best for everyone. It isn't a feeling. It's never a feeling. When it is a feeling, it is always a mistake. Every single time when we react on nothing but pure emotion and feelings, we always get the wrong answer. That's how we got the Patriot Act. America was angry, justifiably angry. We had been attacked. The Twin Towers were down. Thousands of Americans died. We were reacting in anger. We were feeling. And we passed the Patriot Act. And I don't think there's really anyone on the left or the right or the center of America that think that the Patriot Act, as it exists right now, is a good thing. It's an overreach of power. It is an abuse of power. I understand what the reason was. I understand the feeling I had when they brought it up, the feeling the day that the towers were taken down, and the anger we had. As a nation, we were ready to drop nuclear bombs and glass the entire Middle East. But we didn't do that because we knew we were being emotional. How is this not the same? And isn't it fair to hold the progressives to the standards they forced on you? You were the bad guy. You lost your job or couldn't get hired because you didn't virtue signal the way they wanted you to. They suppressed your YouTube and your Facebook. And we know this for a fact. We have the Twitter files. We have Mark Zuckerberg telling the public that the White House actually showed them not only what to suppress, but who to suppress. That they were actively controlling social media. We know this is a fact. I know. All the news media said, well, you're a progressive, Mike. You're a Republican, Mike. You're a conservative, Mike. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking politics. Until Zuckerberg proved I was right. Until the Twitter files proved we were right. Until the Democrats went to the Supreme Court and had the Supreme Court verify that this is the truth, that they did actively suppress your voice. And I'm only trying to hold them accountable. So if you're saying, Mike, but you're wrong, okay, how? Why? What makes me wrong? And my conclusion. And why shouldn't we hold them accountable and say to AOC, you took off your pronouns. You're killing LGB. You're killing people that are trans. Why shouldn't we hold her to the standard she held you and me? Isn't that what they asked us to do? To hold each and every one of us accountable when we didn't virtue signal the exact same way they virtue signaled? Got a comment from Graham, and he says, could it be that politicians like AOC are embarrassed that the results from the election show that Americans care more about important substantive issues much more than cultural fads like pronouns? Well, it is an embarrassment. I mean, AOC wants to be president. The supporters of AOC want her to be president. The progressives want to have power. And they saw in the election their progressive ideas lost. Their progressive candidates lost. That America rejected their virtue signaling, their pandering. So they're going to lay low. They don't want to give up power. They don't want to lose their position. They will play along to get along until they get power. So yes, they're embarrassed, but rather than say, I got it wrong, rather than AOC saying, that wasn't the most important thing, that it doesn't cause anyone to die to not have a pronoun, that isn't a microaggression, it isn't harming people, then guess what? She could say, I got it wrong. America is very forgiving. We're one of the most forgiving nations in the world. The American people are some of the most generous, forgiving people in the world. We help nations around the world. If there's an earthquake in Iran, Americans will voluntarily, without any need for the government, we will put together funds and send over money. There are people right now who are donating money to Gaza because kids are starving in Gaza. It doesn't matter that Hamas, which is the government of Gaza, have 22 Americans that they have killed. 34 Americans they killed and 22 that they took hostage. And we're still donating to Gaza. We have Americans died in Haiti. Americans are still donating to Haiti. 40,000 Americans are under threat of death because of the gang violence on Haiti. Americans still donate to Haiti every day. We are a giving and forgiving people. We are generous. And all it takes is just be honest. Just be fair and honest. Oh, you made a mistake. We forgive people all the time. You made a mistake. Okay, you're a human being. I expect you to make a mistake. Just because you're an elected politician doesn't mean you're smart. It doesn't mean you're smarter than anyone else walking down the street. You don't suddenly get injected with IQ the moment you win an election. You do not gain intelligence points via osmosis because of the number of votes that you get. It's not like that. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way in anime. It's not reality. You can be a human being and be elected. You can make mistakes. You can fail. And it's okay. Just be honest. Just be honest and true. That's all anyone asked for. I don't expect every single member of Congress to understand all of the science that's involved in whether or not green energy is effective or not, or nuclear power, and compare that. I do expect that they can read a report, that they can find out that electric vehicles are never carbon neutral, that they create more pollution than they resolve, because it takes more pollution to create that electric vehicle, that battery, to replace that battery when it's used up, more toxic to take care of the wind turbine blades and the solar panels, that they're toxic. And so they will never be carbon positive. I expect them to read, but I don't expect them to just know by osmosis. And when they get it wrong, just admit you got it wrong and do better the next time. That's how we get an efficient government. You had a plan. It didn't work. You tried Bidenomics. It failed. Oh, no, but you just don't understand. I do understand. I see the math. I went to the store. I bought this soda in the store. 4 years ago, it didn't cost $2. It cost less. Now it costs $2. The price has gone up by about 30%. Well, then let's understand. I do understand what's going on. You understand what's going on. Bidenomics did not work. The Inflation Reduction Act did not work. It increased the amount of inflation because it spent money we didn't have. We had to print brand new money. It did not work. It's okay. You failed. That's ineffective, inefficient. Let's go and do something that is effective and efficient. Oh, but Mike, that means we're going to get Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy working as a part of the government to reduce the spending and waste of the government. That's a bad thing. How is that bad? What? Wait. What? Reducing the amount of waste in the government is a bad thing. Having two people, businessmen, both of them, successful businessmen, multi-millionaires, multi-billionaire, successful businessmen. I don't care if you like them or not. That means nothing to me. That's not important. You can hate Elon all day, all night. He's still a billionaire. You can hate Vivek Ramaswamy all day, all night for the next 5 years. He's still a multi-millionaire. They're successful businessmen. No matter what you think about them, that's a fact. They have an ability to make money. They know how to be effective and how to be efficient. Elon Musk fired 75% of the employees at Twitter. Twitter works as well today, if not better, than the day he bought it. Before he fired everyone, it was less effective, less efficient. Today, it is more effective, more efficient. Do I want to trust someone to reduce the waste in the government, which we know exists? We've all seen the cocaine shrimp running on a treadmill. We know the government wastes money faster than a drunken sailor can get drunk. But let's be honest. Why is it a problem that Elon and Vivek are going to do it? Oh, because they're Republican. Does that matter? Does it matter? If their job is to make the government more efficient and more effective, does it matter what their political leaning is? Does it matter that it's happening under a Republican president, a strong Republican like Donald Trump? Does that make a difference? Okay. Let's assume for a second, and this is something I want, please clip this, send this to all of the progressives out there. I'm more than happy to hear their responses on this. How does it make a difference? They're Republicans. Fantastic. How does that change the fact that the government is ineffective and inefficient? That is a fact. We know that. We know there is government waste. They're there to cut that waste. Why does it matter what their politics are? Oh, well, they may get rid of something that you like, but it's ineffective. It's inefficient. It's a waste of money. Yes, but I like it. Okay, you like it. I understand. You're a progressive. You like it. It's a waste of money. It's not doing the job. And the more money that we spend on things that don't get the job done, the more poor people we have, and the poorer those people become. That's Bidenomics. We just saw it happen. We wasted money on things that did not help the economy, and poor people are now more poor than they were 4 years ago. That is a fact. There's no question about that. That is empirical. All the data proves that. There is no data anywhere in the universe that has shown the opposite. It is a fact. Bidenomics didn't work. Poor people became more poor. There is more inflation today than there was 4 years ago. There's more inflation today than there was a year ago. That is a fact. Oh, but inflation is down from the peak. Keywords, from the peak. Inflation is up under the Biden administration. That is an empirical fact. It's not a guess. It's not an if. It has nothing to do with my politics. Has nothing to do with your politics. That is a fact. So why not cut the government waste? Because they're Republicans. That is probably one of the worst, dumbest answers I have ever heard in politics. It's right up there with Pelosi saying that we have to pass the bill to find out what's in the bill because no one's ever heard of a lemon law contract. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Okay. Let me go and check out the comments here because I do love your comments, folks. I pay attention to all the comments. I try to get to all of them depending on how many we're getting. I love to see your comments. But let's see. Graham said, this reminds me of the 2020 primary when Democrats abandoned the Me Too movement after Joe Biden was coronated, after he became the nominee. And to remind people, let's again go back in memory because that's what this show does. Let's remember, it was Bill Maher in May of 2020. Again, Bill Maher, May 2020, went out and said publicly to all the Democrats, even if Me Too, if Joe Biden committed some act against women that would cause him to be in violation of Me Too, that he sexually assaulted women, even if it's true, you had to vote for Joe Biden anyway, because Me Too isn't as important as electing Joe Biden. How do you feel today about that? How do you feel now that Joe Biden is a part-time zombie president and inflation is higher? You have less money in your pocket. You have less opportunity today. The country we have more people who've been abandoned all across the world. We have Americans who are being held hostage for over a year. Do you feel good about that abandoning of Me Too? Do you think that it wasn't important anymore? And I guarantee you, in 2025, Me Too will be back. In 2025, AOC, she may not have a pronoun, but she's going to be telling you about the Me Too movement. Matter of fact, they're doing that right now to Matt Gaetz. Oh, Me Too. He's a sexual predator. Oh, we've got to kick him out. We got to do something. Meanwhile, Andrew Cuomo committed 11 acts of sexual assault, according to New York AG Letitia James. She found 11 counts of sexual assault by Andrew Cuomo. It was enough to make him be forced to resign. Now he's going to try and run for New York City mayor. Democrats don't care. It was fine. He didn't get charged with a single count. But now it's Matt Gaetz. Oh my God, he might have done something. He might have done something. We know Cuomo did something. We know Joe Biden did something. But it didn't matter for Joe Biden. It doesn't matter for Andrew Cuomo. But it absolutely matters for Matt Gaetz, and it will matter for Donald Trump too. Why? What's the difference? What exactly is the difference besides their political affiliation. What else is different that allows Andrew Cuomo not to be convicted of a crime and allows Andrew Cuomo to run for mayor of New York City? What is it that's different that allows Joe Biden to get elected president? What's different? Hear that silence? That's the answer from the left. There is no difference. It's just that they have a political agenda. Whether you like that agenda or not is entirely separate of the fact that they have an agenda. You may like that agenda, but it's still an agenda, and it's not helping you. It's not making the government more effective or efficient. So yes, I agree with you, Graham. It is just the same as the Me Too movement. Forest Mommy, hello, Forest Mommy. She says, are you saying that they're misleading us? Yes, actively. That they are playing games in front of our face, and most importantly, they're counting on the fact that people don't remember. They're counting on the fact that you don't remember what they said 3 months ago. I do. They're counting on the fact you don't remember what they said in 2019. I do. That you don't remember what they did in 2016. I do. And I am going to hold them accountable to that. And I will hold them accountable to having an effective and efficient government. And I'll do the same thing for Donald Trump. I did it before. I'll do it again. He made promises. Let's see them come true. I do understand 2025, we're still in a recession because it doesn't turn on a dime unless you do something incredibly stupid, like fire 11,000 people on the first day of your job. That will change an economy immediately, and that is stupid. That's what Joe Biden did. So unless Trump fires 11,000 people on the first day, then we should have an opportunity to get out of this recession that we've been in since August of 2022. Yes, they're going to downsize the government, and I want to see a plan for that. I want to make sure it makes sense. Don't crash the economy. If Elon Musk or Vivek Ramaswamy are trying to crash the economy all at once, if they walk in and say, we have to shut down the Department of Education tomorrow, if it's January 21st and they say shut it down and Donald Trump shuts down the Department of Education on January 22nd, 2025, I will have a problem. That will be thousands of people who will lose their job, not hundreds of thousands, not tens of thousands. Thousands of people will lose their job. And that will affect the economy negatively. I would have a problem with that. But I don't think that's how they're going to do it. That isn't what they're saying so far, what they're going to do. So, wait and see. Wait and see. Let's see. So I see Joel's with us as well. Thank you, Joel, for being here with us. We enjoy everyone who joins us. And by the way, not everyone's a Republican, not everyone's a conservative, and you're all still welcome. I said this last week, and I'll say it again because I think it's important. There are Democrats and people who lean left who watch this program, and they are all welcome here. They were here all through the election. And they would come on a regular basis and they'd say, oh, the Democrats are so fantastic. Joe Biden's a fantastic candidate. And then when it became Kamala's a fantastic candidate. And they loved the left and all the leftist policies. And they were always welcome on this channel. They were always welcome to leave their comments, to call in, to tell me when they thought I was wrong. Those same people are still welcome. I have never shut down any of their voices. I have never told them they can't speak. I have never once said, my guy won, so you can't talk anymore. That never happens. That happens with the left. The progressives say that. They will lord that over you and they will punish you. I'm not a progressive. I'm happy to hear your voices. And just because you got it wrong with Joe Biden, just because you failed with Bidenomics, just because the world is worse because of the last 4 years, doesn't mean I'll hold it against you for the next 4 years. We move forward. We move on. So that being said, I wanted to bring that up about AOC because literally, according to the Democrats, she is harming the LGBT because she got rid of her pronouns. That's what they told us, so I'm just applying it to them. Where is the outrage? Where is the protest in front of AOC's office in the New York 14th District? Where are the leftists who are saying she has to quit because she's not supporting the LGBT anymore? At the same time, we have people. Grace, give me a second. I'll get right to your comment. I did want to bring up, these same people who are forgiving AOC, who don't mind the fact that they're not going to virtue signal as hard going forward because, Donald Trump's in. So they have to maintain power. They have to lie to us and say that no, I didn't virtue signal like that before. I wasn't telling you that all white people are evil with CRT and intersectionality. No. You're thinking of someone else. Vote for me. Yeah. They're also the same people who are now cutting off their hair and they're trying to poison. They have promised to poison people who did vote for Trump. That's the MATGA problem. That's the MATGA. This is an anti-Trump, anti-conservative, anti-Republican movement. And their only goal is to poison people who voted for Donald Trump. You didn't hear that from the right, did you? No Republican, no conservative in America was running around going and saying, you know what, you voted for Joe Biden, you voted for Kamala Harris, we should poison you. No one has ever said that. That has never been said from the right. And I know there may be Democrats out there right now. Well, I feel like they would say that. You may feel that way. It's not a fact. This is a fact. The left is saying they want to poison people because they didn't agree. These are the same people who were going to Binghamton University in 2016 and in 2019. These are the same people who had a mob of 200 attacking 3 people. These are the same people. How dare you not virtue signal? How dare you not obey their feelings? You need to be punished. This is why America elected Donald Trump. That's why we're so happy to see Donald Trump has a plan. And I'm getting to his plan in just a moment. But this is so important. I want you to remember, going forward, because the news media wants you to forget. The news media doesn't want you to think about this, that the left is so crazy. Not only do they have autonomous zones, which are insurrectionists, not only are they out there trying to change, they're punishing you for not doing what they feel. They're violent. They're hyper violent. This woman in Seattle, bluer than blue, one of the big blue cities in America. This woman, on election night, November 5th, killed her father with an ice axe. Now you may say to me, but Mike, I understand it happened on November 5th, election day. And nobody wanted to talk about this. This news didn't come out until November 12th. No one in the news media was talking about it, and even now, it's only local news. No one was talking about why is that important? What has that got to do with the election? What has that got to do with the left? This woman who killed her father with an ice axe, here it is, told the police she was emotional, highly emotional, because of the election. She felt there was something important about election day, and it wasn't for the Democrats, but they thought it would be. They thought that they were promised Kamala was going to win by a landslide, that Donald Trump had no hope, that Donald Trump was evil, and obviously every single American wasn't going to go for that. That Kamala was winning in all of the polls. That's what she said she saw on CNN and MSNBC. That's ABC, CBS. That's the New York Times. They were all telling the left that they were going to win because they were on the right side of history, that the majority of Americans agreed with them and their policies. And then it didn't happen. And this woman became highly emotional because of the election and decided to kill her father as a result. Think of that insanity. Now, you say to me, but Mike, the left isn't like that. The left isn't like that? Think of 2020. Did the left go out and riot in your city? Because they rioted in every city. Did they try and burn down federal buildings in your city? They did that in almost all the cities. Did they create an autonomous zone in your city? They did in 22 of the largest cities of America. Did they go out and protest in favor of Hamas, a terrorist organization? Across the nation, they have been doing that in all of the biggest blue cities. They are hyper emotional, and you have to live up to their emotions. You're the problem if you don't have the same emotion as them. So when she was told that Kamala was going to win, guaranteed, she's going to absolutely beat Donald Trump, has no choice because he's a convict, he's evil. No one would vote for evil, convict, orange man, bad. And when they did, she got emotional and lost her mind and killed her own father. That's how far they have pushed some Democrats. That's how far they have pushed people to the left. This is what happens when you constantly go left and left and left, and you never pause, and you never stop, and you never think independently. The second that you are forced to do anything but keep going left, they have an emotional breakdown and people get hurt. Whether that's a riot in a city or whether it's someone murdering their father. Now, I will say, and let me be fair, I can't prove that. This is my belief. This is my supposition. I'm telling you up front, I tell you, when something is empirical, you hear me say it's empirical. I give you the data why it's empirical. When I say it's factual and when it's absolutely correct, I provide you the evidence. I don't just say it. I show you how it is in the law, or it's in the science, or it's factually recorded. I provide that information to you. I can't say that about this woman in Seattle. It isn't empirical. But looking at the evidence, that is my conclusion. She is the net result of the constant move to the left. Seattle is that kind of progressive city. And that election night was that kind of emotional night for the left. And they were promised that Kamala Harris would win because no one would vote for Orange Man Bad, the most evil demon that has existed in the history of America, and that women would lose every one of their rights. If he won, they lost everything. And that's why women are cutting off their hair and joining the Korean 4B movement. She lost her mind. And her father died. That's because of the left. That's a direct consequence of the left. You think I'm wrong? Well, you could say, well, she's wacky. She's got a mental issue to start with. I agree. I think she did have a mental issue long before this, and it was undiagnosed. Probably. But that doesn't change the trigger. Because there are a lot of crazy people in America. There's a lot of crazy people in the world. They don't go and do crazy things. They're just crazy. They're regular, ordinary crazy. Keep to themselves kind of crazy. But every so often, those crazy get triggered. And then they're not just crazy in their head, they're crazy around all of us, and people get hurt. Like Jordan Neely on the New York subway. He was crazy. Or mentally disabled, if you don't like that word. Crazy, but I know. PC, Mike, be kind. It's a hard word to call someone crazy. No, it's not. But okay, you want to use mentally disabled? Same difference. Means the same thing. Actually, I think I'm being kinder by saying Jordan Neely was crazy. This woman in Seattle is crazy. People who have mental disabilities like, what's his name? Fetterman. John Fetterman. John Fetterman is mentally disabled. He's not in the same category as this woman in Seattle. He's not in the same category as Jordan Neely. He had a medical condition. His brain got shut down. He had a stroke. He is mentally impaired. That's a mental disability. I do not count that the same as crazy. Crazy is Jordan Neely, who attacks people on the subway just because they're there. I call this woman in Seattle, she's crazy. She picked up a pickaxe and attacked and killed her father in her home because Kamala didn't win. That's crazy. Do you see the difference? So people go, oh, Mike, you can't call them crazy. Yes, I can, because that's the distinction. That's the distinction. You may not like it. You may think it's insensitive, but it's the truth. There is a difference. There is a very clear and wide division between the two, which is why I don't call Fetterman, Senator Fetterman, I will not call him crazy. He's not crazy. He is mentally deficient because he had a stroke, and he is mentally deficient. That is an accurate description of who he is. I don't blame him for that, but that is what he is. This woman in Seattle, Jordan Neely, not the same thing. And I know people are going, Mike, Jordan Neely, that name sounds kind of familiar. Where'd that come? He's the guy on the subway that attacked people on the subway, and Daniel Penny, a former Marine, had to hold him down with 2 other people, by the way. 3 people had to hold down Jordan Neely because he was hyper violent due to his mental disorder, because he was crazy. And sadly, as a consequence of that, of those 3 people holding down Jordan Neely died by accident. It wasn't because he's black. It wasn't because he's crazy per se, but because he was crazy and violent, and they stopped him. There is a difference. Let me go to the comments. Let's see, where are the comments? Where did I leave off, guys? Everyone's going crazy on me. All right, that's it. All right. Grace had said, even though thousands of people lose their jobs, won't that help us? Their government jobs paid for by us. Okay, in terms of talking about Elon Musk, and by the way, I'm going to get into that a little bit more a little bit later, because we're going to talk about the shadow government that Democrats are trying to create and Trump's cabinet. 2 different things. But I did bring up the Department of Government Efficiency, also called DOGE now, and I brought that up. Could it help America? Yes. See, but here's the difference. There's the shock, and then there's the a gentle letdown and a shock to the system. If we fire all, I believe it is 3,000 or 5,000 people in the Department of Education. It's not a huge number. It's not a massive number. It's not going to destroy the government. Yes, there's not 15,000 people working there. There's about 3,000 to 5,000 people in the Department of Education. And if we were to fire all of them, that is a shock to the system. It's still a lot of people all at once hitting. Now, there is the counter of, all right, we're also going to have all the money down. But it doesn't stop there. There is a consequence to that. The dominoes keep going. See, if we overnight shut down the Department of Education, it's not that those 3,000, the country can absorb 3,000 extra people being fired on any given day. That's not a problem. The problem is Now every state has to pick up the difference, which is good, except they're not ready. They don't have the infrastructure in place. They're relying on getting a check from the federal government. They're relying on regulations from the federal government. They don't pay attention to their own people. They haven't listened. None of the states have been listening to their own people saying, but we don't need to have transgenders in every bathroom. That's not necessarily, we remember Loudoun County. We remember what's happened in New York State. This is a problem. But they haven't changed the law. They don't have people in place to take over and make decisions. So that's the problem with it happening overnight. Would it save us money? Yes. But it wouldn't be efficient. It is effective. It's not efficient. So it has to happen over time to give everyone a chance to build up the infrastructure to then shut off the lights and goodbye Department of Education. That's the good thing. That's the end result. And that's why Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have until June 26th of 2026. It's not supposed to happen overnight. It's supposed to happen over a year and a half later. We have time to build up, to target what's the problem, and to fix that problem without crushing the infrastructure of every state in the United States all at once. I hope that makes it clear. If it doesn't, please tell me, Grace, and I will be more explicit in my answer. But I want you to understand, that's why it's not going to happen overnight. Because overnight would be just as bad a problem as what Joe Biden did in firing 11,000 XL pipeline workers. That devastated the nation because he didn't think about any of the consequences. He just did it because it was politically a good thing. It wasn't effective. It wasn't efficient. It didn't help America. It hurt us. And he magnified that pain by doing it instantly and didn't give anyone a chance to adjust. That's why the Department of Education can't go overnight. It has to be over time. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, again, ask me. I will clarify. Graham asked a question. I don't know anything about the ice axe story, but my guess is that there was a lot of abuse in that family long before the murder took place. According to what is known now, again, this was it happened on November 5th, and let me bring this up. So the reporting on this was yesterday, November 12th. Okay. It's being reported on November 12th and again on November 13th. So this is relatively recent, even though it happened on November 5th. But in all of the information so far, none of the police have reported and none of the news media have reported any history of abuse in that family. The father was disabled. He's 67. He's disabled. He was living with his daughter because he couldn't take care of himself. So if there was abuse, it was earlier in their life, not current. She did let him in her home anyway. And I still don't count that as being, and if there was abuse previously, I still do not think that justifies grabbing an ice axe and killing your dad. You kick him out the house. She didn't have to bring him into her home. She didn't have to take him in and take care of him. And just because he wouldn't turn off a light on election night where she was losing her mind because Kamala Harris didn't win doesn't justify hit him with an ice axe. Kill him. I'm sorry, no, that doesn't work for me. But again, if you think I'm wrong, okay, because you might be right, Graham. It could be there was a ton of abuse there beforehand. Still doesn't justify him getting killed with an ice axe. And the trigger for that happening, whether there was abuse before or not, apparently seems to be because Kamala Harris lost. Because a leftist didn't get what they wanted. And the reaction that we have seen trained into these leftists, as we saw at Binghamton University, if everything isn't exactly what they feel it should be, their only response is violence. The threat of violence and the act of violence. Every single time. They didn't get what they wanted, then they're going to go out and riot. They're going to block a road. They're going to burn down a building. They're going to vandalize buildings. They're going to shoplift and steal. They're going to attack people. These are all the things we've been seeing over the last 4 years. It's not new, but we've been seeing it on a grander scale over the last 4 years. This is what the left does. But that's why I think of it that way. I could be wrong. Joel says, the campaign ads about women were such an insult to people's intelligence. Telling United States women who can vote for, telling women that they could vote for Harris, but not tell their husbands, their masters, not to know. Yeah, it's the assumption that women have no agency, which makes no sense. Because you would think, as the election was coming up, women are supposed to be empowered. Women are supposed to be equals. That's what we've been fighting for. Women got these rights, the ERA. They were fighting for that since the 1950s. It was recognized in the 1960s, 1970s. We've seen women gain, they're in Congress, they own businesses, they're in the Fortune 500, they're running companies. Kathleen Kennedy is one great example, in charge of one of the most, or was in charge of Star Wars, one of the most successful, most expensive franchises in entertainment. I mean, we've seen them in every aspect of life. Women are capable. No one doubts that. No one thinks that a woman can't do a job unless you happen to live in Iran. There, the Ayatollah says that, but no one in America says that. No one believes that in America. But they use that as the gimmick, as the hook for the election. I think that's very insulting to women. I agree with you. That's insulting. Because aren't women in the Democratic Party, didn't they run for president and Congress and Senate? And didn't they win in many of those elections? Then what's that got to do with their husbands? It doesn't. Because women are independent and they have agency. And to say anything other than that is to insult the women and say, well, you've been lying to them all the time, that they don't have their own power, that they don't have their own freedom. So the last 4 decades have been a lie. It's one or the other. Either you've been lying to these women for 4 decades or they have agency. It's one or the other. And we saw the election, so I think we know which one 47% of the women, what they chose. All right, Graham goes on to say, in my view, no child harms their parent unless there has been a tremendous amount of pain inflicted on the child by the parent. Maybe. Again, I can only go, I'm not saying that's not the case. I can only tell you what the Seattle News has been reporting about this so far. I can only tell you the evidence that we have, which is her statement that she had the emotional breakdown because of the election on election night, and I'm only going with the data and the circumstances. I could be completely wrong. It could be just because of abuse. It could be because she's a crazy leftist. Both are legitimate situations at this time. And based on the evidence and the data we have at the moment, it seems to point towards she's a crazy leftist, not that she was abused. There's no evidence of that. So, again, I'm not saying you're wrong, Graham. I'm just saying that's not in the evidence that we have available at this time. If it comes up, then that's a different thing. So, now I'm bringing all these things up because I'm getting closer and closer to the important, essential items about the shadow government that is not by Donald Trump. But I want you to understand one other thing that's happening right now. Again, these are things that the left doesn't want you to think about, doesn't want to discuss with you. Do you know that right now in Pennsylvania, Democrats are fighting for illegal ballots? The left is so upset that Republicans have won the Senate. They're so inflamed in a case where they are losing by over 10,000, about 17,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, Democrats are losing. Senator Bob Casey is losing in Pennsylvania to Republican David McCormick in the senator's race. There is a difference in the votes of 27,000 in favor of the Republican. And the Democrats are fighting because they want to count 1,000, at least 1,000 illegal ballots. Now, when I say they are illegal, they have not been filled out. This is something that has already gone to the courts. And the court has already said that if you do not fill out your mail-in ballot, it doesn't have your date, the signature, it's not in the right envelope, it doesn't count. Because anyone could send in that ballot and not be you. We've seen that before the election, that somebody forged dozens, if not hundreds, of ballots and sent them through the regular mail rather than putting them in the drop box. And it turned out all of those ballots were illegal. They were copied. That the people who the actual voters, never filled out that mail-in ballot. We saw that before the election. We saw that a week before the election. I showed you the articles about that was in Arizona. So in Pennsylvania, Democrats are losing their mind because they're trying to count illegal ballots. And everyone admits the ballots are illegal. It's not like, oh no, but we don't know if, kinda, maybe. It's not we're not sure. This is being reported by the Post-Gazette as well as other credible news agencies in Pennsylvania, and this is from Pittsburgh itself. And there is no question, no one is doubting or arguing, they are illegal ballots. They are incorrectly filled out. They are, by definition, by the court, illegal. And Democrats want them counted anyway. How is that effective? How is that efficient? How is that supposed to make anyone feel confident about elections in the United States? How is that supposed to make people less apathetic when you know that Democrats will count any vote if they think it helps them win? That they will take any vote just to get the margin of error closer. That they're willing to say, nope, we know it is an illegal ballot. It is not filled out correctly. It is not a proper ballot. It should not count. Count it anyway. Just so they look good. So that they can virtue signal. So they can say that the race was closer than 27,000. That their side was just so close so that the next campaign, the next election, they can run an ad and say, it was only 1,000 votes. Your vote could have made a difference. Send us a check for $25. Send us a check for $25 so the next time we're going to win. That's why they want the votes counted. Not because it's effective, not because it's efficient, not because it's a proper reflection of the way people voted in Pennsylvania, not because the system is corrupt. It's because they want to have an ad, and it sounds better to say, we lost by 1,000 votes, send me $25 so the next time we win, than to say, we lost by 27,000 votes, send us a check for $25 next time we win. 27,000's a bigger number than 1,000, and the closer they get to that, the more likely you are to send the Democrats $25 for that next election so that they can have more money and or maybe win the next race. That's what this is about. That's all this is about. Again, it's not, no one is arguing that the ballots aren't illegal. They are. The law has made it clear. But what they're saying right now, Bucks County Commissioner Diane Ellis Marseglia, I think that's how to pronounce her name, a Democrat says precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country. And people violate laws anytime they want. For me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention. Virtue signal. It doesn't matter. This is the Democrats, the Democratic Party, Bucks County Democrats are telling you to your face, it doesn't matter that it's illegal. It doesn't matter if it won't count. It doesn't matter if it won't win the election. She wants to look like she's doing her job. She wants to make it look like it was competitive. She wants to make you feel not to be effective or efficient or to do what the people want. This is about partisan politics. This is about power. This is about money. It's got nothing to do with you. And she's more than willing to make people apathetic, to make them think their vote doesn't count. She's more than willing to make people not trust elections in the future, knowing that Democrats are more than willing to do something illegal if it helps Democrats. Because that's the only way you can take this statement. That's the only way that you can look at the problem in Pennsylvania right now in the race between McCormick and Casey and see that U.S. Senator Bob Casey, that they are fighting over illegal, invalid ballots that everyone knows are illegal and invalid. It's not a question. That's not the argument. That really should make people stop and think about it. This is the problem going into 2025. Democrats are willing to do anything. And they are violent. We have seen progressives more and more, as they have been trained in college, they become violent when they don't get what they want. Now, that's not every Democrat, and that's not the Democrats that watch this program. Many of the Democrats that respond and write in and call into the show, no, not them, but there are plenty of them. Just like we saw, what I believe we saw in Seattle. Like we've seen in other states across this nation. Like we saw at Binghamton University in 2019. Like we saw across this nation and in the autonomous zones, like the Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, the Atlanta Autonomous Zone, the Brooklyn Autonomous Zone, the Austin, Texas, and the Boulder, Colorado Autonomous Zones. In Aurora, Colorado right now, Democrats don't care about the result. Aurora, Colorado, there's Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment buildings, and the Democrats are saying, keep the border open. No, we can't deport illegal aliens, criminal illegal aliens, violent illegal aliens. You can't deport them. Democrats have a plan to give them citizenship. They broke the law. They're violent criminals. They're taking over apartment buildings. Give them citizenship. Why in the hell would we do that? Because Democrats don't care about being effective and efficient. I'm talking about the leadership, not the rank and file. There's a big difference. We're talking about Democrat leadership. They don't care. They want to virtue signal. They want your money. They want the power. They don't care how it impacts. They don't care about the consequences. You never hear the Democratic elected officials talk about the consequence of what they do. They'll tell you the promise. They'll tell you what they hope will be the result. They'll tell you how they think it should be. They'll tell you their feelings all day long without end, but they won't actually deal with the consequences. They won't deal with that. No. That's something altogether different. That's just a problem you have to deal with, not them. I don't know. I bring these things up not because I want to demonize Democrats. I'm not. I know sometimes people will feel that way, and they'll say, Mike, but you're beating up on Democrats. I'm not beating up on Democrats. I'm not. I'm beating up on the democratic system the Democrat National Committee system. I'm beating up on that. I'm beating up on elected officials in the Democratic Party. Absolutely. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC, Ilhan Omar. I got a huge list of those guys that I am absolutely Adam Schiff. I'm picking on all of them in a heartbeat. Yes, I am. But I'm not picking on the people. Because the people, rank and file, they're not the problem. They're not the issue. It's the partisan politics that is. It's the politics that isn't looking at being effective and efficient for the people. That's the problem. But they're very busy. I mean, look at this. I think we all can point to right now, it's been 10 days since the election. And Democrats have guaranteed you that if you're a woman, you're going to be sitting in a kitchen barefoot, waiting to get pregnant. That's your future. That's what they promised you immediately after the election. As soon as the election was done, as soon as I said 2:30 in the morning, November 6th, Donald Trump won, you lost all your rights, according to them. That didn't happen. If you're black, you're going to be in chains. You're a slave now. You lost all your freedoms. November 6th, 2:30 in the morning. No, you didn't. Didn't happen. They lied to you. That's how you felt. That's what they told you should feel. It's not what happened. It's not even close. By the way, on January 21st, 2025, women will still have the right to vote. Women will still have the right to own property. Women will still own businesses and will still be members of Congress. Black people will still be able to vote. They will still own businesses. They will still be members of Congress. Nothing changed. It's not going to change. There is nothing to change. But what did change? Let's see. We got the first female chief of staff. You would think that the intersectionalists, the feminists, would be absolutely happy about that. They hate it. They hate her. Why? Isn't that what they want? They want a woman in that position, don't they? They got it. They got what they wanted. They got a woman. Oh, but she's not a Democrat. Oh, well, then that changes everything. New York City stopped giving debit cards to illegal aliens. Kind of, sort of, but yes. We have seen cities across this nation have already started to readjust their policies about open borders. They're starting to readjust and to stop pushing the message, stop pushing the open border, and start protecting the people. Slowly, but it's happening. U.S. companies bring production home, stock market hitting all-time highs. Newest migrant caravan in Mexico broke up. They're not coming. I know that's what Kamala Harris said. She said, don't come. By the way, show up. Don't come. But if you're here, you're going to get a path to citizenship. That's what Kamala Harris said. If you happen to be here, you'll get a path to citizenship, but don't show up, okay? Don't come. That's not, don't do that. You don't want to do that. Of course they did. And they came in droves. Now they're not. Now they're wondering, are they going to get deported? They believe they're going to get mass deported. They believe that the criminals are going to go first, but they're not so sure if they won't go second. But they know that. And some of them are planning to leave ahead of time. And their families aren't coming. Gee, the first thing to fix a sinking boat is to fix the hole. Seal the hole, seal the leak where the water's coming in. Close that first, then bail out the water that you have. You will save the boat. And this is basic. Stop the leak, then bail the water. The boat will keep floating. Try and bail the water first, your boat's going to sink because the hole's still there. Same idea. I like that. Someone clipped that part. I thought that made a lot of sense. But I want to go on beyond that because it doesn't make sense because the left is telling you it's World War III. The world is ending. Hamas we may see Iran push Hamas to give back the hostages. But we are seeing that China wants to have conversations with Donald Trump. They want to have a path to peace. They had that conversation. We were covering that earlier in the show. Russia has already said they want to have a conversation with the United States. They want to talk about the path towards peace in the Ukraine war, that there could be a ceasefire. Joe Biden's trying to amp things up. He's trying to make it even more of an escalation to bring the United States into the fight. Putin said, I'm willing to start talking about ceasefire. This is insane. It doesn't make sense. Now, I want to go into this shadow cabinet, and I want to be clear about what this is, because not a lot of people have heard about this or understand it clearly, because it's not clear. In 2017, Donald Trump, in January of 2017, Donald Trump put together a shadow cabinet. What did that mean? And this is coming from Politico. Again, this is the left. So if you look through this, Donald Trump had a bunch of his appointments for various cabinet positions trail and follow and work with people who are already in government. He was having people learn the positions. Some of the people he picked were brand new to politics. They were brand new to government. They had never been in politics or in government. And he had a bunch of his aides, people who answered directly to him, follow those people, those cabinet members, find out what do they do? What is their job? How do they do their job? He had to find out. And so he had his people shadow the existing government. Okay, that makes sense. So that was the Donald Trump, and I want to be clear about this. That's the Donald Trump shadow government. It's somebody learning a job they didn't have before, that they have never done before. They're following and learning from someone who already has the job and already has the experience. It's an apprenticeship. In other words, it's an apprentice. And Donald Trump hired a bunch of apprentices, had them learn, and then put them in the job. That's it. Mind you, was it fast? Was it a lot of on-the-job learning? Absolutely. But he at least gave them some amount of time to figure it out, to follow, to learn, to understand. That's his shadow government. That was in 2017. I want you to understand that, because you will hear from Democrats who are going to tell you that what Democrats are doing now is exactly what Donald Trump did in 2017, and that is a lie. What Democrats are proposing right now, what North Carolina District 13 Representative Willie Nickel, sorry, I had to get the name right. Willie Nickel out of North Carolina's 13th district, what he is suggesting and what Democrats are looking at doing in creating a shadow government is not what Donald Trump is doing. They know how politics are run. They're familiar with politics. They're members of government. They know exactly what is happening. It isn't the same, not even close. And they know it. They know it, and they think you're too dumb to notice. Let me show you what I mean. Once this brings, come on back. There it is. Democratic lawmaker. This is Willie Nickel, North Carolina 13th District. And where is it? Bring it back up. I'm waiting for it to load up. I want you to hear part of what he is suggesting. Come on, play. Come on, play. I'm waiting. CNN doesn't like me. All right, while it's looking to load that up. Is it my computer or shouldn't be? Some of these pages I've had open for a little while since we started the show. Let me take a moment to I explained what Donald Trump's shadow government is. Oh, here it is.
The holidays.
So happy to get
And holiday trip.
commercial. I love that they don't let you skip the commercial. Why not? Let me skip the commercial. You're not paying me for this. I'm not getting paid for this commercial. I do not support this next generation of vehicle because they didn't pay me a dime. Chevy isn't giving me any money, so screw Chevy. Just saying. Just saying. Here we go.
Kicking into a kind of a fever dream. Some party members are floating ideas about how to respond to a second Trump presidency, and some ideas more outlandish than others. So let's take the temperature of the room, shall we? First up, the dream that Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor could resign and be replaced by a younger justice.
Well,
I think that's actually a very good plan. I think it's something that should happen.
no one in America is going to, there's no way in hell that any Supreme Court justice, whether it's for the right or the left, in the next month and a half is going to be pushed through. It wouldn't happen. I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican. Not going to happen. That's wishful dreaming. That's it. It's just pipe dream. And anyone who's involved in politics knows that. But I want to get to the really important part of this interview. Is this it? Where is it? I want to get to, where is it? I believe it's, I want to show you just, here we go.
You might want to wake up. That's not going to happen. But it would force Trump to throw out anything with 47th president on it. And there's one more idea. A shadow government, similar to the UK.
By the way, that was the 47th. The other wish that they had is Kamala Harris will become president. You know, Joe Biden resigns and Kamala Harris becomes the 47th president, and then Donald Trump has to redo all of his merch and change it to 48. It's not going to happen, but it's a dream that Democrats have. Okay, going on. So she's talking about the shadow government.
A group of lawmakers that mirrors the cabinet and publicly challenges them. Say Senator-elect Adam Schiff as shadow attorney general, Congressman
Adam Schiff, Gregory Meeks, Michael Bennet. Do you notice they're all senators already? They've already been in politics for decades upon decades. These aren't people who don't know how to do the job. They just don't have that job. And we see that Democrats are saying, here's our dream. We want them to be a shadow government, not to learn how to do a job, not to get this position because they're not being selected for that. They just want them to do the job right alongside and opposite to however Trump does it. Does that make sense to you? They're creating their own government. This is the Democrat attorney general. Trump's going to have an attorney general. Democrats will have one too. Gregory Meeks, he's going to be the Secretary of State for the Democrats, but Donald Trump has a Secretary of State. They're going to have their own because of their political affiliation. Senator Michael Bennet will be he will be the Treasury Secretary, but Donald Trump has one. And Donald Trump is the president. So why do Democrats need someone to do the same job that Donald Trump has? Is it because the Democrats are in charge and they need someone who's never been in politics before to learn how to do the job? No, that isn't what they're doing. They're creating a second government. That's what they're doing. They're creating a second government in America, a government for the left, and saying that Donald Trump has one for the right, even though Donald Trump is the president of the United States as of January 21st, 2025, that he is the president-elect, that these are his nominations, and they will be the people that Donald Trump is nominating are the people who will be running the country. Why do Democrats need a second set of people? Well, let's find out what this is CNN who's saying this.
Gregory Meeks, Secretary of State, or Colorado Senator Michael Bennet as Treasury Secretary. Well, that idea isn't just coming from a strategist, but a lawmaker. And joining me now, the man behind this idea, Congressman Wiley Nickel, a Democrat from North Carolina. No dream music needed. You're in person with us. Congressman, why do you think this is the way to possibly challenge this administration?
First of all, this is something we can do. This is something that definitely can happen.
Well, first of all, it's not a challenge. I love that Laura Coates is making this sound like this is anything.
Chase Freedom Unlimited rewards all that you.
I hate. Laura Coates is trying to make this sound like this is anything but a insurrection, because that's what it is. It's a second government inside a government. It is a group of people who are there for officiating, and they don't have any official power. This is the pipe dream coming from the Democratic Party. Let's see. Bring this back. I hate CNN. Oh, they skipped it. Come on. Bring it back. I hate this. Really? CNN, you have a horrible channel. All right, fine. All right. Let me go. Do I have it up again? All right. My computer's acting up. So, essentially, the definition of a shadow government is what we see in England, what we see in parliamentary governments. The United States doesn't have a parliamentary government. And a shadow government in England, as an example, in the United Kingdom, is kind of what the Democrats are suggesting right now, that they have their own people who are out there so that whenever a decision is made, they can say, yeah, but Democrats don't agree with that. Democrats have a different opinion. That's what was being said by CNN improperly. But that's a second government. And the reason why you do that in a parliamentary government is because there isn't anyone, there's no one group in charge. It's a combination of groups because they're still part of the government. In England and any parliamentary government, you don't have Republicans and Democrats, only one of them being in charge. You have Democrats and Republicans that are in charge at the same time. More of one than the other, but it isn't just one. I do see you. It's not just one. It's both of them. So that's why England does it that way. But guess what? We had a revolution so that we don't do things the way that England does. We don't have a parliament. We have a Congress. We have one party in charge, one president who makes their choices, and there isn't a second group saying, hey, we have decisions too. We have power too. No, you're not going to have Donald Trump go over to China, and then the Democrats are going to have a Democrat who's going to go China and talk to Chairman Xi as well. Not going to happen. So they don't need Schiff as a secretary or Meeks as a secretary of state. Trump already has one. And no matter what Meeks or the Democrats may think, we already have a secretary of state. We have a government. So it's not a shadow cabinet. It's not like what we're seeing in the United Kingdom or India or other countries. This is usurping the government. This is an insurrection. This is how you take over a government, by creating the infrastructure. All right. I know it's... I heard that. All right. We're going to take another break in a second, and then I'm going to come back. But I want you to ruminate on this idea. And I got to find another video for you guys. But I want you to ruminate on this one idea, if you can, for me, please. And that is, why do we need this? We've never had it before. And now Democrats are saying they must have it. It must happen. You must do this. Why? Why must we do this? Why must we do this now? They won't answer that. This is an insurrection. They tell you that January 6th was an insurrection, even though there was nothing in place. There was no plan. There was no government. There was nothing. But Democrats are creating a second government. That's a plan. That's an insurrection. They have a government in place to take over. Even the South in the world, when the South separated in 1860s, they created a second government. Then they broke away from the Union after they created the Confederacy. They made their government first. Then they broke the nation. Democrats are building their government first. Then comes the insurrection. I want to leave you thinking about that and just consider that thought. Now, I need to step away again for about half an hour, 45 minutes. So I want you to bear with me for a half hour, 45 minutes, and then we'll be back. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. That's right. This is...
Hey, first of all, Michael Vasquez is outstanding co-host and contributor to the Larry Sharp Show. He's been on there. We've had some very healthy debates, and you're more politically to the right. And I'm glad that we could have another perspective on here. Larry, unfortunately, said he couldn't make it. So, Michael, I've been opening this up to the floor, but to the people. What are your thoughts about what's going to happen this election cycle? Will we actually have a final result count? What do you think the overall result will be? Who will get popular vote? Who will win the Electoral College? Your thoughts and what's happening in your state specifically when you voted? Michael,
you're muted.
Oh. You either muted yourself or something. I can't hear you.
No, I muted myself.
Sorry.
You got me now, right?
Yes, now we can hear you loud and clear. So let's get your thoughts. Popular vote, Electoral College, who's going to win? Will there be a final result? And what's happening in your state?
No problem. So I'm in New York, and the first thing I want to do before anything else is I do want to mention hello to the chat. Hello to everyone on the panel. Kit, always good to see you again.
Thank you.
And it's kind of neat. Like the first time having a conservative Republican on the channel. I am honored for that.
You crossed the Rubicon.
Yeah.
But it's always wonderful to have these voices, to have these conversations. And I'll be here at least an hour. And you know what? If the chat's loving the conversation, you guys are loving it, I'll stay longer. I'm known for going long. Sunday, I did my live stream. I went 7.5 hours, which is not that unusual for me.
Yeah, you made out stronger stuff. Made out stronger stuff than me.
Yeah, that's what I do. But to give everyone a quick idea who I am, and then I'm going to go right into your questions because you guys are really going to love what I'm going to predict.
Okay.
But political commentary for 18 years now, ran for Congress, ran for county legislature as well. Obviously, didn't win. Conservative Republican, Marine Corps. And I'm a little bit older than all of you guys. So I have a slightly different perspective. Yes, I've lived in Moscow. Yes, I speak some Russian. Yes, I've been on both coasts of the United States. Been through a few things. Been through earthquakes, floods, fires, got hit by a car. Few things. So, and been homeless twice in my life. So I have a unique perspective on a few things, which bring me to a more conservative Republican point of view. So that's me in a nutshell. And I do my show every Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There that goes. Okay. Now let's get to the meat and potatoes. Now that you have some understanding of my background, let me explain. We're going to see 120 million votes. We're going to see a drop of 30 million votes in this election because there is no Democratic enthusiasm behind Kamala Harris for multiple reasons. And that's going to translate into an election where I believe you're going to see Donald Trump take the popular vote by about 3%. Part of that is because of mail-in ballots, which we have seen so far. For Democrats, they have always, since 2004, Democrats always have more mail-in votes than any other party. But what we have seen is that they are down somewhere around 25. Some reports are as much as 40% down from 2020 and from 2016. So there are fewer Democrat mail-in ballots, and we're seeing more ballots, either the same or more, depending on the state and the reporting, for Republicans. That's going to lead, and when we take into account that Republicans, about 55% of them, like independents, show up on game day. Today, that my calculation says that means it's going to be an electoral win of 312 votes for Donald Trump versus 226 for Kamala Harris. She will lose Michigan. And quite possibly, I may be underestimating, because it is possible she will lose Wisconsin as well. The key factor in that isn't Kamala Harris. It's actually Jill Stein, third party. She has done an enormous amount of work and has been very successful in Michigan in capturing a section, the Dearborn, Michigan voter, and have rallied them from across the country with high concentrations in Michigan and in Wisconsin. So I think that's going to have a major effect. She's going to come in third. She should get somewhere between 3 to 5%, given the margin of error, which is about 1.5 to 2. That means that Donald Trump wins in Michigan by about 1 to 2.5 points, which is more than enough, and possibly a similar reaction in Wisconsin. I expect. Okay, go ahead.
So let me push back here. I don't want to be the bad guy. I think everyone knows where I stand on this, but let me go ahead and push back here, because both you and I live in two states that have something very interesting, and that is both our states are extremely draconian towards third parties. Now, we've both been on Larry Sharp's show. We've talked about the impact of third parties. When you went out to vote, and maybe I'm fast forwarding this question here, but what did you notice on the ballot when it came down to third parties? Were third parties prevalent in your district? Because for me, libertarians and some Greens were able to get on, but for presidential candidates, both New York and Illinois, Jill Stein is a write-in. Same thing for the Libertarians too, and the Libertarians got almost every single state, save for Illinois and New York. So are you really thinking that the third parties can actually gain some momentum and really impact and shift the election like corporate media and the Democrats are fearing?
Well, sort of. And I'm in New York State, so it is ultra blue. It is ultra progressive blue, which is different than just being normal Democrat. I'd say the average Democrat is more center left. New York is far further left, more like California to that degree. And so New York does have what they call third parties, which isn't third parties. You have a conservative party, you have the Working Families Party. Now, the Conservative Party is very much aligned with the Republican Party. They're not the same, but there isn't much of a difference. And normally they support each other's candidates in every election. The Working Families Party is basically home of the progressive movement of the Democratic wing. So they, again, very much are aligned with Democrats and often have Democratic candidates on their line as well, although they're more than willing to have further left candidates on the Working Families line. So we see that. So that's not really the third party we think of when we think of the rest of the nation. You're not seeing the Green Party. You're not seeing the Socialists. You're not seeing the independent Dr. Cornel West or even RFK. You're not seeing them on the ballot because New York has basically outlawed any other voice than what New York State approves of, and they don't want to move outside the two-party system for the most part. I voted at 3 o'clock, and sadly, even though I'm in the Bronx, we had 6,161 people at that time had voted at my, I'm in the same home my family's been in for the last 50 years. So this is a huge increase. We've been increasing in the area. There are about 20,000, 25,000 people in this community that would use that voting booth. So the numbers are not very good, to be honest. I believe that we're going to see a lot more votes for Donald Trump than probably what Democrats would be comfortable with for New York State. Now, of course, Harris will win New York, but Trump's going to have a stronger showing than they expected. Third party, yeah, I voted for a couple of conservatives. I wrote in, now sadly, in my district, for judges, there were 6 judges, and now there was no one running against them. Lack of money, lack of ability to get interest. The Republican Party failed. So did the Conservative Party. So they were unopposed. So I wrote in 6 different names. Once I wrote in Larry twice, wrote myself in once, and I wrote in a couple of conservative candidates running for assembly and state in a couple of spots as well. Because
as you should.
Yeah. People forget we have the right always to write in anyone we want. The government doesn't get to pick and choose who we vote for. So I agree with all you guys. Third party, I want there to be a third party because I want the best candidate to win. I want the most efficient and effective politician in any office.
Right.
And you only get that when you have competition. When they sit up on a stage, they debate, you get to hear them in interviews, you get to see them in person and ask them questions and they answer it. And we get the best person with the best plan. And that's the only person that should win. Now, I think that generally more Republicans and conservatives will win in that scenario than anyone else. But you know what? If there is someone who's third party, who is demonstrably better, I want them. I don't care what party they're in. I want the best, only the best, because that's what America needs desperately.
Michael,
So
I agree. Hold on, but real quick, Michael.
Sure.
First of all, I agree with what your statement is. But see, here's my pushback. That's a high standard because I have that high standard. But we're in the United States where money is speech and corporations are people. And in Illinois, election integrity, you're better off believing in the Loch Ness monster and Sasquatch knocking at your door than actually get. I mean, again, we need to have real reform in here. So one other thing too, I want to bring up, and that is in regards towards how this election could turn out, the voter turnout. Then we are seeing people though. Turning out in mass, and this is something I call about voter enthusiasm. Like even where I went to vote, people were showing up. And the thing is, I was rather surprised how there was also engagement about talking about some of the local areas, especially in office that are there. And of course, you being in New York, I'm pretty sure you're well aware of what happened with Peanut. We actually went over that, and again. Yes, and it's a fascinating story about that. But in regards to the local level, because after election night, people are just going to take it easy, and you've been involved in the political process, as has Larry. Your thoughts on the day after? The day after. I mean, how do we keep the engagement going on? Because I'm pretty sure everybody across the spectrum is just going to want to just drop their hammers, drop their shields, drop their spears and swords, and just say, "All right, I'm going to sleep for the next 4 years."
Well, historically, we are at the plateau. This is the peak for the election season. The average normal person in America, they start paying attention to politics after Labor Day, September 1st, and they stop remembering anything one day, not Wednesday, but Thursday. On Thursday, massive drop in all politics because they go back to watching the Housewives of whatever the hell, and LeBron James and some other basketball players. And that's it. And that's sad because that's when all of that lame duck session, the time between Thursday and January 5th, we get to see politicians who don't give a damn. No one's holding them accountable. No one's paying attention. And they try and sneak in so many things. Now, the one thing that we're going to see this year, which is like what we saw in 2016, is, if I'm correct, and Donald Trump wins, which I believe is very likely, and I think the Democrats know it.
That's my prediction too.
Yeah,
I think most agree with that. 1 hour after it's called for Donald Trump, there will be spontaneous riots and attempts at insurrection zones, or otherwise known as autonomous zones, in the top 11 cities in America, which happen to all be Democrat-held cities that have been Democrat for at least 50 years.
I've seen some talks about that here in Chicago, and again, Angel, I'm going to give the floor to you. But real quick, I got family flying in from O'Hare, and that's happening tomorrow. And one thing that's, no matter who wins, I think there's going to be a lot of vocal outrage because we had a senile senior citizen run a global superpower. So now I know how the ancient Romans felt when they had Caligula or Nero at the helm. So, Angel, your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Biden's not running anything. So clearly we have some sort of permanent state, deep state, whatever you call it, actually running the United States during these last 4 years. But to the next point I have, it's true. Here where I live in New Jersey, there's businesses putting up like planks all over their windows and stuff because they expect riots if Trump wins. So in Washington, that's also happening. A lot of these big like blue cities or blue states there. I've seen in here where I live. There's like, they're putting up planks and stuff. Like they're expecting riots, especially if Trump wins. So yeah, I mean, I've seen it myself, which is why I agree. There's going to be riots today if Trump wins. If it's called tonight or whenever it's called, there's definitely going to be some rioting. So
I understand. Daniel, real quick, you want to add in your 2 cents here? Go ahead, Aaron. Let me make the microphone.
Yeah, I think that here's the big deal. We're dealing with the edge on both sides, generally, of where the human mind goes when it's in group sessions. And so I think that the reality is it's not really about who wins in terms of what we're talking about with like how people are going to respond. It's going to be question about the people that lose, because I think you're right. I think that whichever side loses is going to riot, is going to do something, because everyone seems very primed for that. So really, I think the better way to look at it is whoever wins is going to have a really good PR day, and whoever loses is going to look like a hypocrite.
And again, we got to talk about hypocrisy and a little bit of the trauma too, because, I think we've all remembered how crazy not only 2016 was, but 2020. And that brings in our next guest co-host, because again, I think we got it. I know, Michael, you're in here for an hour. I want to make sure I want to get your comment on it real quick here. But Nick, hey, shout out to Nick. You've been on the show a few times, and you've been an outstanding advocate. You've brought in a lot of people onto the show too who talk about trauma and going through this. And there's one thing you probably messaged me about, and that is the trauma of an election. I know, because many people have Trump derangement syndrome. And Michael, we actually talked about this the last time together. We were on Larry Sharp's show. And Angel, I know you talked about this. Jesse, you brought this up here too about Trump derangement syndrome and people having that man living in their head. So how do we get past this derangement, man? How do we, because again, tomorrow, anything's going to happen. None of us can really predict the future. We can make our predictions and our thoughts with the data before us and even our own biases. I have my biases. We all do. How do we get through this, Nick?
Oh, well, I don't have an answer for you, because I think what is going to happen is one way or another, we're going to have massive emotional meltdowns on whichever side ends up losing. And I think, just really the way both campaigns have been run have continued the dividing. So it's not even like there's a chance that we're going to be any more close together. So I know for me, and what I tell people is like, you've got to just kind of check in with yourself, what you can handle, what you can't handle, put up boundaries. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. If you don't want to read about it, get off of the internet, and kind of just protect yourself, because whatever side wins, the other side's coming.
Now, Michael, we actually talked about Trump derangement syndrome, and then Angel Snow, I want you to get your thoughts on this too. Look, I've made this joke where if Trump wins, I'm looking forward to watching the liberals melt down and feast on their tears. But I've never seen anybody trigger so many people, and I've made this comment before, that secretly a lot of these liberals, and I'm going to call them out, Cenk Uygur of TYT. You got Rachel Maddow of MSNBC, and I'm just using those two as examples. I think secretly they wish they could be like Trump, and I just got to say, maybe it's because of just Trump how he acts. Because again, he used to be a Democrat, now a Republican, and yet somehow people are calling him Hitler 2.0. So I'm gonna bring this example up: the Tony Soprano's conversation they had with Bobby Balalanka as they're eating dinner. Bobby says, Quasimodo, he predicted all this, and Tony's like, what? Yeah, Quasimodo, the end of the world. He said, Nostradamus and Notre Dame. Nostradamus is the guy who predicted the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Notre Dame and Nostradamus. Notre Dame and Nostradamus. 2 different things altogether. First name Adolf, last name Hitler, and Donald Trump. 2 different people altogether from 2 different eras of 2 different political systems and of 2 different countries. Michael, Trump derangement syndrome. How dare you advocate for somebody living rent-free in their people's heads? Michael, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Well, it's to be expected. I mean, we have Democrats who have been going since, well, you can easily say since the Obama administration, since 2008. We have seen that Democrats have been focused on 2 things: emotions and, more specifically, fear. This has been their driving message, because they've always made the same promises. Not to say that many Republicans don't do the same thing, but in a different way. Democrats have to have the emotion to get them through an election. And the most powerful emotion they can target is fear, which is why we hear a lot of Trump is going to create World War III. Trump is going to take away women's rights. Trump is going to go after all the Muslims, blah, 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 on down the line. Every single fear they could possibly throw at you. But they always keep out of their mind the fact that we've already had 4 years of Trump. We have a track record. We know what he has done. And his rhetoric has matched exactly what he said in the first 4 years. And that gives us every reason to believe he would do. Actually, he's bending over to be even more centrist, looking at the Maha movement, which he's incorporated and he's confirmed is going to continue to go forward if he gets his administration. Looking at now, we have Elon talking to Ron Paul on behalf of his government efficiency department that he wants to put together to reduce the size of government, reduce the national debt, which is good for poor people. It's good for the middle class, far more than anything that we've heard about in decades. So it's that fear, and we've seen that fear has been instilled in 8 years from the at an institutional level in our schools. That's why we saw the first assassin try and kill Trump. He went through 8 years of being programmed in school, in college, in TV, in movies, nothing but fear, fear, fear. And when he sees the writing on the wall, Trump's going to win, his only reaction was to say, well, then I have to be the hero. I have to go and take out Hitler. Well, guess what? That's all about the emotional push. It's hiding the lack of substance that we see in Kamala Harris, most specifically, and also in Joe Biden, who's a part-time zombie. But it's more specifically about that fear. That's how Democrats are ruling. And as they put in more fear into our country, we get more divided and we get closer and closer to becoming an autocratic kind of country. More,
I believe we're already there. We're
already there for sure.
We're already there. We're already there for sure.
Well,
Hold on.
I would say far, far, what we think is close to it, what they're moving us towards is far worse than anything we're seeing right now.
Now,
I think over the...
Go ahead, Nick. So real quick, because I want to bring in Angel and Snow. So, Nick, I'll come to you after Snow's commentary. But first, let's talk about the fear, because there is this fear of Trump and what he could do or possibly do or whatever do. But there's this fear, this ungodly fear of this man who probably doesn't even give a damn that some of these people even exist. Angel, Trump derangement syndrome. Why is it in your head?
It's not in my head, but why is it in other people's head? Well, I mean, there's the entire corporate media, the entire mainstream media, whatever. Fox have become anti-Trump. So it's like you get all of this programming 24/7. Trump is evil, Orange Man bad, whatever, you get it 24/7. And most independent media now, online independent media is doing it. They're feeding that Trump derangement syndrome rule to the people, and people are eating it. Even people without cable. You even give it a cable, go to online media. Most of us are still doing it. Not us here, but most of us are still doing it. So it's just I understand why people fall for it, but if you just pay attention a little bit and watch us, instead of the Young Turks or Kyle Kalinske, whoever you watch, then you'll quickly wake up out of that. Or at least that's my hope. Maybe you won't. Maybe you're just Trump derangement syndrome and you hate Trump no matter what, because he represents every evil that you stand against, even though unfortunately Democrats do more, if not worse, than Trump. So those are my thoughts.
So real quick here, Snow, I do want to get your comments in here, but folks, gentlemen, all of us, and Greg, I do see you. Please be on standby. But we do have some information coming in right now. So you're hearing it here first from Hardlands Media. As it stands, breaking news. As it stands, Indiana, 1% reporting in. It is light red, as well as the great state of Kentucky, 2% reporting in. Those are both leaning in for Trump. I mean, I'm not surprised by it, but I mean, yes, these are red states. But again, these are just the early stages results. Folks, anything can happen. And if you're expecting a TYT meltdown, the only thing that I'm going to be sad about is if third parties don't get the coveted 5%. I promise you, my meltdown will be great. And yes, the panic liberal, Michael, I don't think you've seen it. The panic liberal will show up a little bit later in the live stream. Don't worry, he'll be there. But
we do love ourselves a panicked liberal.
Listen, you have no idea. Snow, Trump derangement syndrome. Do you have it? That's like caught the rabies, like with Peanut the squirrel, R.I.P. or Fred the squirrel. What the fear of Trump derangement syndrome? Your thoughts?
I don't have TDS. I have IDS. I'll let you guys figure out what that stands for. Or BDS. Or NDS. Right. Anyway. Right, so Trump derangement syndrome, I'm just going to give my take. And you know me, sometimes I have to hit it from a psych angle. And this is no different. So I've always had a theory about Trump derangement syndrome in general. And that's you have to operate under the provisional conclusion that we are most likely ruled by narcissists and psychopaths. Probably narcissistic psychopaths. Probably just a whole mix of cluster B stuff. So I feel like the big difference between someone like Donald Trump and the liberals is kind of the difference between a grandiose narcissist, which is like a narcissist who very much just acts the part. Trump, perfect example, but there's plenty of them in front of a camera. Versus what's called a covert narcissist, which is a narcissist who has a veneer, and essentially acts in the same self-important way, but they have enough of a mask that they can appear as if they're not. And I feel like a lot of people with those types of personality traits, I feel like, as was stated before, they are pretty much jealous of Donald Trump because he doesn't have to operate with that veneer. He doesn't have to operate with that facade that you see a lot of these crazy people. Like my perfect go-to for a covert narcissist is probably Hillary Clinton. Because
prime example.
You can tell when she gets triggered and she just keeps it together, but you can see some of the cracks forming on the mask just here and there. You can tell that she's about to rip off the mask, and she's got that reptile face from Mortal Kombat. Anyway, I'm about to segue hard, but
well, you're not wrong.
Let's circle back on that though. Let's circle back to that.
Well, actually, true. Because go ahead. Because Snow, then Nick, and then Jesse. Trump derangement syndrome, and then there's a couple other questions I do want to bring up because I know Michael. Time,
don't worry about the time. Don't worry about time. We'll talk.
Go ahead, Snow. Go ahead, Snow.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of Trump derangement. I think it is jealousy. I think when you have to go through life being largely self-important and have a grandiose sense of self, but you feel like in order to maintain your position or your standing with the people who provide you with validation and help you achieve your prime aims, you have to keep that mask on. And I feel like a lot of people are very jealous because Trump doesn't have to. He could just go off. He can come up with, I will admit, hilarious names for his for his rivals, like Sleepy. My favorite's still Sleepy Joe personally. It's perfect. But
Lion Ted is gold.
Lion Ted. Well, what's Marco? What's Little Marco?
No.
Little Marco.
Little boy Rubio.
Little boy Rubio.
No, it's not. Is it really?
Yes, it was. Listen. I haven't gone. I'm going to go crazy, and I had a little manic episode. But trust me, my brain still works. Little boy Rubio. That's what he was called.
But yeah,
but okay.
Basically, the takeaway is I feel like it is largely envy, which is also a primary trait of people with narcissistic traits, because they have to keep that mask on. And to see someone who doesn't need that, and he still has a very large following, and he's very popular, and he does well in the arena that he exists in. I think it is predominantly envy, but of course, I'll be the first one to say, there's a lot of cult-like behavior with two-party enjoyers in general. You've got CNN and everybody telling their audiences that this is like the next iteration of every dystopian novel we read as a kid, and saying this person's bad every single day. You're kind of gonna get it. A lot of people are kind of gonna get programmed. So I think the takeaway is mostly envy, but it's also just conditioning. conditioning. If you see someone saying the same thing over and over every single day, it's going to get in the back of your head. So that's just my take.
It's
But
conditioning.
mostly it's
Nick,
like,
now, Nick, I think you and Snow are going to really hit it off because you've had a lot of talks with people with in regards to therapy and everything else in regards to that subject matter on your podcast. But your thoughts on what Snow brought up in regards to narcissism and the political system, because you were bringing up a lot of good stuff in our private conversation before I went live the day before yesterday.
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree more. I think there's a lot of narcissism. There's a lot of envy. I tend to lean more in the people are being propagandized to the extreme and they don't even know it. And you have a right media and you have a left media. You have a quote center media, as some people would like to describe News Nation or CNN. And what everyone's getting in their news and then what they're getting in their social media algorithms is all just feeding this narrative that they have. And it's all propaganda working simultaneously to reinforce your beliefs for the things that you support and the things that you don't. And what I've noticed in my life over the last 8-9 years is there's a lot of projection that goes on in general with Trump. I remember 2016, I predicted he would win. And I didn't vote for him, and I won't vote for him, but I predicted he'd win. And I came into work the next day, and people were mad at me like I did it, like it was my fault. And I think it just...
And it is your fault.
It is. Maybe this time it would be too. But I think what gets inside people's head is they have this good versus evil mentality, and I need to be a good guy. And I'm a good guy if I'm with Trump because we're going to make America great again. Or I'm a good guy if I'm with the Democrats or Kamala or Joe or whomever that is, because we're going to defend our freedom and our democracy against tyranny and Hitler. And you have these battle lines drawn to the point where all you're getting is reinforcement. You're getting news clips, you're getting your social media algorithms reinforcing this over and over and over everywhere you look, to the point where like people don't have a critical thought anymore. And I don't even blame them, because when you're propagandized so hard every which channel you go into for your personal life, for your media, for whatever people in your life, people surround themselves with their circles. We can't have conversations with people that disagree with us anymore. And you're just constantly getting that reinforcement. And when it's propaganda, in my view, on all sides for the most part, then you're going to have this divide. You're going to have people that have Trump derangement syndrome. You're going to have people that, and I have someone in my life that said a few weeks ago that it's okay that the Democrats installed Kamala Harris because they had to this time because we've got to beat Trump. And it's they're going to have to this time. They're going to have to next time because they're going to have to beat person X. So it's just, it's this conditioning that they do. It's the constant propaganda. You can't escape it. And I don't even blame people who have TDS. I think that they didn't wake up one day and say, I'm gonna catch some TDS here. It just happened over time. And it's just been so consistent and in every channel that unless you live and breathe this every day like a lot of us do, or follow it very closely, or listen to shows like this, or listen to independent media that is representing multiple sides, like you're not going to be able to form your own opinion. And I think that's the case with people who are casual political consumers.
Go ahead, Michael, and then I want to give Jesse, and then I'm going to bring in Daniel. So go ahead, Michael.
Just a quick thing about that is that we've seen that kids aren't being taught anymore. The reason why there's no critical thinking is because it's been removed from our schools. If you start from, and as we have seen, I mean, look at Libs of TikTok is a great example of it. There has been an indoctrination system that has been in place, taking kids from kindergarten all the way through college. None of that is right-leaning. That is all left-leaning. And they are being trained, and we heard this from George Carlin. Yeah. You have to be smart enough to push the button, but not smart enough to ask a question why you did it. And that's what we've been seeing. TDS is a result of the lack of critical thinking because it's been indoctrinated. And that's where we're seeing the problem. So it's a direct result of that. But go ahead, Jesse. I want to hear.
Jesse,
can I ask a question on that really quickly? I'm sorry.
Hold on. Wait. No, Jesse. You've been quiet for too long. I do want to get to Nick, but hold on, because Nick, I want your question to come up, but I want Daniel also add in his 2 cents too, because I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak. Jesse, Trump derangement syndrome. What's been spoken about here so far? I mean, you've been in music, you've been covering art, you've been doing so much work behind the scenes. Your thoughts?
I would say it's really fascinating how efficient of a job they've done making him the be-all, end-all bad guy. It went from the GOP to just Trump. People just say Trump. And it's a great opportunity for any Republican that stood with him before to be able to say, well, I mean, fuck that guy. That's not the direction we want. And it really manages to have him kind of die for the whole of the GOP's sins, in that once he's out of the picture, all of a sudden, all these politicians that people used to know better about, like Dick Cheney, suddenly get a full pass because they've already jumped ship. They've already distanced themselves from Hitler 2.0. And
Darth
now
Vader.
all of a sudden, all these Republicans are welcomed in with open arms, who we should know better about, like George W. Bush. Instantly it's like, oh well, you get a pass because you've separated yourself from Donald
Adam
Trump.
Schiff as
And
Shadow
it's fascinating how people need that connection to make. If you say something they don't agree with, you don't have to say Donald Trump's name. You can be talking about something completely different, and they need to go.
Others did because they found something. Today, every dollar counts. So, what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney No Sound with shelling out $3 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you some platform where inducing discussions tip. No sound bites allowed. And the best part, it's free with an option to support only if you choose, while Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes. No sound bites allowed. I'll talk and perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to and enjoy meaningful content. Hefty price tag. Hey everybody, thank you for joining us back here at No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York. It is currently 7:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4:20 in the California area. Don't go crazy. But I'm happy to be here with you, and we're talking a little bit about the Trump cabinet. We're talking about the shadow government that's going to be coming up. We've been talking about what is the impact globally? How are we seeing things shape out? What are some of the lies and some of the misconceptions that are being brought to fore as we get closer to the result, Donald Trump being the 47th president of the United States? Now, before we had to, I had to take my dog back out. Khan, come over here. Say hello to everybody. He'll come over in a minute. He's eating some food right now. But before I had to take him out the second time, I was talking about CNN, their interview, Laura Coates, talking with North Carolina District 13 Congressman Wiley Nickel. And his suggestion that is now being spread amongst Democrat leadership, that they should create a shadow government, a second government of the United States, which I feel is insurrectionist, and this will lead us to a second civil war. And you know, it's incredible that we have reached this point. For if you remember, in January 6th, we were told we were the bad guys. We were told everybody who didn't vote for Joe Biden, who didn't vote for Kamala Harris, we were the bad people. That's what they told us over and over again, that we had done something wrong. And yet, since that time, we have seen the economy get worse. We have seen the stability of the world get worse. They want to say, oh, January 6th, you were trying to commit an insurrection. Yes, there were 300,000 people. Yes, tens of thousands, 10,000 people were walking around in the Congress, and most of them were walking through as police officers watched them. There was no alternate government. There was no alternate plan. No, they were just upset they didn't trust the government. And as we can see right now, they had good reason, because in Pennsylvania, Democrats are fighting over the fact that they have invalid ballots that they want to count. They can't win. They just want to look good. They want to have more power. They want an excuse to get you to obey and give them money and power. And that, I think, is a problem. Now, you may disagree. You may say, Mike, well, Mike, you just don't understand. You misunderstand what they're saying. But remember, you were told you're an insurrectionist if you just don't go along, if you ask questions. And remember, we didn't have a second government. The right didn't try and create their own Secretary of State, their own Attorney General, their own Treasury Secretary. They didn't create these alternatives to a government that already exists. No, we didn't do that. But that's what Democrats are doing. But they're telling you, that's not insurrectionist. That's perfectly fine. That's normal. It happens in England, that has an entirely different structure of government, that has always been different. Matter of fact, that's why we had the war, the Revolutionary War, to not be like England, to not be held to the standards of England and its nobility and its class structure. No, we wanted something different. We wanted individual freedom. That's why we created the Constitution. We made the amendments, the Bill of Rights. That's why we are different. And why everyone is trying to get into America, everyone in the world isn't trying to get into England. That's just a fact. We have more people trying to get into America from England than are trying to get into England. But let's think about that for a moment, because we've been covering a lot. By the way, again, tomorrow, November 18th, I'll be on with the Voice of Reason with Andy Hoosier, talking to the Center of America and syndication. On the 21st, we're going to be speaking with Hard Lens Media. You just saw Kit Cabello and his panel. I was there. I'm the first and only Republican that he's had on his program. He's going to be doing me a favor. He's going to come back on our program talking about the potential of a second civil war. On the 25th, we'll be covering the Bronx County Conservative Party live at their November event with one of the councilwomen one of the New York City councilwomen, talking about the future of New York City and New York State. And on the 26th, we will be interviewing the first declared mayoral candidate for New York City, Darren Aquino. This should all be very interesting. I'm looking forward to each and every one of them. But we were talking about the shadow government. And I know I had a slight error before when we were playing this, so I'm going to play it again. This is, again, from CNN, and all the links for everything we're discussing will be in the description about an hour after the show. All the links will be up on Rumble, on YouTube, so that you can see the links for yourself. Just go through everything if you want to. But here it is.
That mirrors the cabinet and publicly challenges them. Say Senator-elect Adam Schiff as Shadow Attorney General, Congressman Gregory Meeks, Secretary of State, or Colorado Senator Michael Bennet as Treasury Secretary. Well, that idea isn't just coming from a strategist, but a lawmaker. And joining me now, the man behind this idea, Congressman Wiley Nickel, a Democrat from North Carolina. No dream music needed. You're in person with us. Congressman, why do you think this is the way to possibly challenge this administration?
First of all, this is something we can do. This is something that definitely can happen. And they've been doing it for over 100 years in the UK.
This is something we can definitely do. Create a second government for the United States. I suppose we could do it, and we have done it before. It was called 1860. Well, the time frame was 1860. It was called the Confederacy. And then they broke from the United States. It was the cause of the Second Civil War, because we had two governments with two very different plans for America, and so we didn't have an America anymore. We had a civil war instead. That's why we don't do this. It's been happening for hundreds of years in England. We're not England. And this isn't a parliamentary system. We don't have a parliament. We don't have the left as part of the government with the right. That's what England has. we have the left or the right or the center or whomever. We have one group in charge of America, one person in charge. We don't have two people for Secretary of State. We have one Secretary of State. That's it. So when he's saying, oh, no, this is normal, he's trying to distract you. He's trying to make it seem normal for him to do something that is completely abnormal. He's trying to make you think it's ordinary for what is the definition of insurrection. He wants to lay the groundwork for creating a second civil war and dividing this nation. He wants you to think that's absolutely commonplace. What do you mean this is a problem? This is normal. This is the way it should be. Because he's upset that his party lost, that there is a mandate, public mandate, to go against what he feels. And that is something we should keep in mind. Let me go on with his own words.
So this is an idea that his time has come, and if we do the exact same thing against Trump, we're going to get the same results. We have to.
It's an idea whose time has come. Why didn't we do this under the first Trump administration? He was just as bad then. You were telling us Orange Man bad in 2016. In 2016, as we showed you earlier, we had in the college campuses, they were saying white people were evil. That was CRT, critical race theory, in front of our eyes. Then in 2020, we saw it again with our children and remote learning. You've been indoctrinating kids for a generation now on this idea. Why didn't you do it before? Why is it a brand new idea only now and only after you lost? You weren't suggesting this when Kamala Harris was in and the polls showed her being up. You didn't suggest this idea for anyone else but your party after you lost power. Now that you're a lame duck party and you're losing power, now it's time to have a second government, that you need your voice out at all times. You already have control of the news media. You have control and you suppress social media. We know that. It's proven. Again, like we said before, Mark Zuckerberg admitted that. We have the Twitter files that admit that. We've seen the documents in Congress. We know that the FBI, the CIA, the White House are deeply enmeshed in all of the news media. So why do you need it now? Oh, because you don't have power going forward. You guys lost, and you can't accept that. And because you can't accept that, yes, there will be a peaceful exchange of power as we create a totally separate second government to second guess and to confuse every nation in the world. What, we're going to have a treaty and then you're going to have the Democrats say, no, that's not a real treaty. We have a different opinion. We're going to have politics and policies, and Democrats are going to say, no, those policies don't exist. We have a different government. This is how you create a civil war. You create a government, an infrastructure first, and then you fill it in with your followers, and then you revolt. That's not what happened on January 6th. And that's not what we've seen from the right. It's only from the left. Because when the left does something, well, then it's perfectly natural and normal. When the left has segregation, and we see it, they separate kids in schools based on the color of their skin. We've seen it in Chicago. We've seen it in California. Yes, they commit segregation. We have safe spaces that are only valid for black people, not white people, and only dark-skinned people, not light-skinned people. That's called segregation. Oh. And we have DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, which the inclusion means that you have to do what we say, otherwise you're excluded. Equity, which is based on skin color and gender preference. That's segregation. That's segregating people based on a criteria that is arbitrary and sometimes even intrinsic. That's what the left is doing. But let's hear the rest of him justifying this second government in our nation that only has one government. Let's hear the rest from this North Carolina congressman that you have never heard from before, but he has a plan.
Step up our game. We have to go toe-to-toe with Trump. And it's not just about saying, what we're against. It's about saying what we're for and putting our best messengers out there to go toe-to-toe. They put a...
because they can't do that. They can't go toe to toe. They can't put their best message out on the New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS. What am I leaving out? NBC. What is the Huffington Post? How many news organizations are there? How many of them are left-leaning? How many newspapers and social media organizations are there that are dedicated to the left? BLM, Antifa. How many of these groups? But they have no voice. The Democrats no one hears anything that the Democrats have to say, except every single day, all day long. Everywhere you turn, it's not like Hollywood is leftist. It's not like Disney is leftist. Not like all the programs that they're putting out are leftist, which is why the public don't want them and they continue to fail. And yet they still pump out this leftist ideology consistently. Oh, yeah. They just are unheard. They need help. They need help to get their voice out because you're obviously not hearing them, even though they control 80 to 90% of all media in this country. Yeah, they're completely unheard, silent. Yeah.
Elise Stefanik at the UN, we should have someone going one-on-one with her, talking about what we would do better and why the choices they make are wrong.
So he wants Elise Stefanik, who is by President Trump. She's Representative Elise Stefanik. She's been made, or she will be, the ambassador for the United States at the UN. And he wants a Democrat. So as soon as Elise Stefanik finishes speaking, saying this is what the United States thinks about issues that affect the entire world, he wants the Democrat Party to have a second voice, to get on that same stage and to tell those very same nations, nope, everything she said is wrong. We want to do something completely different than what America and the duly elected officials of America, what they want, it doesn't matter. We have an entirely different plan. What are the countries around the world supposed to think? Who are they supposed to follow? Well, they're going to follow whoever they think is the best, whoever's going to give them the most. Like the $200 million that we gave to Pakistan under the Biden-Harris administration. Let's see, Trump will say, we're not going to try and convince every nation in the world to be California. And therefore, we're going to cut all of that foreign aid that we're sending out to teach people gender studies in all these foreign countries. No, you don't want to be California. Californians don't want to be in California. That's why they're the second biggest exodus state in the entire country. New York is number one, but California is number two. So if Californians don't want to be California, then why should Pakistan? Why should any other nation? And why should we spend it's $2.6 billion a year, individual countries getting hundreds of millions of dollars? Why should we spend that money and create more inflation, devalue the dollar more and more, and make poor people in America even more poor? Why should we waste our money with any of that? And Pakistan will hear that. And the Democrat will go, no, gender studies is really, really important. We want to give you another $50 million for gender studies that the Pakistanis don't care about, that other nations around the world don't care about. They don't want to be California, but they want the money. They'll take the money, but they won't become California. And if they have a choice between we're going to cut the money or you're going to get more money from the Democrats, which one are they going to listen to? That's called two governments in one country. That doesn't exist. That doesn't work. That's called civil war. Hang on. Let's go on to see what this wily nickel has to say.
So what would this look like? It would be somebody who acts as if it was, say, the Union, a response they would give every time there is a major speech or press conference, or they'd have their own issue or white papers. What would this look like in practice?
First and foremost, it's about accountability. It's about keeping.
Okay, so he didn't answer the question. What is this going to be? Are you going to come out like I just said? Oh, we speak to the UN. There's going to be a Democrat who's going to say, oh, by the way, I'm the Democrat representative for the UN. And I have an entirely different speech. I have an entirely different plan. Is that what you're going to do? If Donald Trump comes out and says that he's going to follow the law, immigration law as an example, Are the Democrats going to say, no, we're Democrats. We don't believe in that? Yeah, but you're not in charge. What's everyone in the world supposed to believe? What's the law of the land? You're creating a problem. See, he doesn't want to mention that because no matter what scenario you put forth, if you say, I'm the Democrat Attorney General, I'm the Democrat Secretary of State, I'm the anyone else besides the official elected, duly appointed representative of the United States government, you're creating a civil war. And he doesn't want you to think about that. He wants your money and your support because it sounds great. Yeah, well, Donald Trump, Orange Man bad. We have to respond to that. That's what they do that every day. They've been doing that every day for 8 years on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, all the news media. They do it every day. Rachel Maddow that is their biggest numbers, eyeballs. The reason why people are watching these channels and watching these, whether it's on YouTube or on mainstream media, the reason why people are watching, to listen to them talk about Orange Man bad and to attack him all day for 8 years. And you mean to tell me but that's not enough. You need more of a voice. This doesn't make any sense unless you want to have an insurrection, unless you want to start a second civil war.
Public pressure on every member of the cabinet. When they step out of line, you got someone, who is there ready to call.
They're doing it now. He's doing it now. It's called CNN. They already do that. Why do you need to have a second Secretary of State? Why do you need another Attorney General? Why do you have a Democrat cabinet? They want to call it a shadow cabinet. It's not. There are no libertarians there. There's no third parties there. These are Democrats. This is their attempt to keep power. That's all it is. It is plain as day. They're trying to make it sound nice, but what he's doing right now tells you it doesn't need to exist. He can get on CNN any day. He can get in he's a congressman. He can get on statewide news any day and have a conversation, and the news media will show up and report it. There's no lack of access. They want power, and they want you to give them that power. They want you to be on their side for when they say it's time to revolt, and that's how they start a second civil war. Let's go on.
Call them out. That's something we don't have. You've got an issue with the EPA. You've got the spokesman taking a counterpoint right away on your show. That's the point of it. Something where leadership.
Hold it. The EPA. Let's take a real world example. So under the Biden-Harris administration, East Palestine, Ohio, there was a train crash, there was a chemical spill, there was a chemical fire, which was affecting East Palestine. There was an ineffective response from Pete Buttigieg, who is the Department of Transportation Secretary. He failed. He didn't want to address it. Republicans, conservatives, Americans, let their voices be heard. We did videos about it. We had articles about it. The news media covered it. Social media covered it. We said that it was inefficient and ineffective, that the Biden-Harris administration failed, that Secretary Buttigieg failed. And we got not only just attention, we had action. Because he failed so bad, the Biden-Harris administration had to take further action and try to fix the problem. Mind you, I don't think they fixed it very well. I don't think it was effective, but we were heard. We didn't need a shadow government. We didn't need a second, a Republican, a shadow Republican Secretary of Transportation to answer this. We went onto the news media that already exists. We went onto social media that already exists. We wrote letters and we sent emails to the government saying this was unsatisfactory. It wasn't effective or efficient. We were heard because we have a constitution and it starts with we the people, a Declaration of Independence. We the people. Because we are the power of the government, not these politicians. But now he's trying to convince you He's trying to convince you that no, it's not enough. We need a second government. That is an insurrection. This is treasonous. Let's go on.
Hakeem Jeffries, Schumer, they could appoint folks, and we've got a ready match to go toe to toe. And it's worked well in the UK.
There are some who would look at
again. The UK parliamentary government has nothing to do with the American congressional government or the representative government, constitution that we have. It has nothing to do with us. He's trying to mix it and make it sound. But it's normal in other places in the world. We should do it here. Give us power. Power we don't have. Power we lost because the public voted against the Democrats because they lost the election. But they can't give up power. This is how they usurp. Listen to his words. Are you hear what he's saying? Because it doesn't make sense. And Laura Coates, if she was doing her job, would be pushing back going, but we have that now. You're on the news right now. We have, every time there's any bill in Congress, we have all of the media right there. We have a White House press corps. We have social media. People are constantly responding every day. Why do you need more power? Power that doesn't exist in the Constitution. He won't answer that question, and she won't ask it. She won't ask that question because we all know the answer. Because this is just a way to get an insurrection.
Look at this and criticize it and suggest that you'd be delegitimizing this administration, not simply giving an alternative accountability vehicle. What do you say to those who'd question this as a ploy to try to undermine a decisive victory?
I think it's about making sure that they're accountable. That's the whole point of it.
We already have the mechanism guaranteed by the Constitution, by the amendments, by law in every single state. We already have the mechanism. The news media already exists. We already have the First Amendment that guarantees we have the means to effectively keep the government accountable. We already have that. We have elections every single year. We had the midterm elections in 2 years. We have the way to keep the government accountable. What he's talking about isn't accountability. He's talking about insurrection. He's talking about treason. He's talking about splitting the country. That's what he's talking about.
And, like anything, you start it from scratch. You get to do it our own way, our own American way.
The American way isn't to have two governments in one nation. That's not the American way.
They've certainly they've done it for a while again in the UK. But, what I want to do is I want an answer. I want a message on our issues. I want to talk about the stuff that we want to do. So,
like he's doing right now, he wants to talk about the issues he wants to talk about. He wants to talk about the issues he wants, like they're doing right now on CNN. Just like Adam Schiff will be doing on CNN. Just like the Democratic Senator-elect in Arizona, Gallego, is doing on CNN. They're doing it already. They have the ability to get on national TV on a moment's notice. They're doing it. So what does he need? An alternate secondary government in the United States, if it isn't insurrection. Anyone on the left that would like to answer this for me, anyone on the left that has a way to explain this and tell me how it's not insurrectionist, how this isn't treasonous, how this isn't destroying the nation and dividing this nation even further. Anyone on the left want to give me a real answer. Don't tell me, well, it's just like England. We're not England. We're not a parliamentary system. It is not just like England. It doesn't matter what England or India or any other nation does. That's not what America does. That isn't the way our system is built. And he has the opportunity and the means to keep any government accountable. He wants power. He wants power. The Democrats want power. And they're using Willie Nickel out of North Carolina's 13th district because you don't know him. So when he says it, it's not the same as if Pelosi said this, everyone in America would be screaming right now saying, that's crazy. If you heard it from Chuck Schumer, you'd hear everyone say, that's treasonous. But you don't know who this guy is. So no one knows what's going on. They think, oh, well, this is this small guy saying this on purpose. Because if anyone of any importance actually said this, you would be taking him serious and you would be afraid. But this guy, Willie Nickel, out of North Carolina's 13th district, nobody knows who he is. This is his moment of claim to fame. No one's paying attention to him, and he gets to slip this through. He makes it seem normal. So when the Democrats do it, oh, well, you know, I heard this before. It doesn't sound that outrageous. They said it was just, you know, it was normal. It's like England. And so they take away your rights, they take away your power, they change the government. They create an insurrection. Let's go on. Let's hear Mr. Nickel try and justify this without mention, and let's see how many more times he mentions it's just like England.
So in the next election, we say, okay, you know, Trump is deporting, you know, families. This is the policy we would put in place, and that's what you get with the shadow.
That's called That's called an election. That's called a debate. That's a presidential debate. If President Trump passes a policy or initiates a policy that the American people don't like, one, we can immediately respond. We've got Twitter, we've got Facebook, we've got YouTube, we've got the news media, we've got letters to the editor. You can write a letter to the White House. We already have the way to tell him that. We also have the ability in 2026 to vote in a Democratic a Democrat Senate, a Democrat House of Representatives, if we want to, which is also a signal saying there is a new mandate for the nation if we don't like the policies. And at the end of it all, in 2028, because Donald Trump isn't running again, he can't. He's term limit. He's locked. He's not running again. So if there is any other Republican running, and they agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies, mass deportations or not, then guess what? We get to have a debate. We get to look at that and say, I like that idea. I don't like that idea. We get to vote them out. So we already have everything that he is suggesting. The only thing we don't have is two governments in one country. That's what he's saying. And that's the one thing that is insurrectionist, that is the way to cause a second, that is the cornerstone, the bedrock of creating a civil war. That's what is being suggested here.
Shadow cabinet.
So I wanted to cover that.
Unlimited 1.5.
I wanted to cover that to make sure that I got the whole thing in there for you. And no, I want to keep the link, so bear with me a second. This is insane. I mean, truly, this is insane. It is incredible. And I can't understand this. I don't understand this. It isn't a shadow cabinet. Okay? A shadow cabinet is a part of the existing parliamentary government. It's another faction. In a parliament is a group of factions that all make up the government. They're all in there. So it's not two governments in one nation. It's one part of the government that is in that nation. It's not like the United States. It's not like our country at all. And I am very upset about this. And I'm going to clip this section out by itself so that people will be able to hear this clearly. But I think this is crazy. And at the same time that we have Mr. Wiley Nickel out of North Carolina, we also have J.B. Pritzker, who's the governor of Illinois. And he's talking about how he's going to push back. He is going to defy the executive branch of the United States government, that he is going to refuse the constitutional right of the president to run the nation. He is fighting. He's saying, hey, he's going to use the National Guard. He's going to fight against Donald Trump. You're a governor. You're not president. You don't get to make your own laws. You don't get to make your own rules. And if anyone tried to do that, If Donald Trump tried to suggest that any state, Arizona, Kansas, Iowa, if they said the same thing that you're saying right now for Illinois, saying you're going to defy the duly elected president, every Democrat and every single news organization would be screaming about that, saying it's insurrectionist, that it is treasonous, that you are interfering with the operation of our constitutional government. But yet Pritzker's saying it, and MSNBC is eating it up, saying, oh yeah, that's a great idea. Of course, Orange Man bad. Of course you should do that. Orange Man bad. You're breaking the Constitution. You're breaking our country. And it's not just that J.B. Pritzker is saying this. It's that he's saying it, and we have Wiley Nickel in North Carolina saying we need a second government. You have Illinois saying they're going to defy the government. They're going to make their own laws. And we've got North Carolina suggesting that we should have a second government in our nation. This is the problem, and this is a big problem. This isn't because of Elon Musk. It's not because of Vivek Ramaswamy, because they can't complain. What's wrong with the government being more efficient, spending less money, wasting less money? That's not a problem. They can't. The reason why they're trying to find a second government, to create a civil war, is because they can't argue against this. There are, according to this article, this is from The Hill, and according to the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, you may have heard of it before, there are more than 5,200 open recommendations for the federal agencies to make the government work better. 5,200 ways to fix the government that the government knows about right now. That's on top of the fact that the Inspector General has another 14,000 recommendations on how to streamline the government. That means there are 19,200 different suggestions and ways that the United States government can be more effective and more efficient, to spend less of your money and to decrease the national debt. 19,200 different ways to do that. Over $1 trillion could be saved if we were to follow these. Now, I'm not telling you that every one of the ideas is fantastic. That's the best thing that ever happened. But I have to believe out of 19,200 different ideas to reduce the national debt, to make this nation more solvent and more secure, why aren't we trying any of them? And why haven't we done them before? Because no one had the will to shrink the government, not even a little bit. Did you know that the Biden-Harris administration in 2023 spent $500 billion on programs, laws that don't exist anymore? They spent money on programs that don't exist. We just spent the money. Why? It's on the books. Oh, that program? Yeah. We're spending money on, remember that shrimp that was on a treadmill having cocaine? Yeah, that program ended. We're still sending money to have the shrimp on a treadmill. Why? Because no one ever said stop spending the money. Because the government never stops spending money. So maybe we should do that. But J.B. Pritzker and Pelosi and Schumer and Wiley Nickel out of North Carolina, none of them have an argument for that. They can't tell you how that's a bad idea. They can't explain to you why we shouldn't stop wasting $500 billion on programs that don't exist. They can't explain why we shouldn't make the government efficient or effective. They can't argue that. They don't have an argument against that. They can just tell you that Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad. Elon, bad guy. Oh, these are bad people. Bad people. They're doing something that's going to help the average person. Every dollar that the government does not print makes poor people more rich. It helps the middle class keep their money. Inflation, one of the number one factors of inflation is the government keeps printing money. We saw this in the 1980s. We called all of South America banana republics because that's what they did. This is the same thing from the Weimar Republic. Just keep printing money. And I know people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have said, hey, it's all right. No one's ever going to question the debt. Yes, we are, because it's inflationary. And even the people are going to say, whether or not some other country says, oh, well, we want you to pay off the debt, it doesn't matter. When, what is it? Eggs cost 500% more than what they cost in 2020. A head of lettuce is 300% more expensive than it was in 2021. When everything you're buying is 40, 50, 100% more expensive, your grocery bill every week is more expensive than it was last year, if not 3 years ago. That's inflation. And that's because we kept printing money. And it only gets worse the more money we print. I don't know how many people are still watching this. Again, I'm going to chop out this section for itself. But I want to make sure that we understand what we are dealing with here. What is the situation that we are actually in? We are being lied to our faces. And I know that they're trying to tell us, well, Elise Stefanik, well, she's a bad person. Elise Stefanik is bad.
If you're a New York homeowner, then you could qualify to get 19...
Excuse me. They're trying to tell us, oh, Elise Stefanik, she's a bad person. Why? People in New York State, they thought she's great. She's done a good job. She got reelected. I remember Elise Stefanik. I met her in 2014 in Herkimer County of New York, when I was running for Congress. And I met her there for the first time, and I was talking with her. People loved her. They loved what she had to say, what she was trying to do. So what's the problem? Why shouldn't she be ambassador? They don't have a reason for that. So they went on and they moved on from Elise Stefanik, and then they said, oh, well, it's got to be Elon and Vivek. Well, they're good businessmen. Whether you like their business, whether or not the way you like the way they do business, they're good at it. And they're doing something that we need. What's the problem? But they'll tell you, oh, no, these are bad people. They're going to tell you that Kash Patel is a bad guy. Why? Why is he a bad guy? Oh, because he follows the law. Oh, that's a bad guy? Because he's good at following the law and doing his job. I want to show you. Well, how about this? Joy Reid wants to tell you that the Secretary of Defense, Donald Trump's suggestion for Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is a bad guy. Why is he a bad guy? Because he has a tattoo. Really? Why don't you show us that tattoo? Why don't you show us this tattoo that you think? I have tattoos. You may not like the tattoos. I know lots of guys who are in the Marines. They got all kinds of tattoos. Some of them are so old they're all blurry. So it doesn't look like what the original tattoo was. But show us the tattoo. Keep saying, well, it's a bad tattoo. Really? Show it to me. Show me the tattoo. If it's such a bad thing and so obvious, there must be a picture of it, right? Why do they not show us that? Why do they not talk about this? But let me go to Michael Rappaport. Don't take my word for it. Michael Rappaport is anything but a conservative Republican. He is absolutely nothing to do with conservatism or Republicans. He is on the left. He is a leftist, and a Hollywood leftist at that. And Michael Rappaport has to point out, Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth is a combat veteran with 20 plus years of service. This is undeniable. These are true facts. He did tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is undeniable. This is a fact. He received 2 Bronze Stars. That is irrefutable. That is a fact. He's qualified in the military. Hegseth has a BA from Princeton and a master's from Harvard. He's qualified. He has the qualifications for the job. He is a combat veteran, which you can't say for most of the people who are working in the administration under the Biden-Harris administration or who are Democrats. He has real-world combat experience in conflicts. Got a Bronze Star. He's an intelligent man. He's got his degrees from Harvard and from Princeton. This is a well-educated, respected man. And Joy Reid is upset because he's white. Joy Reid, according to Michael Rappaport, is a con artist, race hustler, fake news, complete bull artist. She's reason number 118 why Kamala Harris lost. It's the fear-mongering opinion the media is labeling as news. This is what the left is trying to convince you. Oh my God, Pete Hegseth, he's such a terrible person because he might have a tattoo that you might find objectionable, which has nothing to do with his experience, his capabilities, or what we seem to know about him. He has a bad tattoo. It's like having a bad gun. You have this scary gun. How dare you have that scary gun? Yeah, but it's in my house, in my closet. What's the problem? But you own it. Uh-huh. But they don't like it. Uh-huh. Well, that means you're a bad person. Why? Pete Hegseth, like most people, I'd say 75% of the people in the military, have all kinds of tattoos. I know younger people today have tattoos all over the place. They have dozens of tattoos. I had a very good friend of mine. He had a tattoo on his neck. It said tyrant. Was he a bad person? No, absolutely. He was one of the loveliest people in the world. Fantastic guy, well-loved, well-respected. Huge musician in the Binghamton, Broome County, Central Southern Tier region of New York. Huge impact on the music scene. Great guy. Tattoo says tyrant right on his neck. He did it on purpose. Was he a tyrant? No. Would people find that objectionable? Absolutely. And that was part of the reason why he got that tattoo. So you're telling me this guy has a tattoo that has a meaning you might not know. That Joy Reid doesn't know what the meaning of that tattoo is. I have tattoos on my body. If you see the tattoo, you won't necessarily know that one of them is a dedication to my father, a Marine who died. You may not know that one of the tattoos that I have is a memory of me being in the Marine Corps and the guys that I was serving with. I have a dragon on my back. You don't know why I have a dragon on my back. You may see the dragon, but you don't know why I have a 2 foot tall, 1.5 foot wide tattoo across my entire back of a dragon. And you may find it objectionable. You may not like that dragon or what that dragon is holding. But I didn't get the tattoo for you. And you don't know what the tattoo means. I do. And maybe it doesn't mean what you think it means. And just because you don't like dragons, or you don't like the Marine Corps, or you may not agree with my father serving in Vietnam, you may have a problem with that. I don't. That doesn't mean that my tattoo is bad or that I'm a bad person because I have the tattoo. You just don't have the context. And you don't need to, because it's not your tattoo, it's mine. You don't have to understand why I have that. You don't have to understand the context of how that applies to my life. I do. But they're trying to tell you that this man, who is obviously qualified, cannot get the position because Joy Reid doesn't like his tattoo. And she is assuming, without any frame of reference, without any proof, that it must mean racism. That he must be a racist because she doesn't like his tattoo that she won't show you. She won't show it to you or anyone in the public. And she didn't ask Pete Hegseth, gee, what does that tattoo mean? Be entirely different if Pete said, yep, this is a racist tattoo. Why do you have that racist tattoo? That would be the next question. But she didn't bother to ask him that. She doesn't bother to show us that to make us wonder, gee, should we ask about that? Is that important? Does that have any relevance? No, she won't show it to you and she won't talk to you about it. Instead, she'll just give him the label racist, say orange man bad, and you're supposed to just accept it. By the way, Joy Reid lied to you. She told you that Joe Biden was of sound mind. He's not. She told you that Joe Biden is on the job 24 hours a day. He's not. She told you a lot of things about Kamala Harris, and we saw they're lies. She's lied to your face over and over again. Keeps claiming that, oh, you didn't vote for Kamala Harris because you're a racist. That's a lie. Oh, you're a sexist because you didn't vote for Kamala Harris. That's a lie. Because women, 47% of women, they aren't sexist. Black men, Asian men, Hispanic men, they didn't do it because, oh, well, she's black and she's a woman. Oh, I can't vote for that. Not when there were legitimate reasons that we know are available and that people have told us. That's the reason why. But they don't care about any of that. They just want you to obey. They want you to give them power. Now, the BBC is very clear. Will Elon Musk be able to cut $2 trillion from U.S. spending? Probably not. $2 trillion? Be a hell of a thing. But he never said he was going to cut $2 trillion. Well, more importantly, what if he even got close? What if he just cut, I don't know, $500 million, $1 trillion? What if anything that he cuts, anything that he shrinks, anything that he makes more efficient and more effective, isn't that good for the American people? Even if he doesn't hit $2 trillion, even if it's only $500 billion. Well, that reduces the amount of interest that America pays. It makes the government more effective, more efficient. It makes the poor people less poor. So that's a good thing, right? Even if he doesn't hit $2 trillion. So according to the BBC and the left, and the BBC is absolutely left-leaning, their goal is if you don't reduce $2 trillion in spending in a year and a half, you have failed. You have wasted your time. Doesn't matter if he cuts it by $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion. It doesn't matter how much or how close he gets to $2 trillion. And this is assuming that there's $2 trillion in waste. No matter how close or how much he does, no matter how effective he makes the government, he's failed because according to the BBC, he didn't hit $2 trillion, which is ridiculous. That's not the way you judge success. If Elon Musk says he's going to cut the government, along with Vivek Ramaswamy and very likely Ron Paul giving some advice as well, and if they cut the government and the national debt increases, if things are less efficient and less effective, then you can say he failed. But you can't say that just because he's trying to make things more efficient, more effective, less expensive. Well, that's a failure. That doesn't make any sense. Let me go on, because none of this makes sense when you start thinking about it. When you listen to these Democrats, you listen to these things they're saying, none of it makes sense. Waiting for my computer to catch up. Bear with me. I have like 20 windows that are open. Let's talk about RFK Jr. RFK Jr., popular man, popular sentiment. Whoops. A very popular man, a very popular sentiment, RFK Jr. And what do we see? Well, we know that under the Biden-Harris administration, it was the health care, make America healthy. Well, under Joe Biden, that meant get a jab. Oh, wait a minute. We got a call coming in. Hang on. 1 second. Hello.
Sure.
And thank you for calling in. May I ask who's calling?
Yeah, dude, it's Graham.
Hey, Graham, what's up?
Hey, so I didn't want to interrupt your flow, but
Go ahead.
I think hey, I didn't want to interrupt your flow, but I think your chat is not updating.
No, it's not.
Is the chat that you see the chat I sent in a while ago about the Isaac story?
Nope. According to YouTube, the last message I have received is that was about the woman in Seattle that attacked her father. And I haven't gotten a single message since then. That's the feed directly from YouTube right now. So they may have cut me off.
Wait, are you still talking?
No, I'm listening
No,
to you.
wait, okay, yeah. So, I'm looking at you on my screen,
Mhm.
and the comment that it's showing is the one I said earlier. In my view, no child harms their parents.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, so I'm looking at the chat right now, and there's been people talking, and I said a couple things, but yeah. So I don't know if your chat is updating.
No, it isn't.
Okay. Okay, I have a question for you. Do you want to have our conversation now, or do you want me to call in when you've finished what you
No,
were
go
talking
now.
about?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. Okay. So I want to open our conversation with the definition of the word magnanimous. Magnanimous, according to Google, means generous or forgiving, especially towards a rival or a less powerful person.
Okay.
And I want to talk about because Trump won the election in the way that he did. Some people have called it a landslide,
Yes.
but he won solidly.
Either way, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, no, I agree with you so far. Go ahead.
Okay. So in that context, I want to talk about finding common ground with the ideological opposition. And the first example I'll give you is the very controversial topic of abortion. Being from California, I have friends who they openly state that they want abortion on demand. And I very much disagree with that, especially in terms of my own personal morality. But not talking about that, talking about public policy, I would be willing to compromise on a policy that banned all clinics. So anyone who wants to go into healthcare providers and have an abortion, it cannot be at a clinic setting. What it has to be at a hospital. And the reason that I say that is because there are cases in which abortions have been done at a clinic setting, and then the patient encounters medical complications such as hemorrhaging, and the clinic has to call 911 and order an ambulance to bring the patient to a hospital to then receive care after a not so successful medical operation. So I would be willing to make that sort of compromise to people on the ideological left who I very much disagree with on that topic. But what do you think about that?
I agree with President Trump that abortion is a state issue. And if they get the state legislature to agree to whatever terms, that's what the state does. I do not agree. As an example, New York State, we have late term abortion. You have abortion up to the moment of birth. That is on the books. That's what the Democrat legislature put through. Do I agree with that? Absolutely not. Not even a little bit. But that is what my state decided. Okay. So until there is a Republican or a groundswell of people in New York State that disagree with that, that's the rule. I have a choice. I can leave the state like millions of people have been doing, or I can fight to get the law changed, or I can live with it. Those are my three choices. That's fine. The federal government has nothing to do with any of that, and nor should it, which is that's the position of Donald Trump. That's the position of the Supreme Court. I'm fine with it. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg agreed with that idea. This is a state decision, not a federal one. So that's my answer to that.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that, because I very much agree that this is a state issue and that it should be a state issue. I agree that I agree President Trump did the right thing in terms of carving the pathway for arguably carving the pathway for the Supreme Court to make the issue of abortion a state level decision. But okay, but in that context, right? Since you're in New York, and if the conversation were to gravitate towards the idea that in New York, abortion, medical operations like abortion should not be allowed to take place at a clinic, a small clinic setting, and should be, if it's going to be done, it should be required to be done in a hospital where they can treat medical complications such as hemorrhaging. What do you think about that idea?
Well, I believe that having the medical facilities for the operations that are necessary is a good thing. And so, make things safer. If it has to exist, make it safe. I agree with that. I mean, that seems pretty straightforward to me. Am I missing a part of that?
Okay. Okay, so continuing from my original point of finding common ground, in that spirit of finding common ground, Michael, my question to you is, what is a policy off the top of your head from the Biden-Harris administration that you like, that you appreciate, and you would like to see continued in Trump's administration?
There isn't one. There isn't one. I don't think anything that they propose.
There's not one, or maybe there's not one that you could think of right this moment.
I'm pretty familiar. Well, let me reword that. I am very familiar with the major policies of the Biden-Harris administration off the top of my head, most of the major ones. But there could be a minor policy that I'm not thinking of at this moment. But of the major policies, I'd say 75, 80% of all the policies in the last 3.5 years, I do not agree with any of them. They have all had negative consequences. None of them have lived up to the promises or the message that has been provided to the American people. I think they are horrible ideas. I do not support any of them. That's the open border, the retreat from Afghanistan, abandoning people in the Ukraine, in Sudan, the way we've handling the proxy war with the Ukraine, the war in the Red Sea, dealing with the Hamas hostages. There's a lot. Gun control, I don't agree with any of them.
Okay.
Now that's let me add something to that. Let me add, and that's based on the policies themselves. It's not that Joe Biden can't make a good law or that Kamala Harris can't make a good law. I'm sure they're capable, but what they have presented and done has not been good and therefore should not be supported. Not that they can't. I'm sure, mathematically it's probable. It's just not something that's evident at this point. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll give you 2 examples of what I think are on the surface, because of course I'm not an expert in either of these 2 Biden-Harris administration policies, but on the surface I think they're good ideas. So the first is their food as medicine policy, of doing a real in-depth study of what is contributing to such high rates of chronic disease among Americans. Why are so many Americans suffering from things like diabetes and heart disease and high blood pressure and cancer, and perhaps soon to also be added to that list, dementia, especially among older citizens. Why is it that so many Americans are suffering from those things? And I think the answer largely has to do with our food supply. So that's the first one, the food is medicine policy. And then the second one is the time is money policy. And that is where the Biden-Harris administration is going after big companies, especially big corporations, that set up their, to use one example, their customer service structures, their architectures, to waste Americans' time. Things like setting people up with subscriptions that they can't cancel, giving them endless doom loops when they call in to try to resolve an issue, and especially having all the menu options route to AI answers, and then at the end of those decision trees, the AI actually hangs up on you. Like, that's outrageous. So anyway, the food is medicine and the time is money policies. From what I know about them, I agree with those, and I have yet to hear a good argument as to why Trump should not continue them in his administration.
Well, let's first start with looking at the time is money proposal, because I'm not familiar with it. Does it sound great? Sounds like a decent idea, except if they really believed in that, literally, Joe Biden with a phone call, with his signature, could make that possible in the United States government. Call the IRS. Try and get to one of the different departments. And if you get the wrong department, you can't be transferred to the correct department. You have to go call back in, go through the tree loop again, and try and guess at what is the right place to go to. I know that because I've talked to the IRS recently. That is a fact. That's from the Biden administration. So if he actually believed that these phone trees that you get when you call in for customer service, if he thought that it was important to change that, he would change that in the United States government. But he doesn't. And he has control over this. He could change that. And I've called into not just the IRS, the ATF. I've talked to several of the different departments, and they're all the same with this. So he doesn't believe in his own policy. It was meant to look good, because if he wanted to change that, he could do it tomorrow. So I don't have a lot of value in that. Is it a decent idea? Maybe. But the second thing about that, while the government can do it, and if Joe Biden or any president wants to do that, more power to them, they can. Private business is private business. And if a business wants to do this, they can. Because I have the right to not do business with that company. That's anti-monopoly. That's why we have the anti-monopoly laws. It is my right and my choice. I don't have to do business with them. And the government doesn't have a right to interfere. That's just regular operation of business. If it saves the company money, great for them. Maybe I want to invest in that company because they're saving money. That's a labor-saving device. Fantastic. But it's not up to Joe Biden or any president to make that decision for a small business or any business. So I disagree. On the private sector, I disagree with that because that's micromanagement of industry, and that's bad. That's how you get an authoritarian government. That's, in fact, the National Socialists of Germany did exactly that. They socialized the government. The government changed the policies of every business to whatever the government wanted. That's socialism, National Socialism. It is evil inherently, and it leads to an authoritarian government every time in history. I don't trust this time in history to be any different than in the past. To answer your second question, well, your first question, second, is about illness, about the food is medicine. Well, that's kind of what we got coming from RFK, except I trust RFK on it more than I trust Joe Biden. See, Joe Biden has been very glad to push more drugs, more medications on the American people. Case in point, the jab, where you have to. He's more than willing to mandate what medications must go in your body. Even if you're a pregnant woman, he mandated you have to take this experimental drug that we do not know what the side effects are. And he cost tens of thousands of people lost their jobs or were kicked out of the military because they said, no, This is my body, and I don't want an experimental drug in there that I have no idea what the side effects are. So he doesn't even believe his own policy. Now, we have heard for many years from people in the third parties and also RFK Jr., who I don't think is a good candidate, and I disagree with on many issues, but I give him credit for what I do think he gets right. He's been very clear about his Make America Healthy policies, and he's been very clear about getting Americans away from processed foods, which Joe Biden doesn't talk about. He's more than happy to have processed foods. He doesn't mind that people would eat McDonald's every day of their life. He has nothing against that. He's not saying that. He's saying you should use pharmaceuticals more and supplement the food with those medications. Well, RFK is saying, no, cut out the pharmaceuticals and just eat healthy. Eat a healthier, more active life, and that will improve things. And that every time you walk in to a medical facility, you don't need to walk out with a new medication. My good friend, Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, and he talks about this often. And I love Larry. I have many disagreements with him, but I do think he has a good point here that when you go in and you have, whether it's Obamacare, whatever your HMO may be, if you're not paying cash, when you walk in, they're going to see you, and within 20 minutes or less, if they can, they're going to diagnose you. They're going to give you a test for whatever, and they're going to give you a prescription for something, because that's how they get paid. That's where their money comes from. Unless you're paying completely in cash, the only way they will get paid by that HMO is if they give you a test and they give you a drug, some kind of prescription, some kind of medication. And that is what's making America unhealthy. Too many processed foods and too many medications. It's something that my friend Larry and I bring up all the time. I'm 56. I have 0 medications. I am probably part of the 1% of American men at the age of 56 who doesn't have a prescription. Everyone in my family, younger and older, take a handful of different medications every day. And same my own family, so it's the same genetics. I'm not better than them. I just eat different. I live a different lifestyle than them. And I take no medications. And I've made a point since I was 18, I don't take medication. I get a cold, I get a cold. I don't take cough medicine. I don't take NyQuil, or I don't take anything. I feel horrible. I eat some soup. I wrap myself in a blanket, and I just deal with it. Now, is that uncomfortable? Absolutely. But it is natural. I grew up as a kid. We got dirty. We ran around in the dirt. We ate dirt. We didn't constantly wipe our hands with those alcohol drops, antibacterial drops, and constantly kill all of the bacteria on our hands, which would be, yes, some of the bad germs, but some of the good ones too. We played in the dirt. We ate the germs, and we built up immunities. And that, plus the fact that I cook mostly my own food. I don't order food on a regular basis. I don't order out and have those prepared meals sent to me. I cook because I learned how to cook when I was 14, and I've been cooking all my life. Whether I'm dating someone or not, I cook on a regular basis, almost every meal. Not to say that I eat perfectly. I don't, trust me, nowhere near perfect. But because it's the combination of things, of having natural immunities that have been built up over time, and also cooking my own foods, having some activity, and not injecting a bunch of medications that I don't necessarily need, I live a better life. And that's what RFK is saying. That's not what you're hearing from from Biden. He's not saying don't go and get more and more medications. He's saying supplement the medications with good food. I don't agree with that. I think that's the reverse. You have good food, you have a decent lifestyle, and if you need to, you get medication to supplement that, not the other way around. Do you see the difference between the two?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said in terms of personal healthcare. I also agree that our healthcare system, from my direct firsthand experiences, our healthcare system is very broken.
Yes.
What part of the problem that you described is that so many healthcare providers are they're dangerously for profit. They will take advantage of patients who are on public healthcare programs like Obamacare.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing for patients on plans from private health insurance companies.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing, Michael. It's not. It's not. In my view, it's not entirely different if you are paying in cash, and that's what I'm speaking about when I say that I have firsthand direct experiences with our healthcare system. I was one of those patients because I did not have healthcare coverage. I had no choice but to pay in cash, and all the medical providers that I went to see, they ultimately they did not solve the problem. That is a long story for another day. But just to your point about how it's much better if you pay in cash, yes, potentially.
Well,
It's definitely not a guarantee.
well, I can't say it's a guarantee, but as a counterpoint to your lived experience, my lived experience, I don't have healthcare plans. I pay in cash, and I've almost always paid in cash. And I can tell you, when I go in, I don't get, oh, here's that test just because we need a test, nor do I get, oh, here's a medication just because you should be on something. I mean, I have many, many friends. They're on statins or statin regimens to prevent high cholesterol, as an example. No, my cholesterol level is almost too low. And in fact, one time, I did have a doctor say, well, maybe we should consider giving you a medication because your total cholesterol is almost too low and we might want to build it up. I'm like, do I need that? I'll just eat an extra cheeseburger every day. He said, well, you could do that too, and left me alone. So I understand any individual may say, no, they still sometimes give you the medication. Depends on the doctor. It depends on what they think is the illness for you. But overall, in the conversations I've had, more often, I'll say 80%, something like that, plus minus, the people that I talk to that pay cash for their health care, yeah, they're not getting this constant. They don't go through the exact routine of, I'm in, they fill out the chart, I get a test, and I get a prescription, and I'm out the door, and it's a half hour. No. When I go in, I'm paying cash. They have me there for 40 minutes, maybe longer. They talk with me. They have a conversation. They go through my chart. We talk about why am I not taking any medications, what I could be worried about, what I shouldn't be worried about. They tell me, we can do, prostate. I'm over 50. So when you go in for your prostate, they can give you the physical exam, or they can do the injection. There's a blood test they can take for it. He talks to me about which one is the better one for me in terms of testing. And then I leave. So it depends a lot on several factors. I'm not saying it's perfect, but if I have the choice of less medication and better food, or more or the same medication and better food, I'll go with anything that says less medication. Because the more you medicate people, the more side effects you're going to build up in those people, which means you're going to have more problems. Because every drug made by man has a side effect. Aspirin has a side effect. There are people who are affected by it negatively. So the more drugs you have, which absolutely every drug has a side effect, the more likely you're going to have complications and need more medications to take care of the side effects that were created by the medication you took in the first place, which isn't always necessary. So less medication, less side effects, less medication in the future. I'm good, unless it's necessary. You tell me you're on cancer, you're going to have more medications. But, if you're telling me, oh, I want to prevent you from having too low, literally, he said, your cholesterol is almost too low, so let's give you a medication for that. I'm like, why? It isn't too low, so it's not a problem now, and I can just change the way I eat, and it'll be fine. So, okay, let me take the easier route. I'll just change the way I eat. I don't need the medication. Life is good. So I'm trying to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I agree with a lot of that. I appreciate that you brought up RFK Jr. and Make America Healthy Again. But before we talk about that, because that will probably be the most interesting part of our conversation tonight. Before I jump to that, I just want to push back a little bit on what you said about the Biden-Harris administration policy of time is money. My question to you is, isn't it illegal for companies to commit fraud in their business operations? And isn't it isn't it somewhat recognizable that when someone calls in to customer service of a given company and they get greeted by an artificial intelligence, and then they sit there on the phone saying the responses or pressing the numbers for the options that they want, and at the end of each of those decision trees they get hung up on by the artificial intelligence? These are called doom loops. Isn't that kind of like a recognizable form of fraud that can be prosecuted by the government if a company is found to have been widely doing these things, defrauding customers of both their time and their money?
It's not fraud. It is bad business practice. And depending on the state, there may be a separate regulation to deal with that. But it isn't defrauding. It isn't a fraud. It is a bad business practice. There is a difference, both legally and in effect. So I don't mean to sound like I'm playing games with the words, but we're talking about businesses and the law, so words matter. And so saying that it's a fraud is the incorrect term for the business practice. And it isn't necessarily illegal. That would go to the states. So, no, government doesn't necessarily have to deal with that. Again, it comes down to, but I have the option and the right to go to a different business that does a different business practice. That may be more beneficial to me, as an example. But when you introduce the federal government and have them mandate the way businesses operate, then you're creating monopolies. You're closing the market to new entrants and to new ideas, because now you've created a barrier to entry. As an example, say I have a company, doesn't matter, widgets, okay? I have a widget company. And I decide that my widget company is going to compete with, I don't know, Microsoft, GE, doesn't matter. And they use the doom loop that you're speaking about. And I know companies do. Absolutely. I've run into it myself. But I'm saying I'm going to build my company, and there is no doom loop. Guess what? I will get customers. Except if the federal government said, oh, well, we're going to mandate that you have to pay for this program or this system to eliminate the doom loop. Now, the big pre-existing company they can afford it in a heartbeat. They don't want to, but they can. And they'll just, okay, they'll raise their price like 5 cents and they'll employ this new program, and they'll find a different way to waste people's time and money. That's because they can. They have that operating cash flow to do that. But me, as Mr. New Business, small businessman, I can't. I can't afford that. I can afford opening the business, but I can't afford this new regulation that doesn't actually do anything. It's just a regulation. And word of mouth would have fixed the problem for me in the first place. All I'd have to say is, yeah, my customers talk to someone and get an answer, not a doom loop. That's all I need. Now you've prevented me. I understand the intent was good, but the action, the consequence, is negative because the government interfered with something they didn't need to get involved in. The market can take care of it by itself. That isn't always the case. That isn't always the way it works out. But it happens more often than not, which is why we have companies like Google is a monopoly. And we have, 5 telephone companies? That's about it. We have 6 companies owning all of the news media. It's because of these same kind of ideas from the government. They think it's good, but they don't understand the consequence that is the result of what they do down the line and how they prevent people from being able to compete because their good idea is actually a barrier to entry. So that's why I would prefer to see less government intervention unless there is a very clear benefit to the public long term. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, I'll just give you the last question before we move on to RFK Jr.
Well, RFK is actually the next section of what I'm talking about in the show. So, but go ahead, ask your last question.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just in the spirit of finding common ground, was there any policy proposal from the Kamala Harris campaign that you thought was a good idea?
No.
Okay. What did you think about when she started talking about building 3 million new homes in America?
She means ghettos. She's going to build 3 more projects. And I don't like that. And I don't think that's helpful. You have to look at when she says that, we need details. What we have seen when the government takes over properties and builds low-income housing, they mean a project. And if you've been in cities like in Chicago, LA, New York, and you look at the buildings that they make projects. And they're usually very pretty and very nice for about 5 years. And then they degrade instantly. Why? Because no one owns it. The government owns it. And the government doesn't upkeep it. They don't take care of it because the government doesn't take care of anything. It's too big. They maintain it, maybe, eventually, but they're not upgrading and keeping it up to code. They just constantly put polish on the problem. And the people, they don't care. They don't pay for that. Or at least they don't think they're not coming out of their pocket to pay for what it should cost. So they abuse it because they don't have any respect for it. They don't value it because it is valueless. And every single project in America is the same. I'm sure the first 5 years, they look fantastic. And then after that, it's a complete mess. And it's high crime, low income, and it's always a disaster. I don't want the government to do that. What I want, you know what's more effective than building 3 million new homes? Make the economy efficient and effective so that I can go out and buy my own home at a lower interest rate. Because if I have a lower interest rate, I will save more money. I don't need a credit because a credit has to be paid back. And a credit will not save me nearly as much money as a lower interest rate. And if I have a better job, if the economy's doing well, I will be able to have a good paying job, and I will be able to afford owning my own home, which I can then put together however I want to. And I will upkeep that house far, far better than the government ever will, because I have a personal interest in it. It's my home, I own it, and I'm living there. I have a vested interest in that property, and I recoup a value from that because my property value will go up. So it's far more important and far more relevant for me to be the homeowner, not the federal government. Because when I'm paying, oh, the government's making money. Well, yeah, you're already taxing me. So you built something with my taxes. You're going to maintain it with my taxes. And the rent is going to go to the government, which is, well, I'm already giving you my taxes. So I'm already paying for this. I've already paid for it, and I will continue to keep paying for it because I have taxes. Why am I going to pay you rent, too, for something that you're not going to maintain nearly as well or as much as I can for myself? And we have the real-world examples. And again, go to any major city. Actually, I'd say any city. Go to the projects. You will always see that where are they built? In the lowest income areas every single time, because that's where the greatest need is given. And they always become slums. They become ghettos every time. She says 3 million homes. I'm telling you it's 3 million ghettos, because that's what the government builds. Whether they intend to or not doesn't matter. That's what they are. And that's a problem. So no, I don't think it was a good idea. I thought it was stupid.
Okay. Last question for you. What did you think of the Kamala Harris campaign idea of government assistance and or tax credits for first-time homebuyers?
It's a cheap way to get votes. Stupid people will agree with it. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but it's honest. If you're stupid, you'll think it's fantastic. But it's absolutely ineffective. It is a horrible idea. First of all, it's a credit. And people don't think of that. They think credit, they think, well, it's like a grant. I just got money. No, you got to pay that back. So that means that every month, when you're paying, every year, when you pay your income taxes, you have to pay back part of that loan. So that means it's costing you money. She just shifted that $25,000, shifted from you being able to buy the house to your taxes every year, and maybe even other programs, other ways that you have to pay. So she just shifted when you're paying for it, but you're still paying that $25,000. So it didn't help you. She didn't give you anything free. She just pushed it to the back end, and you're paying for it at a different time, which isn't nearly as effective. If you put that $25,000 in my mortgage, it may make my mortgage go up $10, and I have an extra $10 every month. I may not have an extra $500, $1,000, $15,000, whatever, $1,500 every year when I pay my taxes. So that's a different thing. That's a very different scenario. In addition, I'm not saving money because, again, a lower interest rate will save me money. A credit, it doesn't really save me anything because I'm going to pay it back. So I'm not getting anything free. I'm just not paying it up front. But I'm paying that. So even if you if you think, okay, my mortgage went down by $5,000, okay, but you're paying an extra $500 every year on your taxes. So you didn't save anything. You're not saving money. It's just shifted when you're paying for it. And most people don't own houses. They don't like to do math. They don't like to think about this. And it's not like any brokers, none of the housing brokers, the whole housing industry, they're not going to tell you about this. They make money off this stuff. They get to charge $25,000 extra. It's just like what we see with the colleges. Every time that they increase the limit of a student loan, and we've been seeing this since the 1980s, every time that the federal government says they will increase the amount of student loans, the limit of what a student loan cap is that they'll give out to you, colleges increase their rates. Every time. It's 1-to-1. Oh, the government's going to pay more on a loan? Well, the tuition just went up. Every single time. Why? Because the government is guaranteed to pay. So if I'm going to sell a house for $100,000, I can now sell it for $125,000. Why? Because the government's going to pay $25,000. So you're still going to pay the $100,000, which is what I wanted in the first place, but I got an extra $25,000 because the government decided to jump in. You're not going to pay I'm not going to sell it for $75,000 and get $25,000 from the government. Hell no. I'm going to sell it for $125,000, get the $100,000 from you that I wanted in the first place, and $25,000 more from the government, just because the broker is going to get paid on $125,000 because that means more money for them, so they're not going to complain about it. The insurance, the mortgage company, everything's based on $125,000 now. Everybody gets to make money, except you, the home buyer. You're paying for this. You're not making money. You're losing money. But no one wants to tell you that, because then you wouldn't do it. And that's why Kamala Harris is an idiot, because that's a horrible plan. It doesn't work. At any level, it doesn't work. It actually hurts people. She's stupid. No, excuse me. She's vicious, and the people who said yes to that are dumb. That's how simple that is.
All right. Michael, this was a good conversation, but I think we've only gotten through about half of the topic. So let's continue this conversation next week.
Sure. Next time we'll pick it up. I'm always happy.
Awesome. All right. Have a good rest of the show. I'll be tuning in, and I'll talk to you next time.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. So, just like as always, you can call in to the program, and we're always happy to hear your voice. And you just heard Graham called in, and we were happy to hear his voice, his questions, which some of you may have had or may not have had about a couple of different issues, whether it be abortion or health care, which we're going to talk about in a second with RFK, or whether it's about the proposals by the Biden-Harris administration and or the Kamala Harris campaign for president. Because I know a lot of people say, well, those things sound like they're really great ideas. And then you break it down, not so great. And again, that has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat. It has to do with math. It has to do with the consequences of these policies. So I hope that made sense for people. And by the way, I am talking to Dal, who's now on Rumble speaking to me. I know you guys can't see it. I can still see the Rumble chat. And Dal has been sending in some messages. And it seems like was mentioned by Graham, I'm not seeing an update in the chat on the live stream. I don't know why. That's not because of me. That's not because of my system. It's because of YouTube. So everyone who's trying to leave me a message on YouTube, it seems for some reason it's not going through. I don't know why. It seems like YouTube may have kicked me off. And I'm not sure why. Is it YouTube? Is it? Might be LinkedIn as well. I don't know. So I seem to be kicked off for some reason. So I'm not seeing all of your comments. And I apologize because I would love to see everybody's comments and to respond to them. And I would. But that's YouTube. So maybe if you put in super chats, maybe I'll see it that way. Maybe if you can't, go over to Rumble like Dal has done, and I can see it there. And I apologize. Everyone else won't be able to see them. If I get enough people chatting on Rumble on a regular basis, I'll find some way so that you guys can see those chat messages as well. But that's just to let you know, I'm not ignoring anyone. I just don't see it. It's not updating, as you can see on the screen. And that's not because of me. That's because of YouTube. That being said, let me go back to, I know we were talking about the various cabinet positions, and then we talked a little bit about Elise Stefanik. We've talked about the idea of having a shadow, Democrat shadow government, which is insurrectionist and will divide the nation, will cause a civil war, in my opinion. And I don't see any reason not to believe that. We were talking a little bit, and Graham brought it up, about healthcare. Now, right now, if you look at it, you will see the message that's out there. We know that Joe Biden was all about getting the jab, mandating the jab. And you heard the news media, the social media, they were all fine with it. You couldn't, if you dared to oppose the jab, you lost your job. And you, on social media, you got kicked off of platforms. You were told you were evil, that you were killing people. And yet, people like me, millions of people like me, who didn't get the jab, never got a jab, never will get a jab, fine, perfectly fine. The world, perfectly fine. The number of people in the world in 2020 increased. The number of people in the world in 2021, 2022, 2023, today in 2024 has increased. Oh, but the pandemic? No. Because it wasn't nearly as devastating as we were told. Now, mind you, you may feel safer now because you got the jab. Fantastic for you. And if it's worked for you, fantastic. I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving you medical advice. But if you just ate healthier, you might have had the same result. If you just dealt with it, you might have had the same result. Now, mind you, if you had multiple comorbidities, hey, you're in a different category. Now you have other issues that are making you less healthy, and therefore this pandemic may have had more impact on your life. But no one said you can't get any medication, except, of course, Democrats said you can't. They said you can only have the jab. You can't do any other medical program. You can't have any other opinion. You have to take their opinion, even though they didn't have the science behind it. And we want to talk about science. There was no science, because there is no science, because it's an experiment. And you, if you got the jab, you're part of the experiment. We have no idea what's going to happen to you in 10 years. No idea whatsoever. Why? No one ever tested a drug before. Normally, FDA approval process, it takes 10 years for a drug to be approved for human trials. For human use. And if they fast track it, like they did for AIDS drugs, it takes 7 years. We had the pandemic medications, the jab, was out in 1 year. We have no idea what this thing does. None. That's why you had to sign a waiver every time you got a jab that says, I will not sue. I cannot sue. You had to sign away your right to sue the pharmaceutical companies because they knew. They had no idea what this is going to do to you. And the only way they could do that is the government said, we're not going to sue. And and everyone will sign the form and no one can sue you. So even if they drop dead, even if it doesn't work, doesn't matter, you're safe. Pharmaceutical companies said, okay, if they sign the form, no one's going to sue us, and we're getting paid by the government, of course we'll do this. And yet, the guy who says, well, eat healthier, be healthier, you'll be able to fight off more colds and more diseases and more problems. He's the bad guy. Okay. I've heard arguments that have been said, well, RFK Jr., he's a bad guy because he doesn't have a medical degree. And this is one thing. Oh, RFK, he can't see. He's an example of how bad Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad is going to put RFK Jr. in as the Secretary of HHS, Homeland Health and Home Services. And he's going to put this guy, he's in charge of HHS. It's going to destroy medicine. It's going to destroy science altogether because he doesn't have the qualification. He's not a doctor. He was first in his family to receive a 4-year degree, earning his bachelor's degree in economics from Stanford University. He earned his law degree from Stanford Law School. Now, you may say, well, I didn't know that RFK got a bachelor's degree in economics or that he got his law degree from Stanford. I'm not talking about RFK Jr. This is Javier Becerra, Javier Becerra is the secretary for the Department of Health and Human Services, the very same job that RFK is going to have. RFK is an attorney. So is Becerra. They don't have medical degrees, either of them. If Becerra, who doesn't have a medical degree, is able to be the Secretary of Health and Human Services, so can RFK. That's not a reason to have him or not have him, because that's not a requirement for the job. He has to be able to read scientific papers. We all can. You get a dictionary, you get a thesaurus, you can learn anything that's in a scientific paper. You don't have to be a scientist to read it, to read what the results are, to read the recommendations. You don't need a science degree for that. Now, to get to do the studies and to do the experiments and to analyze the experiments, yes, you need to be a scientist or a doctor. Absolutely, I agree with that. To go in and do surgery, that takes a medical degree. Absolutely, I do not disagree with that. But you don't need a degree to read the report. I've read many of the medical reports over the years on many different issues. You don't need a degree to read a report. You may need a dictionary, might need a thesaurus. You don't need a degree. You can read it and understand it. That's what the report is there for. That's why they make the reports, so that anyone can read it and understand it. That's the whole point. So to say that, oh, well, RFK, he's not qualified, he's not a doctor. You don't need to be a doctor. In fact, it might even be better, because he doesn't walk in with the bias that a doctor who's been trained in a very specific way will have. Because we do see that. Many doctors they're trained, I don't know, whenever, in 20, 30, 40 years afterwards, they're still doing, and we see this all the time. Doctors are doing procedures that they learned when they were in medical school that no one uses today because they're outdated, or there's a better way to do it, or they found out that it didn't give the proper results. But doctors who were already in medical school 2 decades ago, they don't know the difference. They keep doing the same thing they have always done. So they bring their bias based on experience with them. And for Health and Human Services, a non-doctor doesn't bring that bias with them. Now, I've heard a lot of things about RFK, and this is like the big one. I mean, not this particular article, but the fact that Democrats are adamant. They are adamant that, no, you can't pick RFK. He is absolutely the worst person. Oh, my God, how could you get him? I think it's, we have seen people say so many things about RFK, but to quote, and I'm quoting here, this is from Lawrence Gostin, director of Georgetown University's O'Neill Institute for National and Global Health. Okay? Again, this is coming from Lawrence Gostin. This isn't from Michael Voss. It has nothing to do with my medical experience. Lawrence Gostin, Georgetown University, the National and Global Health Law Division. Quote, to say that RFK Jr. is unqualified is a considerable understatement. The minimum qualification for being head of the Department of Health and Human Services is fidelity to science and scientific evidence. That's interesting. When has RFK Jr. said science doesn't exist? He says that we're doing some of the procedures badly. We're taking experiments like with the jab where we don't have any scientific evidence, and we're presuming the outcome, which we have. It is an experiment that's ongoing right now. But that's not anti-science. He didn't say that science doesn't exist. He said he doesn't necessarily agree with all the conclusions, and that we can do more tests and we can review all the different data points, not pick and choose the ones that fit our political ideology and the political advantage we have. But Lawrence goes on to say that RFK Jr. spent his entire career fomenting distrust in public health. No, people already don't trust public health. They don't trust because their HMOs don't let them get all the health care that they want or need. That whenever they hear about there are alternatives that are used around the world for centuries that help people every day, and we can't get them in the United States, or they're disavowed in the United States, but they work. We know this. We know that history has said that some of these medicinal herbal medicines work. They have always worked. They aren't in pill form, and there isn't a pharmaceutical company making money off of it, but they've worked. So maybe he's not fomenting distrust in public health because people don't trust pharma. Matter of fact, if you go back 15 years ago, it was the left that was telling the right that pharmaceutical companies are evil. They're terrible. Before 2020, you heard nothing but the left say pharmaceutical companies are as evil as Wall Street is. What changed? Joe Biden got power. Joe Biden got elected. And he got elected because of the pandemic. And so everyone had to get the medication because Democrats promised everyone would have a medication. And so they pushed that out. That's what changed. You go before 2020, the left, whether it's Democrats, progressives, the left hated pharmaceutical companies. Now you have to obey them. You need them. What changed? Was it the public's trust? Was it the politics? It was the politics that changed because people still have the same opinion about pharmaceutical companies, that they don't cure anything anymore. They make you live with it. You know what that joke came from? That they don't cure it. You just live with it. That came from Chris Rock in 1988 in one of his comedy specials. 1988. The joke was that they will make you live with AIDS for the rest of your life. They'll never cure it. They'll make you live with it. Why? Because the money is in the uptake, in being addicted, to have that drug every week. This is an old Chris Rock comedy special joke. Seriously, you can look it up on HBO. Chris Rock. I think it was his second comedy special with HBO. This is like 1988. We've always known that pharmaceutical companies don't cure things. They make you live with it because they get paid more for it. If they cure you, then they don't get paid again. But if you live with it, hey, then you got to give them a check every month. And you have doctors that are giving you prescriptions every time you go see them. And so their pharmaceutical companies make more and more money. Oh, you got this pill to take care of weight loss, but now you need another pill because when you took the first pill for weight loss, well, the second pill is because you're going to lose your hair. And if you take that pill, well, you need another one because that's raising your blood pressure. So now you need a blood pressure medicine. When the first thing that you could have done is just lose weight. Go to the gym, actually work out, change your diet. You'd be better off. Is that a distrust in public health? Or is that just being honest? Lawrence goes on to say, and he's undermining science at every step of the way. Or is he saying, ask questions? See, we got into this idea and this mindset. Again, 2020, 2021, we had, what's his name? Mr. Science, he is science. We had these individuals in government who said, well, science is settled. That's not science. Science is never settled. Science is the quest of questions. Every time we find an answer, we ask a new question. We ask maybe even sometimes the same question over and over again. It's never done. That is the whole point of science, is asking more questions and double checking the answers that we got the last time. And that's why we change our opinions. How did the universe start? That's a question. Then we said, oh, well, it was because of an asteroid or because it was a microbe, or there's a lot of different ways. There's the Big Bang Theory. There's always another question. There was a Big Bang Theory, and then there's they're called brains or membranes. And that's the current one with the string theory. It changes all the time. We constantly ask new questions. Why? Because we didn't know about string theory back when I was in the 1970s in elementary school, and I went to a planetarium. I thought I was going to be a smartass. I said, okay, show me the beginning of the universe. They showed me the Big Bang, which was nice. It was really impressive in the planetarium. Obviously, I wasn't the first kid to ever say that. Okay. And, a lot of the kids laughed and said, ha, 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 see, they showed you. Yeah, except there's no proof. And today, they don't say it's the Big Bang Theory. They say it's string theory. And that there are membranes. And that two membranes that you can't see, interdimensional, extra-dimensional membranes, touched each other for a moment, and then our universe popped into existence. That's the current theory. There's many other theories as well. Multiple universe theory, whole bunch of stuff. So, what were they wrong? Was I wrong to ask the question in the 1970s in elementary school and say, how did the universe start? Because we're asking that same question right now today. The quest of science never stops asking questions. Were we supposed to not ask the question when we got the jab, what's the side effect? Well, Joe Biden, December 2021, came out and said, it's the winter of death and you have to get this or else you're going to drop dead. That's what Joe Biden said to the nation. Said there is no reason not to get the jab. That the jab is 110% safe. You will not go to the hospital if you get the jab. That's Joe Biden's words, not my own. YouTube, don't try and fact check me or try and shut me down. This is what Joe Biden said to the American people. He said, you won't get the pandemic, that you won't be able to spread the pandemic, that if you wound up in a hospital, it will lessen the severity of the pandemic. And there are no side effects. These are Joe Biden's words. This is what he said to the nation, and every one of those things isn't true. Not one. But we were asking questions then. People like me, because you can look back, you can see my channel. I said, hey, I got a question about this. There is no drug made by man that doesn't have a side effect. There is a side effect. You just don't know what it is. So you can't tell me what it is. You can't tell me there's no side effects. That's a lie. And that was, in fact, a lie. He did lie. There are side effects. Now, does everyone get the side effect? No, not necessarily. Doesn't mean that everyone's going to be impacted by the side effects, but some people will. And some of those side effects are severe. It can kill some people. That is a side effect. Does that mean everyone gets that? No, never said that. But we had to ask the question to find out. It wasn't something that we were told. It wasn't something that was available to us. You want to fault RFK Jr. for asking the question, but wait, everything has a side effect. What's the side effect for this? He's the bad guy for that? Is that the thing that makes him the bad guy? I don't understand these things. Why do we think this way? By the way, RFK Jr. has won court cases saying that he can ask questions. They're like, oh, he's so evil, he's so crazy, he's so wrong. He can ask the question. That's perfectly reasonable. He can ask questions and get answers, and you can see the question and you can ask a question and get an answer. That's it. It's just that simple. What's in the medication? What are the side effects? Do I need to have this to live? The answers aren't always yes. But they don't want to talk about these things. They want you to think, oh, he's just a crazy old man. He's just a crazy old coot, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Except he's a multimillionaire. He's well educated. He's a lawyer. He's not a stupid man. He may not make all the best decisions in life. None of us do. And I don't agree with a lot of the things he ran for the presidency on. I think he's an isolationist. I think he has horrible economic policies. He's not, but I'm not worried about him. He's not going to be president. He could be Secretary of the Home Health and Human Services. And I don't have a problem with that. Why? Because he's as qualified as the guy that's in there now. And at least I know, and I've listened to RFK talk about Maha, making America healthy again. I've listened to his passion about that, to try and make America healthier for kids as well as adults, to improve the quality of life for Americans everywhere. And guess what? He has more passion and more heart than Becerra or anyone in the Biden-Harris administration. He's one of the most passionate men talking about healthcare since Richard Simmons. Now, does that mean I want to vote for him? No. Does that mean I would donate to his presidential campaign for him? No. Do I think he's suddenly a Republican? No. But it does mean he's qualified and he's got a passion, and I'm willing to see him do the job and evaluate how well he does the job. The reason why Democrats don't want RFK to ever get into the job is they hate him, because he was a Democrat and he didn't shut up. He was a Democrat who wanted to run against Joe Biden, and they knew Joe Biden would lose and they would lose power. So they kicked RFK out of the club. And they got pissed off twice as much when he said, "Oh, I'm out the club, then I'll run independently." How dare you? You can't run against a Democrat as a former Democrat. You're evil. You're bad. They blacklisted him. They have demonized him every day from the moment that he became an independent and was running against him. Look back in history. There were some Democrats that say, he's a little nutty. He's a little bit out there. Don't agree with him on this. Don't agree with him on that. But they were perfectly fine with everything that he said. It's kind of like Donald Trump. Before Donald Trump ran in 2016, The View and all the Democrats were absolutely fine with Donald Trump. They took his money left, right, and center. They gave him awards for everything, for being a humanitarian. He was such a racist that the NAACP gave Donald Trump a couple of medals for being such a great person for black people and helping black people in America. Yes, he did get these awards from the NAACP. And RFK equally was loved and beloved by Democrats until he was not doing what they wanted, until he was a threat to their power. Then they changed their mind. Then they said, "Oh, he's got to go." This isn't about whether RFK is qualified or not. No, this is about power. They're punishing people for not doing what they wanted. That's the truth. That's why RFK Jr. is suffering and why Democrats got a hard on for him. And in fact, of all the people in the cabinet, they are forgetting about everyone. They're not talking about Pete Hegseth as much. They're not talking about Lee Stefanik at all. They hate Matt Gaetz, and they hate with a passion RFK Jr. And those are the two people they do not want in any government, in any office. And they will do almost anything to get those two people out. Because it's about politics. It's about preference. It's not because they can't do the job. It's not because they're not qualified. Oh my God, there is an investigation against Matt Gaetz. Oh my God, he might be a bad person. They were so worried about that they let Matt Gaetz win his seat in 2024. Matt Gaetz got reelected. If they had any evidence, if they had any proof that Matt Gaetz was a sexual predator, they would have put it out in 2024 and make him lose his reelection. They didn't do that. They don't have that proof. They have the allegation, but they've got allegations for everyone they don't like. Hell, they call me an istinophobe. They don't even know who I am. Every time. The left, oh, Mike Voss, he's a istinophobe. Really? Have you talked to him? Well, I just know he's a racist. Did you know Mike's black? What? Yeah, Mike's black. He's a black Hispanic. What? No. He's a racist. He's got to be white. You think this is funny. I wish I don't save it anymore. I used to save these conversations that I have with people on Facebook or on Twitter, and they'd be like, "Oh, you're just a white racist." I'm like, "Did you look at my profile picture? Did you look up my name? I'm a black Hispanic. Why am I a white racist? Oh, no. Well, then you're a black racist. I'm racist against white people? No, you're racist against black people. Really? How do you know that? Where does that come from? I have over 1,300 videos. I've written over 2,000, actually 2,500 different articles, each one about 1,000 words apiece. My videos average about 45 minutes apiece. And all of these times that they say, "Oh, you're just a racist, you're just a sex," where's the proof? Where's the proof? I've got 18 years of public records of me speaking publicly to news organizations and campaigns for elections, to support being surrogates for candidates. I've got hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of material, and they can't point to one thing. But don't worry, you have to be a white racist. Looking me dead in the face. It's insane. And the same thing is happening to Matt Gaetz. Same thing is happening to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Again, you don't have to like them as individuals. You don't have to. That means nothing. I don't care. And you don't have to think that they're the most qualified person in the world for that position. They may or may not be. But they aren't the demons that we are now seeing the news media come out. And they're like, "Oh my God, it's so bad." Well, remember, it was Bill Maher, May 2020, who said, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Me Too doesn't matter. You have to vote for Joe Biden." Oh, they're willing to ignore a lot of things for their people. But when it's someone else who's in power, then it's all a problem. The problem is you are the problem when they're not in power. But when they're in power, it's no big deal. Don't talk about it. Oh, there's an investigation. What about the investigation of Eric Swalwell? He was sleeping with a Chinese spy. What about Kathy Hochul? I'm more concerned about Kathy Hochul. She had a spy that has been embedded in New York politics since the days of Andrew Cuomo, and no one figured it out. The Democrats never figured it out. Matter of fact, every time we find a Chinese spy, it's always connected to Democrats in government. Every single time. There's never been a Chinese spy that's been connected to Republicans in our government. Never. Doesn't happen. That's just so odd. That's just so crazy. Why do you think that is? Well, we can't find out because the mainstream news media will never ask that question, and the Democrats are terrified of people like me, independent media, who would ask that question. They don't want to answer that, so they avoid me like the plague because they're terrified that they'll have to answer that question. Why is it that Democrats always have Chinese spies? Now, I'm not trying to change the discussion. I'm trying to highlight the problem, because the problem isn't Matt Gaetz. The problem isn't RFK Jr. or Elise Stefanik or Pete Hegseth. These are all individuals who are appropriately qualified for the jobs that they have. Some of them exceptionally qualified, like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. They're qualified. The question isn't their qualifications, it's their politics. The Democrats don't like their politics. So say that. That's not a reason. It's not a justification. It's not a reason not to let them do the job. But at least that would be honest if they were to say that and say, "Well, we lost and we just don't like these people." Okay, I can understand that. That doesn't win you any brownie points, but then again, they're not winning brownie points anyway. They lost. This is a consequence of losing. The people they want in power aren't going to be picked because they lost. There are other people who are going to be picked because we have a different point of view. We have a different way of looking at things. And perhaps it's better. Let's put these people in and find out how they do the job. And if they screw up, fire them. Hire someone else. It's just that simple. It shouldn't be that hard. It's not that crazy of a thing. Kash Patel. I left him out. Here's the latest one. Kash Patel. Oh my God, it's Kash Patel. You can't hire Kash Patel. Well, why? Isn't there DEI? He's a person of color. Isn't that a good thing? It's not all white people. Kash Patel, he's in a high-ranking position. Why wouldn't we make him in charge of the National NIH? Why wouldn't we do that? National Intelligence. I can't remember the full word. But Kash Patel's a bad guy. Why? Because he's a person of color? No. That would be racist. He's a bad guy. Okay. Well, let's take a look at Kash Patel. This is from Forbes. Again, I'm looking at all the mainstream media, looking at their answers. This is from Forbes talking about Kash Patel and his book, Government Gangsters, called for a comprehensive house cleaning of the DOJ. Well, don't Democrats have a problem with the DOJ when they're not in charge of the DOJ? They have a problem with the DOJ. And prior to 2020, they wanted to clean house on the DOJ. So I don't think they have a problem with that. And I know the American people don't have a problem with making sure that there's no bias in the DOJ. So it's not a public issue. Again, it's partisan. Let's see. He wants to fire the top ranks at the FBI, as quoted by ABC News, because the FBI, well, we've had several FBI directors that the left and the right have big problems with. Lots of issues with these guys. So, gee, that's not unusual. Let's see. Going on. He argues in his book that anyone at the FBI should be prosecuted who, quote, in any way abuse their authority for political ends, end quote. They go on to say, now ABC, this is what he said in his book. If you abused your authority, you should be held accountable. Isn't that what the law is supposed to be? Isn't that what we're supposed to expect from our officials in government? That if they screw up, they're held accountable. That's what's supposed to happen. It doesn't matter whether they're Democrat or Republican. If it so happens that it happened to a bunch of Democrats, it doesn't matter. It's that they broke the law. They abused their power. Regardless of whether they're left or right, the core question is, did you abuse your power? And if they did, they should be punished. It's just that simple. Does anyone have a problem with that? Apparently Democrats do. ABC reports, writing that, quote, the FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken. Well, gee, a lot of people have that point of view. Ask the third parties, ask the libertarians, ask a lot of the Republicans, ask a lot of the classically liberal Democrats. Again, before 2020, this was an idea that the left had. They didn't trust the three-letter agencies. They didn't believe in this. It was a Bernie Sanders. The Bernie bros were complaining about the Patriot Act. Same thing. Because they didn't trust the government to not spy on American citizens, which, by the way, they are doing. So, really, why is it Kash Patel's a bad guy? Let me go back in this Forbes where they're talking about, well, there's a problem with Kash Patel. There's a bunch of problems. He's just a crazy kind of guy. Let's see. Washington Post reported that Patel was the de facto head of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the Pentagon. So he has experience. He's qualified. When he was at those agencies, even if other people held the director title, so he was a go-getter. The Post reports Patel was focused on getting rid of officials within intelligence agencies and helping carry out the Trump team's plan. Well, he was getting rid of them. Why was he getting rid of those officials? Did they abuse their power, which means that they should be removed? They kind of leave out the important part of the question. Why were they removed? Not just that they were removed. Oh, they helped Trump. Yeah, but why were they removed? Were they removed to help Trump, or were they removed because they abused their power? See, that clarification makes a big deal. It's a very important question there. Here's something else that they leave out often. Patel, a lawyer by trade, briefly served in the Justice Department of the Obama administration. He was an Obama appointee. Oh, so was he corrupt and evil and bad when Barack Obama said, I want him? Was he a bad guy under the Obama administration? Was he this right-leaning devil under the Obama administration? President Obama thought he was good enough to be in the Justice Department, which means he's qualified, which means that he was trying to do his job. Oh, but that was Obama, but he was hired by Trump. Yeah, but he was hired by Obama first. So what's the problem? If he's good enough for Obama, but he's not good enough for Trump, does that make sense to anyone? Because it doesn't really make sense to me. He's good enough for Obama, but he's not good enough for Trump. He did an effective job under the Obama administration, but he's overzealous and he's going to be a problem under the Trump administration. Why? Because he wants to punish people who abuse their power, which is his job. Does this make sense? All right. Look, we've been on for 7 hours. And I'm going to end here. But I think it's important. We should have individuals who are the best for the job, regardless of their politics. If they do the job, put them in. Whether they're a libertarian, whether they're an independent, whether they pissed off the Democratic National Convention or not, it doesn't matter. Or Democratic National Committee. Whether they piss them off or not, doesn't matter. Are they qualified? If they're qualified, let them do the job. If they do it badly, fire them. If they do it well, keep them. Period. Should we shrink the government? Yes. Why? Because there's government waste, and everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. We waste money ridiculously. We waste more money than some countries have a gross national product. Their GDP, gross domestic product of some nations, don't even equal the amount of money that the United States government wastes in a year. That's a fact. And the more money that we waste, the more that poor people get to be poor and middle class become poor. It makes sense. Shrink the government. Get rid of the waste. Do as much of it as you can. But it's not going to be $2 trillion. Okay, I'll live with 1.5, half a trillion, whatever we can get. Because that makes me less poor. It's money that we don't have to waste. We can use it for other things. If Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy can save $500 billion, that's $500 billion that we can now spend on housing or healthcare, feeding kids, helping the homeless, helping our veterans. We have plenty of things we could spend the money on. So why not save the money? And if we have to spend it on one of those things. Isn't that what we would want to do? To have more money going to the things that are important? Well, let's put the money into cancer research. Isn't that a worthwhile thing? We've got an extra $500 million. Let's put some money into cancer research. Why not? For muscular dystrophy. Why not? What's the problem? Oh, but government will be smaller. And? Oh, there won't be as much power. Oh, that's a you problem, not a USA problem. All right, today we've gone over a whole lot of issues, a whole lot of things. And coming up in the next week, or this week, we're going to be talking about the potential of a second civil war, which I went into, and I really want to go over it even more. because I think this is a real problem. To hear the Democrats, to hear this representative, Willie Nickel, out of North Carolina, I hope the voters in North Carolina are paying attention. I hope the voters in the 13th district of North Carolina realize what Willie is doing, that he is setting the ground for an insurrection, for a civil war, that he is the agent of destroying America by creating a shadow government. And his excuse is, well, England does it. Really? Is that that's the best answer you got? Well, England does it. I want power. I'm sorry, Willie, that means that you should never have any power. You should never have been reelected. And I have to believe that if you told this to the voters in North Carolina's 13th congressional district, and you told them that you want to have a second government created so that you could have power, I don't think you'd be reelected. At least that's what I think. Folks, I know that, or I've heard from several people, that your comments have been cut out by YouTube. Go over to, if you can't leave a chat, go to Rumble. Leave the chat there. I know, Dal, you've been making a bunch of comments, and thank you for correcting me about Fauci. I couldn't think of his name for a moment. But I do see the comments there. If you can't leave a comment on YouTube or Facebook, go to Rumble, because you can there. You want to leave me a super chat? Go to Rumble. It'll go through there. If YouTube won't let it, Rumble will. After the show, you want to leave comments? Please do. And if you don't see the comment, leave it on Rumble. Rumble will let you see it. They'll let you make the comment. I look forward to hearing your voices about all of this. And I know. Hi, Joanna. So I know Facebook's working at least. I know that I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time with me these last 7 hours to talk and hear about all these different issues. Look for the link in the description coming up in the next hour. Until then, I want you to be well. I want you to have a great day. We will never give up. Tomorrow, I'm on with the voice of reason, Andy Hoosier, especially in syndication all across the Central of America. On the 21st, I will be with Hard Lens Media, Kit Cabello, talking about the potential of a second civil war that Democrats are trying to create, a second government. The 25th, I will be with the Bronx Conservative Party live, talking with them as they are speaking to the public. This is their monthly public forum, and I'll be covering that live. New York, November 26th, New York mayoral candidate Darren Aquino will be doing an interview with me, and you'll be able to hear from the first declared candidate for the New York City mayoral race. I hope you're going to enjoy all of that. Joanne, I love that you're here for me as well. I'm glad that all of you are here as part of this program, no matter what your political preferences may be. I appreciate each and every one of you. I look forward to us hitting 5,000 subscribers at some point. Maybe then we'll break out of the algorithm jail. I wouldn't count on it, but maybe that'll happen. Until the next time,